What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Forward Progress. It's the Super Bowl prop betting extravaganza live here on the Forward Progress YouTube channel, part of the Hammer Betting Network, and powered as always by Pinnacle Sportsbook. I'm Rob Pizzola. I'm with you for the next 5 hours. We said to ourselves, how are we going to outdo last year's 4 hours? And the obvious answer was 5 hours. I don't know why I agreed to this, but we're doing it anyways. 30 different prop bets on the show today that we are going to get to. So I'll explain how this is all going to work. We're going to cover Super Bowl props as best as we can. Got a bunch of guests. If you want to see the rotation of guests, just head over to @thehammerhq on Twitter. Every guest has a 10-minute time slot. Now, obviously, 10 minutes, we could do a lot of things with 10 minutes. It's not just going to be the prop pick. I'll shoot the shit with the guests. General thoughts on the game. General thoughts on life. Whatever I feel like. I would also encourage you to participate via the chat. I'm seeing questions in real time. I'm marking questions in real time. We'll get to as many of those with the guests as possible over the course of the show. I regret not bringing a piss bottle or a piss jug. I should have thought of that beforehand. I got some other surprises planned, but definitely not a piss jug. If you do want to get into the chat, you got to be subbed here on Forward Progress for at least 5 minutes. Ask whatever questions that you want to ask over the course of the show. With each guest, they're going to end with their favorite prop bet for the Super Bowl. It could be a player prop, game prop, whatever. The only rule that we've stipulated is that it must be widely available. We're not going to look for one random sportsbook on the planet and just bet that. We're not looking for some massively off-market price, although you should do that when you're going to bet yourself. We're asking for a widely available prop. I'm also going to push each guest to give the number to which the prop is good to as well. That way, if any of these do steam in real time, which will happen and has happened every single year that we do this show, then you're at least able to get down and not chase a bad price in that scenario. Sometimes we will get opposite picks. This happens. I don't know how. There's a million things you can bet on the Super Bowl, but every year that we've done this so far, 1 year on Circles Off, 1 year last year on Forward Progress, we've had two of our guests give opposite plays. Same prop, opposite sides. Might happen again this year. I have no idea. If it does, it's your discretion as to whatever you want to do. We're producing this content. Ultimately, you make the decisions as to what you want to bet. And at the end of this, we're going to track everything with a base unit of $100. So what that means is somebody gives an underdog play, we're going to count it as a $100 play. If someone gives a favorite play, it'll be to win $100. So risk 100 on underdog to win 100. And that way we can just do some sort of transparent record keeping after the show. We have not lost on this show. Technically, we did this with Circles Off 2 years ago, but it was just me and Johnny as well. We haven't had a losing year yet. That does not mean that this is a guaranteed winner. These picks are not locks, people. I feel like I have to stress that to the entire audience. Putting people on the spot, giving their favorite play. We assume that these are edges, but by no means are these guaranteed winners. So bet within your limits. Last thing I'll say before we get into it is if you're not betting at Pinnacle, I'm going to go as far as to call you a clown if you're in Canada and you have access to Pinnacle. Super Bowl week is a great week for bettors. You can shop a million lines across all these different varieties of sports books. You should be doing that within your limits, of course. You should not be doing that without Pinnacle in Canada. Low margin sportsbook very often will have the best price in market, whether that's the side or total of the game or some prop markets. Make sure that you're checking out Pinnacle Sportsbook. If you are going to do that in Canada, use code HAMMER to sign up. It does help support us here on Forward Progress. You must be 19 plus. Not available in the US. As always, please play responsibly. Cottage, I see you. Really hoping that I put the Cowboy Star back up for today. You know what? We'll do it. It's coming back in. It's been long enough. It's been long enough here that we'll go back to the Cowboy. I don't know if that's a bad omen or anything for the show today, honestly. Could be a terrible omen, but it's in the background again. And where can I get some of that sweet Pinnacle swag? We're doing a giveaway for Pinnacle swag right now. Just head over to thehammer.bet. On the left-hand side of the screen or on your mobile device, you'll see something that says The Nails. That's our community section of the Hammer. We do have free giveaways for Pinnacle swag and BetStamp swag, so make sure that you check that out. All right, let's get into it. 340 of you watching. Smash that like button down below. Share the content out to wherever you can. Help us grow this audience over the course of the show. We put a lot of effort into it, including Alex Moretto behind the scenes, my director of content, including my producer, Jason Cooper behind the scenes. Put a lot of effort into this show, getting the guests, getting everything flowing. I know Alex is dealing with some stuff, right? I know he sent out some instructions like give 1 prop bet, and some people are sending in like 5. It's very clear, but he's got to deal with that, not me. So give some love to him. Smash that like button down below, and let's get into the Super Bowl props betting extravaganza. Now, every year there's some thought that goes into who's going to bat leadoff on the show. I like to go with a veteran presence, generally speaking, someone who's not going to buckle under the pressure. No one better than one of the faces of the unabated.com team, Captain Jack Andrews. Captain Jack, how are things?
Hey, Rob. Thank you for having me bat leadoff. It's an honor, and hopefully I can live up to the hype.
Well, full disclosure, you were originally in the leadoff spot, but when it came down to moving someone to the leadoff spot, you were the guy that I said, you know what? This is someone I can rely on. There's nothing worse than starting one of these shows with someone who's going to show up 10 minutes late, someone who's going to show up with the cell phone feed, the choppy camera. And I know, Jack, that you're a consummate professional. So that's why I wanted to go with you first.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege. So, 5 hours, that is brave. I do my super stream each year, which will be coming up Saturday night. Not a plug.
Plug it anyways. Tell people where to find it.
I'll be tweeting it out in the next couple of days. I figure people are kind of all about the moment. So telling people a week ago that there's going to be a live stream next Saturday night, but it'll be on the Unabated YouTube channel. And I'm going to have about 40 guests. I bring them in bunches so that, I kind of can work the whole room, but 40 guests in about 3.5 hours. That's about where I top off.
Yeah, the 4 hours so original one was 3 hours, then was 4 hours last year. We had not previously set like a limit or like it was more so the first one we ever did was pre-recorded. It wasn't live. So it was just filming with people and whatever it amounted to. This year we've instilled like a very regimented show with scheduling and time slots. 5 hours is very tough for a type 1 diabetic who has to urinate every 2 to 3 hours. So we'll see how this goes. Maybe my producer is going to have to get on screen a little bit more than he was anticipating beforehand, Jason behind the scenes. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm excited to get into it. Before we do, this is a pretty big Super Bowl. And one of the major talking points, I would say, this week is about the sharp versus square dichotomy of the game, in that the bet percentages are leaning heavily towards the Kansas City Chiefs. However, a lot of the line movement has gone toward San Francisco after that initial Kansas City movement on opening night. You're entitled to your opinion. I know there's very different opinions on public betting strategies and whatever. For the Super Bowl itself, do you put any stock into the fact that most of the recreational players are on one side of the game, and it seems that most of the sharper bettors are on the other side of the game?
So the Super Bowl, we've always said, was that one event where it's possible for the public to actually move the line. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think that's the case in some prop markets on the Super Bowl, because I do believe there is so much extra liquidity in props that books are forced to move on public action. And that's also why we tend to bet unders on game day, is because the public has steamed that line upwards. But for the game itself, I think that's one of those myths that it's time for it to go away. It's not so much that the public can move the Super Bowl line anymore. In fact, we probably won't see it this year, but we used to see that dichotomy where the public liked the favorite, they were betting them on the spread because they're going to win by 1,000,000 points. And when the public liked the underdog, they're only going to bet the money line because I don't want to win the spread and lose the game. This team's going to win outright. I want a little multiple of my bet. We typically only see that when the line is north of 3 to 7 is where we see that dichotomy start to paradox, or whatever you want to call it. We're not seeing it this year. I think that's another one that's probably not going to happen as much anymore either.
Do you think a lot of the previous applications of prop betting in years past still apply this season? So in particular, the whole notion of betting your overs pretty early and then waiting till last minute to bet the unders. Do you think that's still a viable strategy?
I think it is. I'm always surprised that it doesn't move more on game day. And I think it's a war of attrition amongst the sharps. Okay, this moved 2 yards. I'm going to grab it now. And it would have possibly moved more, but people like to jump the gun. So I don't think there's as much value on game day as, it's not like they steam 20 yards, a bridge too far. But you can still find value to unders, and I wouldn't want to be looking at them until at least game weekend.
Fair enough. All right. Time goes by really quickly.
Yeah.
Over the course of these shows. 10-minute time slot is like almost nothing. And I want to give you enough time to give out your pick and give out the justification behind it. You alluded to it with a tweet earlier that it was going to be something to do with a kicking prop. So your favorite prop bet for the Super Bowl, Captain Jack, what is it and why?
Okay, so I do a lot of content around the Super Bowl, and I try to give out a unique prop on each content that I'm on. So this is unique to things that I've given out before. Both teams to have a field goal longer than 33 yards or longer, so over 32.5 yards. This is available in multiple different places. Do the line shopping, though. I'm going to grade myself at minus 125, which is not the best line out there. It's also not the worst line out there. There's also over 35 yards or longer, so over 34.5 yards at plus 110, which I kind of like a little bit better, but I decided I'll just go with the one that's 33 yard is the line that's most widely available. Here's why I like it. 1, indoor kicking conditions. 2, Allegiant Stadium is a higher elevation than most NFL stadiums. It's like 2,300 feet above sea level there. 3, these coaches are not the most aggressive coaches in the world. It's very much, they are take the points. We don't have a Dan Campbell here. So I think there's going to be increased chances for a field goal. Now, these coaches, if they get down to a goal-to-go situation, have been a little bit more aggressive than the median of the NFL. So that, there's not going to be the short field goal. So that's why I said, okay, let's go ahead with the over 32.5 yards. I have a feeling we're just going to have situations where, they get down to, say, the 25 to 35, and they go ahead and take the points on the 4th and 4, or whatever would be the line where it's probably better to go for it.
All right. It's pretty sound reasoning. I have to ask you, so yes, minus 125, and I have things up in front of me. We're ranging all over the place here. What's your limit in terms of betting this prop? What's the max price that you would play?
Honestly, the minus 125 is where I started to feel a little uncomfortable about it when I was shopping around to make sure I was giving you a widely available play. I was like, 125 would probably be my limit here. If the only thing you can find is that over 34.5 at plus 110, I think that's a decent play in place of the over at minus 125. Unfortunately, Unabated doesn't have a kicking yard calculator yet, so I can't plug an Unabated tool with it yet.
Yeah, you guys got like a dozen different calculators on site. Maybe that's one for the future, Jack. Appreciate you joining me, man. Once again, it's Saturday night, correct? What time are you going live with the stream?
Yeah, Super Stream 58, Saturday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Got about 40 guests lined up. I'll be kind of teasing out like you did. I'll be teasing out the guest list in the next couple days. And I'll stream it to Twitter and to YouTube. So, anyone that can find me on Twitter or find Unabated on Twitter should be able to tune in. A lot of interesting people.
I've been part of those before, and it's a very different dynamic because it is a group setting. So it's like more of a conversation amongst people, and you kind of steered in the right direction. They're pretty enjoyable. I'm going to try as hard as I can to make it. It's actually my mother's birthday today, February 7th. I have not even texted her yet. Horrible son, but I do have my mother's birthday party on Saturday night. So I will try to be there if I can, Jack, but appreciate you putting that on for everyone. I encourage everyone to check it out. And you can follow Jack on Twitter at CapJack2000 as well if you do want to catch the stream on Twitter. All the best, and let's see some long field goals.
Let's enjoy the next 5 hours.
All right, let's do that. Captain Jack, everyone. Unabated.com. Make sure that you check it out. I've already noticed as people have in the chat, that we're going to get some line movement on these props. It's going to happen. This happens every year. There's a lot of people watching the stream right now in real time, 450 of you. It's a couple ways you can play it, honestly. If you don't like the prop, let it steam out and bet the opposite side. That never hurt anyone. If you want the opposite side of the play, you can use that to your advantage. But also, this is the beauty of tuning in live. You get access to those live numbers. Okay. Second guest. You see him regularly losing bets here on Forward Progress. He's actually a really good bettor, but he always loses on this channel. The excellence of execution. Hitman now joins us here.
I got one more chance on this show. It's been a cursed season. I was wondering, Rob, would you be opposed to some of the halftime stuff starting to get leaked already, like first song, last song? Let me just give like a 14-unit play on, or to win 14-unit play on one of those derivatives. I might blow up the market. I might cost myself some money if any shops post it, but I could at least say that I broke even on the show this year. Is that not in the rule book?
That's the classic sweat investor move right there. Lose a bunch of units, then chase it off with some higher unit plays to try to get back in the green. Unfortunately, I can't allow it, Hitman. I'm a man of principle, unlike yourself, and I just gotta say no here.
All right. I'll just have to try to bet it myself then. So you deprive the audience then, whatever.
Well, they still get the pick. Well, I guess they don't get the half. There's a lot of okay, let's talk about this right away because we're both in these circles as well, right? The halftime show props and stuff like that. I've already gotten like 3 different pieces of information this year that none of them are adding up. Are you seeing the same thing? Like this happens every year with, I think, the anthem stuff is much more reliable, typically speaking, than the halftime stuff.
Yeah, I heard 2 different things about like the halftime show, but one of them came from somebody that like I'd be very, very, very surprised if he was wrong. So kind of I'm going to favor him on that. And then like national anthem stuff or I mean, that's dying. I mean, there used to be a time where you could get win 5 figures easily on the national anthem. I know both of us had those opportunities in the past and it's over. So, there was a service that gave out an official release on the national anthem time 2 years ago, which I think we strongly disagreed with. But that's pretty much what I got to say about that.
How many units Hitman throwing on Biebs to appear? I've been hearing some of the Drake to appear rumors. I don't know if you've been hearing any of that stuff.
I can't address it. I'm just hoping places open up odds on some of this stuff.
Fair enough. Read what you will from that response to the audience right there. What's the week like been for you? I mean, you driving around casino to casino right now, trying to get different bets?
You know what? I got a stack here right now. This is just casino bets. This is the smallest stack that I've had, like probably of all time at this point. Been some on the apps and everything, been getting down. It's probably the least amount of bets that I've had at this point in a Super Bowl, but I do expect stuff's going to open up. I know Jack mentioned about the public having an influence on some of the prop numbers, and there's some stuff I'm eyeing on day of the game. Like, for example, I'd be very surprised if I wasn't on like a Travis Kelce no touchdown. I know there's minus 105 out there right now, but I think that there's probably going to be a few shops that are going to have plus money available at some point, maybe on that day of the game. So I've just been kind of in a wait and see. Got a few more casinos that I got to hit on like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm so fortunate. My wife offered to drive me. Like some of these trips are like 2.5 hours. She's going to drive both ways. So it allows me to be on my phone for the duration of the trip and be able to pay our house off and all that stuff. So I'm in a very fortunate position with that.
You don't have to lie to us. We know you're just going to be like napping in the passenger seat. That's okay to say that you're getting the wife to drive so you can take a nap. You work hard. I mean, you know, I've seen you go on golf like 6 times in the last 5 days on the grid. Like, tough life.
Nah, I've only played 2 rounds in the last like 9 days or something. I'm actually taking it light this week. I think I'm going to try to get sneak 9 in today though. But you know, I put it like this. I'm in front of the screen, shopping odds, doing stuff literally all freaking day. I don't get off my phone. That golf that I play for 3 days a week, 2 hours around, that's my sanity. That's just get outside, get some freaking sun, you know? So I got to take advantage of that, Rob.
I totally agree with you, man. I think it's good. It's healthy to be outside. It's good for, you know, our well-being and our mental health. And if it happens to be on a golf course, you do that.
And then I just get an alert from like Underdog that says some breaking news in some NBA game, and I got to log into 14 accounts while I'm on the course anyway. So I don't even really get that break, but I at least try to.
Yeah, we're very different like that. Like for me, I keep the phone aside as best I can whenever I'm out on the course, but to each their own. The chat, a big fan of Hitman's wife. You know, we don't want to cross lines here or anything like that, but they're a big fan of your wife, Hitman, apparently, for being a trooper, a real hero.
There's no Hitman without a partner that helps me out. So
there you go. Bret Hart had his family. He had Stu Hart. He had Owen. He had the British Bulldog, Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Hitman's got his lovely wife to help him out and get through this. It's time to restart a winning streak. To end the season on a forward progress winning streak. Wasn't the most banner year for you here on Forward Progress. Understatement of the millennium. However, you have a time for redemption. No one's going to remember whatever the record was, this like 2-15. I don't even know what it was.
It's better than that, but you're close.
Okay. No one's going to remember that if you hit this Super Bowl pick. So your favorite prop bet for the Super Bowl as it stands right now, what is it and why?
It is under 14.5 players with a reception in this game. You could find it as good as minus 160. The individual lines for these two teams are San Francisco 6.5 and Kansas City 7.5 right now. San Francisco's been going under 6.5 for most of the season. They've only had 7 or more in 6 of 18 games, not counting the preseason-esque Week 18 game. And in about half those games, it went over because something like Deebo Samuel gets hurt in the game. Brandon Ayuk gets in the game. There's garbage time down multiple scores to Baltimore. And San Francisco, like, just what do we know about them? It's a very condensed target share with them. And we can kind of logically say that's probably going to be a run-first game plan, at least to start for San Francisco. And then you look at Kansas City on the other hand, and there has been a kind of fundamental change to their offense since that Week 17 Bengals game. There was a report by Tom Pelissero before that game that Kansas City wanted to have less players rotating in and out of the lineup, because if you remember early in the year, there was like legitimately a 6 wide receiver rotation for the Chiefs. It's kind of been condensed to where as recently as last week, Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Rice literally played almost all the snaps or all the routes, for Kansas City. Justin Watson mixed in for half. And it was just Richie James playing 5 snaps or 5 routes. McCole Hardman, 1 route. We got some positive news probably on the injury front where Jerick McKinnon's not going to return for this game. If he was in the game, he's more likely to catch a pass than Clyde Edwards-Helaire is as the second running back. And it looks like Kadarius Toney is probably not going to end up playing in this game, would be my guess. So I lean towards both of these teams to go under their individual numbers. So at the combined number at 14.5, I think it's good.
You got the MILF Hunter stamp of approval in the chat as well, which is a good thing to have. MILF Hunter is sharp out there. Really, first name not MILF, but since Suma called him that a long time ago, he will forever be known as the MILF Hunter. Before you go, just because I have this market up in front of me here, from sportsbook to sportsbook, there's actually varying numbers. So you gave out 14.5, which is fine. There are 13.5s at plus money. There are some 14s. Is there do you prefer one to the other?
Yeah, I mean, It's a pretty big difference from 14.5 to 13.5. Obviously, the juice is semi accounting for that, but I laid 14.5 up to like minus 190 ish. And I also did play the 14s at minus 110, 115 ish. I did not get involved in the 13.5 set like plus 130 ish or whatever, but I would lean towards that. But personally, I played the 14.5s and the 14s.
Okay. There you have it. That's number 2 on our list. Total players with a reception under 14.5, minus 160 for Hitman. Before we let you go, you know who's next. You got anything you want to say to the guy who's next?
Yeah, I mean, Kanish, you can't give out some mistake line, some BS prop. Like, you got to actually give the people something real. Kanish and I worked together. He sent me one prop on this Super Bowl. It was just a complete shot at the sports book. That's what he does. That's what Kanish does. So you know what, Kanish? You actually got to give something that's not a mistake line. Let's see how you fare. I'm going to guess not good, but we'll see how he does.
All right. Well, we'll see. Hitman, all the best, man. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Hope you have a good one. And hopefully that stack of props ends up being a winning one so the wife can take a well-earned vacation.
Appreciate it, Rob. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Hitman, everyone. I mean, he gave the intro for our next guest here, but just in case you don't know, he's part of our Hit the Books team here at the Hammer Betting Network, covering college football. Hopefully this appearance on Forward Progress is going to be a lot better than his last, where he showed up on Thanksgiving Day, told us to bet Lions everything in a game where the Lions got destroyed at home by the Green Bay Packers. Joey Kanish, guest number 3. How's it going?
Baby. You know what? Joey Corporate here. It's a throwback to when before COVID happened, when I used to have to do this stuff, like bet from conference rooms all the time. And now I'm bad. Now I'm back to Joey white collar here. Is back doing content in a conference room. I tell you what though. The beautiful thing about and Moretto, I'll give him credit. I don't like to give him credit. Putting him in this time slot is like. It's like when when Joe Judge got fired and, you're following up like one of the worst coaching performances of all time. Following up Hitman after the year he had on Forward Progress, I'm like, I should come on here and just give out like, a fez, a blue horseshoe, like, will there be a catch this Super Bowl minus 10,000? And I can't lose here because I'm following up, I'm the guy who followed the guy where everybody's just like, oh, well, thank God we don't have to follow his picks anymore.
No, it's a great mentality. It's like those, it's like those big bands that book like a really shitty opener for them, right? Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, why is this band opening for them? And it's like, well, because they know coming on after that. It's the comedy acts too, right? Like you never want a good comedian before you go for the horrible comedian, one that might push the boundaries a little too much. You follow up that act. It doesn't even matter if you win now.
No, right. Like
it doesn't even matter.
Was I better than this guy? Yeah, okay, you got your money's worth there. Listen, 2 and 28 or whatever it was on the show this year. Listen, I know Hit the Books wasn't red hot, but made us look like Billy Walters over there.
People want to know. It doesn't look like coffee. It looks like some sort of you're off coffee now. Are you back on?
It's decaf, baby. So I'm not back on. I needed. You know what? I needed the. I didn't want to go full back on the sauce. It's funny because I know people are always asking me. I found some decaf cold brew where it's like just a touch. You know what I'm saying? You get the taste. Maybe it's in your head or something. The placebo effect, whatever it is. But without all the jitters and the insane and the craziness and the anxiety that comes with. So I've centered on the decaf, and I think that's a winner going forward.
Approximately 10 years ago, I gave up coffee. It lasted about 2 months. I went through some serious withdrawal for a month, but then I smelled coffee in the office. I was working at the Score at the time, and I went and I made myself a decaf.
Yeah.
And I started drinking decaf for a couple weeks, but then it wasn't enough, my friend. So if you need someone to talk to, if you're going to go back in, just shoot me a message on Telegram. I'll talk you down. I'll walk you through it. It's tough. Once you get the decaf back, it's tough not to go full calf after that.
I know, and I agree. It's the man. There's something about that aroma. Like you get that coffee aroma, and you're like, oh baby, somebody's got to give me a cup here. So yeah, the decaf was enough to where it's like it's still giving me like the vibes or any of that. Because I don't need. I mean, you know me. I don't need a lot of like caffeine. People have always said you're a guy. I don't know why you even drink caffeine. So yeah. So the decaf's kind of I think what it's got to be going forward. Because as you said, once you're back on then getting off the calf, yikes. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's like getting off hard drugs or anything.
Yeah,
but
it's not heroin, but
it's not a fun. People have the amount of DMs I've had. This was like Powers going on the trip when people always ask the amount of DMs I've had where people ask me about like how it was getting off it. I mean, listen, I'm not going to sell it like you need to go to rehab, but you're going to feel pretty crappy for a few weeks.
Yep. Well, we're hitting the hard-hitting topics here on the Super Bowl prop stream. Holt says, I'm the same way with sparkling waters. Yeah, I mean, if you drink 6 sparkling waters a day, you're just ingesting water. Like it's not the end of the world, Holt. Like it's okay if you enjoy sparkling water.
I had this argument, like this was a tweet where like, who drinks that crap? Like Kostos came at me and was like, you don't have any. Listen, I'm not a picky guy, but like I take one sip of a sparkling water and I'm like get this out of my. I hate it.
Well, to each their own, man. Every man has different preferences. Fezzik says Blue Horseshoe's going to make up with Joey this year after number 1 seeds go 4-0.
Yeah, well, he's only got to go about 38-0 for the next 15 years to get that Purdue line back. I honestly, this is no joke. He gave out Purdue. I think it was last week. They played Northwestern. He gave out the Purdue money line.
I was following in real time.
It's the first college basketball. I saw it went to OT. I actually flipped it on. I hadn't watched 30 seconds of college basketball all year, and I saw it, just checked on the score app, was like, oh my God, it's tied in OT, flipped it on. Fortunately for Fez, they won. Sadly for content. But yes. that the Blue Horseshoes actually got me to watch 2 minutes of college basketball this year.
Yep. I was following that in real time as well, despite not following any other games this year in real time. Got a couple minutes left in your segment here, Kanish. Let's give the people what they're looking for, a winner. We know Hitman was just on, probably a loser, just based off his track record on the show. So we need a winner in this spot. Your favorite Super Bowl prop bet, what is it and why?
I'm going the Isaiah Pacheco overs, and I bet this in a number for the show. We can give out I think it was widely available 66, right around there. 66.5. I bet some alt overs. There's also like most rushing in the game. I think the alt overs, if you actually look at it, are a little bit better based on McCaffrey's number where he's at. I think like most rushing yards was like plus 175, plus 200. You can get some alt like 83.5 at better than plus 200. I just think you look at the game plan, and I don't want to be too one directional, but Chase Young and our guy NFL Pinnacle beater or whatever he's going on now highlighted this. He's the worst run defending defensive end in the NFL right now. Like Josh Reynolds, who again had against the Lions, we were using like a wide receiver to block him on these stretch running plays, and he's getting like destroyed off the line. I don't think the 49ers rush defense is particularly good, and the Chiefs, that's kind of their like newfound identity is the short passing game with Mahomes and to run the ball. And as Hitman said, no McKinnon, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, looks like Zeke Elliott towards the end here, where he's got no burst left. So it's going to be a ton of Pacheco, and I think that's their best way. I think that's the biggest what I'd call chink in the Niners defense is they've looked in both playoff games. I think people have found out. You can run at Chase Young all day long, and like the effort. I don't know if he's injured. I don't know if he's giving up on life. But the Lions absolutely smoked him again and again and again on these like guard pulls and all that stuff. And listen, I mean, Andy Reid with 2 weeks to look at that film. I think the Niners got a problem in run D. All
right. There you have it. Isaiah Pacheco overs. That number specifically is available at Canby Books, but like 66.5 is really, really widely out there right now across the board. And if you fancy it, some alt overs. We're going to count the 66.5 towards the official record of the show. We got to start somewhere, and hopefully a winner. As I said, we had Jack on. Jack's pretty good. Usually knows how to spot a good Super Bowl winner. Hitman, track record precedes itself.
Maybe in the 22 and before. But how's your portfolio looking this year with the Super Bowl props here?
My portfolio?
Yeah, or just I'm definitely lighter than years past. I think it's just one of those things that gets a little, like any market, a little tougher, a little less. And I mean, if we don't have to bring it up, we don't want to. But there used to be one prop we could count on to pay the mortgage for the entire year. That
sad. Sad state of affairs. But you know what? I love that you mentioned the portfolio, because that's going to be a great segue into our next guest, Kanish. All the best to Joey Corporate. Hopefully it's a good Super Bowl. Glad to see you wearing a polo and conversing with other people rather than just laying down on your couch doing content, which is a sad state of affairs. Very sad to watch.
Listen, we're out of here, baby. Good luck on the Super Bowl.
All right. Joey Kanish, everyone. Good luck on the Super Bowl. Just in the chat here, people asking specifically what books. I don't love to give promotion to this is candidly, I don't want to give promotion to every single book on the planet in some way, shape, or form. Very easy thing for you to do. Shameless self-promotion for me. I am a co-owner of BetStamp. But if you pull up BetStamp and you click on the Super Bowl, you can shop every single player prop across every single book. As soon as Kanish started talking about Isaiah Pacheco, I immediately clicked Isaiah Pacheco rush yards. I got every single number available to me. Go to the spot where it's the cheapest. Pretty easy there along those routes. So just do that. It's a really easy way to be able to line shop in real time for all of these props. All right, let's move on. Guest number 4. He's a self-proclaimed expert at NFL futures props, but he does show bet slips. Rumors were that he wanted to corner the market on this stream and be both the first guest and the last guest. But Alex Moretto told him, no, we're not doing that. You've cornered already too many markets already this year. GRP, George Riley Panagakis, joins us right here on Forward Progress. George, how's it going?
Rob, good morning or good afternoon. Maybe you're on Toronto, and it's great to be on the show. And yes, you segued it in perfect with Joey Kanish using the word portfolio, and here I am with my notebook.
All right. Well, can we see how many bets you got so far for Super Bowl right now?
You know what? Here you go. So I have 5. Here they are. 5 standard props. There they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have about 11. Here's 12 of them. Exactas, where I'm betting on the exact score of the game. I have about 11 of these. And my biggest one I have is Kansas City. If they win by the exact score of 28-17, I will win $100,000.
28-17 KC.
Correct. I actually have 2 $100 bets on this exact same score. So it paid 500 to 1, and I did it twice.
Now, there's been a lot of back and forth on Twitter this week. I saw there was a Twitter Spaces going on as well, which you were a part of at one point, where people are questioning whether or not these bets are truly positive expected value wagers. So how did you come to these specific scores that you played?
Well, okay. First of all, how did I pick these scores? I went to a website, which you probably, another sports book I don't want me to mention, no problem. And they had literally hundreds of exact scores of an exact payout on every one of these scores. Granted, 90% were a ripoff. There's no doubt about it. Maybe 9%, I think, that's about fair. And maybe less than 1%, I said to myself, boy, I think I'm at an advantage here. So, for example, on the score 28-17, I have 500 to 1. But let's say on the score 27-14, I have 360 to 1. So there's aberrations on the website of all these payouts. Maybe someone bet 500 before me, so they're paying out, 400 to 1 instead of 500 to 1 on the prop. It's strictly random. You have to go through every single exact score. Let's say the score of 20-17, maybe they're paying 100 to 1. I think that's a total ripoff. It's a sucker bet. I'd rather have 28-17 at 500 to 1.
Makes sense. Now,
Right.
we've seen all the videos on Twitter before of when you have a losing day and
Yeah.
you show up at McDonald's, you're eating a Big Mac and complaining about, I personally enjoy a Big Mac every now and then, GRP, but to each their own. If you win the 100K on the 28-17 final, what do you do with that money? Do you go out for a celebratory dinner? You buy some more Nautica polos? What is happening with the 100K if you win it on a 28-17 KC win?
There's definitely a celebratory dinner with a couple of my cousins. I might buy a car. I'm not sure. And I'll definitely go on a vacation for 5 days. I have a wedding to go to in California in June. I'll definitely go on a vacation for 5 days if I win the money. And then I'll become an internet famous guy if I win.
All right. What's the vacation destination of choice? Like, I know you're going to California for a wedding. You gonna stay out there, or are you going to go somewhere different?
It's funny. I'm a creature of habit. I went to Fort Lauderdale 3 weeks ago because it's a sentimental place. Used to go there with the family 30 years ago, and they have the Greek Islands restaurant. So I still like Fort Lauderdale, and I also go to Newport Beach in California in Orange County. So I'm a creature of habit. I always pick one of those two spots.
Well, the chat says that
I got the hat and everything.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. People need GRP vacation content. That's what they're clamoring for right now.
You know what? When I was in Fort Lauderdale 3 weeks ago, there were 3 ladies over 70 years old, and I was taking pictures. I took a picture of them in the back, and people loved it.
They were a little bit creepy. I'm not going to lie, George, but to each their own. I hope you got the permission of those women. Yeah, I know it was a little out there, but as long as you got permission, it's okay. Before we get one more thing I want to ask you about. I've always wondered this, and I've never got around to asking you about it. On Twitter, your name, George Riley Panagakis. Riley is in quotation marks. Is that a nickname of yours? And if so, how did you get that?
100% correct. It's a nickname. I got it at a poker table 15 years ago, and there's 2 very good stories. It's either because my hair, I put a little gel from Pat Riley, the basketball, the guy who was with Miami, or there used to be a show on TV before me and you were born called The Life of Riley. This is like 1960s. I've never seen the show, but I heard of it. It was called The Life of Riley, which is a guy that doesn't work too hard. I guess he's an underachiever, and I've been a poker bum for a long time. So there's 2 very good stories on how they got the name Riley, and the 2 guys argue about it. Who came up with the name?
I can see the Pat Riley comparisons, by the way, especially with the hair and the slick back. Totally makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Right. All right, George, let's get into it. Everyone gets to give out their favorite prop bet for the Super Bowl. Most of the list that I'm seeing so far and what we've had on the show has been somewhat in the player prop vicinity, but you're looking to go for more of a game prop. So tell us what you like and why.
Very simple. Third quarter, over 9.5 points scored. So we just need 10 or more. It's minus 120-ish. I've actually analyzed about 20 years of data. Every quarter in the Super Bowl, 1, 2, 3, 4, the game usually starts out slow. It picks up late. So all I need is 10 points or more in the third quarter, and I win my bet. I have $1,000 on it.
There you go. Third quarter, over 9.5 points, minus 120. George hoping that they come out of the locker room with some good offensive game plans and they score in that third quarter. GRP, appreciate you doing this, man. All the best to you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. And if the Chiefs win 28-17, God bless you, my man, for placing that bet.
Rob, thank you. And I know you'll have me on the show next week, and it's great to be on the show. This is great content. You have different people that are experts in the field, and everybody watch the end of the show. This is really, really good stuff.
Appreciate that. George Riley Panagakis, everyone. You can follow him on Twitter at GRPWins. All the best to George. Man, sometimes you just root for certain storylines, right? Certain things to happen in life. GRP winning 100K on the Chiefs' exact score, 28-17, when the entire week people have been telling him how bad of a bet that is. That's something I'm rooting for. I'll tell you right now. That's something I'm rooting for. Hopefully no more vacation pics in the pool, though. That's a different story that I'm not rooting for at this point. not rooting for at this point. It's very tough to follow that up. It's one of the hardest slots. You know how Kanish was saying, like, it's an easy slot following Hitman. He loses pretty regularly, come in easy. This spot is one of the tough ones. And that's why I knew I could rely on Ian McMillan. He's the senior editor for Fansided and BetSided. He's a host of the Bacon Bets podcast, where he picked every single NFL game against the spread this year and came out on top. I'll just call it random variance. He might not, though. He might not. Ian, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going not bad, Rob. If I knew I was following up GRP, I don't know if I would have agreed to come on. I found out like a couple hours ago when the lineup was tweeted out this morning. So yeah, you put me in a real tough spot here. I'm in a pickle.
You've been thrown to the wolves for sure. There's a few time slots I wouldn't want to have. This is definitely one of them. And you're sandwiched between like GRP and one of the sharpest guys on the planet as well, coming up after you as well. So
yeah, I don't know what I did to deserve this, but yeah, you put me in a tough one. I'll do my best though.
How much PTSD have you had this week being an Atlanta Falcons fan? Kyle Shanahan in the Super Bowl, 28-3. I mean, I've seen it brought up every single day. Have you been able to actually survive and live through this week knowing that that's referenced nonstop?
Well, Rob, I've been surviving for the past 7 years. Like, I don't know if you notice how often 28-3 actually either gets referenced on a broadcast, or if someone just randomly tweets out highlights from it, or someone makes a reference because Matt Ryan's on TV. So it's not just this week. It's every single week for the past 7 years. I've seen 28-3 references. I'm sick of it. Actually, I think Monday was the 7-year anniversary of it. And I actually sat down and watched the highlights from the game for the first time. I think since the game, it reminded me how many plays, if would have just went the Falcons' way, the game would have been out of reach for the Patriots. Like, they needed 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points at the end. There was the Edelman catch, the Matt Ryan sack. I mean, there was just play after play after play that if even just one of those went the Falcons' way, it probably would have been out of reach for the Patriots. But every single one, even it went to overtime, Patriots won the coin toss, went down and scored a touchdown. Every single play went the Patriots' way in the second, or not even the second half, like the last quarter plus a couple minutes. It's sickening. So no, I'm not doing well. This week sucks every year. I am rooting for Kyle Shanahan, though. I do like it. I hope he finally gets a win here.
Now, I hate to pick on you, but I'll pick on anyone on the show. This is kind of like my MO. I'm just like an internet bully that gets to host. And, if somebody says something bad about me, I just take them off screen. It's very simple for me. I need you to repeat out of reach a few times for me. If you could just say that a couple times.
Out of reach? What?
Yeah, say it one more time.
Out of reach.
Okay. Well, I was wondering if I misheard. No, it's your Eastern Canadian shining through. I know you're an American now living in the US, but out of reach is not in my vocabulary. I say out, O-U-T, not O-A-T.
Also, I think where my East Coast accent comes out the most is anything ending in AR. Like if I say car, like I'm driving the car to the bar. Like that's when my Canadian East Coast accent comes out.
Garage, you probably say garage, something like that. No?
Garage.
It's not
Garage.
Bad. It's not bad. This is where the Canadian vocabulary stereotypes come from. It's Eastern Canadians, and I get lumped into this a lot.
Yeah.
I don't say a boot and stuff like that.
Yeah, oat is a big one for East Oat and anything ending in an AR.
Yeah, tough that I had to single in on that, but I did have to single in on that.
Sorry.
You're okay. First and foremost, somebody asked me earlier here, your record for the year when you picked every game against the spread. What did you end up with?
I'll see if I can find it really quick here. I know. I mean, I didn't end up a ton. I was up, I think, something like 3.5 units. I wasn't making a ton of money on it, but.
Well, that's with the VIG too. Like that's pretty impressive for picking every game. Now, of course, there's some randomness involved and whatever, but yeah, it's not bad at all.
I finished 140, 129, and 3 for plus 3.96 units.
There you go.
If you're not losing, you're winning.
That's it. If you're not first, you're last. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. You have any opinion on the Super Bowl? So I know you said you're rooting for Shanahan. Do you think San Fran's going to win?
I did bet on San Fran. I got them at -1. But I'll lose the bet. The Chiefs will win this game because it's Patrick Mahomes. Some voodoo will happen. They'll get a good call here or there, or a couple turnovers go their way, and the Chiefs will win this game. And I'll feel like an idiot for betting against them again. But I am betting on the 49ers. Yes.
All right. It's a good number you got there. It's all you can do, man. Beat the close. We don't know what it's going to close at yet, but I doubt we're going to see much more movement now. Got out ahead of that number.
I've won before the game has even started.
Well, yeah, I guess. It is a lot sweeter when the bet actually wins.
Right.
It's not just
the
CLV. I don't live in Spanky's world where, I celebrate and pop champagne bottles when the close works in my favor. But
right.
I live in the reality of winning a bet. But
yes,
let's do that. Your final spot here on Forward Progress for this season.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 4 bets so far.
Mm-hmm.
You're number 5. You're going player prop as your favorite pick for this Super Bowl. What's it going to be and why?
And I do want to point out, I did win my prop I gave out on the show last year. So I'm 1-0 for the Super Bowl prop extravaganza show last year. I gave out Patrick Mahomes under on his passing yards. I'm going with another under, but this one's a little bit of a weird one. Nick Bosa under half a sack. Now, I will say I got this last night at -114. It looks like it's up to like -123 at most places. I would jump onto that. I probably play it up to -130, but not any worse than that. But it has moved even just since I bet it last night. So Nick Bosa under half a sack. In terms of his production this season is actually a little bit down compared to last season. 18 sacks in the regular season last year, 10.5 this year, only 9 quarterback hurries this year. And now he has to go up against one of the toughest quarterbacks to sack in the NFL. Chiefs are first in QB sack, or second in QB sack percentage, second sacks allowed per game, only 1.5 sacks allowed per game. That seems to be exaggerated in the playoffs. I don't know what it is. He seems like he's impossible to sack in the playoffs. I know the Ravens got to him a couple times, but he finds ways to get out of the pocket. And the Chiefs have actually been running the ball a lot more in the playoffs. Their run play percentage has been up, I think, about 7% in the playoffs. So obviously, if they run the ball a little bit more in the Super Bowl, that's less, times Mahomes is going to drop back, less opportunities to get a sack. So Nick Bosa under half a sack.
There we go. Nick Bosa under half a sack. So what I'm going to do, in fairness, we are going to grade this at -123 because that's the most widely available number. Ian said it himself. We checked these right before the show. Looks like sometime between when we started the show and now that this number's been bet out a bit to -123. There are some offshore spots where you can find -110s on this, but again, we're looking for widely available. And Alex does bring up a good point in the chat. Careful which books you bet the sack props at. Read the house rules, terms and conditions. Some books grade a half sack as a full sack. So just always want to be aware of that when you are betting the sack props.
Yep.
Ian, all the best, my man.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I tried not to give you a bad nickname this year or anything like that, like I did last year.
Let's hope the game doesn't stay. Let's hope the game doesn't get out of reach for the 49ers this time.
I've chatted with you probably for at least 24 hours of life, real time. And I've never caught that before until now. I don't know how any words like that have never come up.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring it up, but it's,
because most words, my accent doesn't come out. It's just those kind of key words, mostly out, and then anything ending in AR is kind of when the accent comes out. But it is what it is.
All right, man. All the best. Ian McMillan, everyone. Bacon Bets podcast. Check it out. It's a good listen. Nice short listen. Get his thoughts on every NFL game. Oh, I missed it. Ask him to say sphere. Oh, is he still? Ian's still in the waiting room. Bring him back in. Bring him back in.
I bet a prop for the Las Vegas Sphere to be the first Las Vegas monument shown on the broadcast. At -110, I gave it out on my podcast I released this morning. So Sphere. I don't know why. Is that weird? I don't know how to say it right.
No. It kind of sounds a little bit like you replace the SPH with an F almost.
But it's the same noise though, isn't it? Isn't the same sound?
Sphere. No, sphere and I don't know.
I think it's just
said it a couple different ways now. I don't want to pick on you anymore. I feel bad now. I feel bad. You're a good guy.
All right, it's all good. All right, take care.
Ian McMillan, everyone. Shame on you, Nathan, for even putting that in my head. Shame on you. as we approach the 1 hour mark here, we got over 500 of you watching in real time on YouTube, yet our likes are not in the 500s. They're in the 100s. Smash that like button down below. What are we doing here, people? I'm on air for 5 hours today. No piss jug, no nothing. I'm just stuck in front of my computer screen. I mean, I do this every day. I'm just not talking while I do it, but it's very different. Smash that like button down below. Thanks to Ian McMillan, who is a very good sport for that as well. I alluded to one of the sharpest bettors on the planet out there previously. He joins us now. His name's Matthew Davidow. You've probably heard him before, but he's the author of The Logic of Sports Betting and Interception. Great reads, which you can check out. Matt, how are things?
Hey, good to see you, Rob.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me on.
well. Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm trying to think of the last time I talked to you. It was probably for one of those Calcutta auctions that we did for Bet the Process.
I saw you in person last August. Does that count? Or you only do video?
No, I saw you in This is going to sound really bad. It wasn't a memorable moment for me. Like, I don't remember seeing you in person.
It typically isn't.
This was at Bet Bash.
Sorry, Bet Bash, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. Apologies.
No.
How are things?
Maybe it wasn't you.
It was probably me. There was a guy that looked like me at Bet Bash last year, but he was a little bit bigger build. He wasn't like a scrawny 175-pound guy. He was like maybe 190, 200. Very similar, though. Very similar. You going out to Bet Bash again this year?
If I can. I do tons of fun, but still there's a limited amount of days in the year.
What's keeping you busy these days?
Family.
Got
Family mostly. A little skiing. I've been trying to get my skiing to the next level this year. So I'm actually going to be skiing Super Bowl Sunday for the first time.
Really?
Probably ever. Yeah.
So skiing to the next level. I'm not a big skier myself just because I have terrible knees and I can't handle the force. But what does that entail? Getting your skiing to the next level? Like, you just going out like 3-4 times a week at this point?
Yeah, just skiing more often, I guess.
Nice.
Trying to ski harder, steeper slopes without, breaking a leg, so to speak.
Do you have a summer game? Like we're kind of coming. Well, I don't want to say we're coming out of winter. We still got a couple months left. But what do you do to pass time in the summer?
Travel. Kids are off school, so we're going to Europe this summer.
Nice.
Yeah.
When I'm really delving into your personal life here.
No, you're good.
No, I'm going to Europe this summer probably as well. I just wanted to see if there's gonna. I'm likely gonna go to Germany for the Euro Cup this year. That's what I'm planning.
We were talking about going to Germany. Where I want to go is Ireland. I've never been to Ireland and really want to go to Ireland.
I went to Ireland right before COVID. I had a blast. Flew into Dublin, rented a car, drove to Belfast, stayed in the north for a week, and then did the rest of the south for another week and a half. It was a great spot. Now, I will say, I was there for 2.5 weeks and it rained one day, which is extremely unusual, but that will make, that kind of made the trip for me because we were outside a lot, got to experience it without the terrible Irish weather.
Well, some rain's okay.
Yeah, I guess. You just don't want it to rain every day.
Well, you live in Toronto, right? You travel, you need it to be, you need good weather when you travel. I get good weather at home, so I'm happy to just go wherever. Yeah. Rain. Oh. We were in Japan last year when it was like 40 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure I see Pinnacle and stuff. You probably use Celsius in the show. It's like 40.
Yeah, I do Celsius like the real world should do. I mean, I don't know what's with the Americans and the systems that they use, but generally speaking, like, it's time to adapt and modernize. It's not necessarily a Celsius and Fahrenheit, but the empirical versus metric system. Like, what the metric system is so easy to use. Like, what is with the, anyways, tangent for another day. You can continue down that.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
But it was hot. It was hot in Japan, and we just dealt with it.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, I'm glad you're traveling. That's good. Live life, man. Live life. That's what it's all about. I'll be living life this week by placing an inordinate amount of Super Bowl bets. What does your Super Bowl portfolio typically look like, Matt? You place a ton of wagers still on the Super Bowl? How has things evolved?
I'll be solidly at 0 this year. I want to make very clear.
Solidly at 0. I like
0. The last couple years, I ran the live line, and that was can't be, at least in my opinion, this is a surprisingly controversial opinion in this industry. I don't think you can bet and work for an operator at the same time. I was with our company, I was dead set against anybody that had our information, got customer information, placing any sports bets whatsoever. I mean, you can't do that in the financial world. Only the Congress people can bet, apparently. I mean, can trade. You work for a hedge fund and you're like doing your own shit. That don't fly. Like you work for like the big consulting firms and they, you're allowed to buy index funds and they go through every single thing that you invest in. But yet apparently if you're working at a, trader as a sports book, you could just see that Rob Pizzola comes in on the, Joey Bosa under sacks and follow him right out the door. Apparently that's okay. I don't know, but that don't fly with me. So I have no idea.
That's why sometimes Rob Pizzola's got to come in on the opposites of what he actually likes. Teach some people a valuable lesson every now and then.
It's unreal. I mean, I remember back in Vegas, years ago, trying to it's hard enough to win a darn bet, let alone try to protect the information against people that it's not even their information, just some guy working at the sports book.
Yep. It's tough. I don't want to be hypocritical because I do some top-down betting myself as well, which is not really a form of my origination, but
you're not working as an operator though. That's you're just doing your own thing. You get the information however you want. Yeah. Absolutely bet your information. But if you're getting it, and just to be clear, I don't think you're taking the information from the bettor if you work for the sportsbook. I think you're taking the information from your employer.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, the bettor has no, anyway.
Well, this was what I mean, I'm horrible with years and times, but this was the DFS. It started with DFS, right? Where someone, whether it was within DraftKings or FanDuel, was taking their own ownership percentages and then going and running a bunch of mass lineups on the competitor site using their ownership percentages. And that was a way to get an edge. That became public and it was a huge, huge deal at that time. It's you got to respect the sanctity of the game and whatever. In the betting world, I've never heard of that even being discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the betting came before that DFS thing by a lot. I mean, people have been doing this in the betting world for as long as there's been a betting world.
Yes. No actual bets for you, Matt, for the Super Bowl for obvious reasons, but there's a prop that you do like and want to give out on the show for everyone here. It's a player prop. Your favorite one of the Super Bowl. What is it and why?
Trying to remember because honestly, like I said, I don't bet props, but I want to be clear to the whole audience. If this was such a darn good bet, if I was like, hey, I want to get all the money down here, I wouldn't be on this, podcast saying, here, go bet this. So, but this is, I have noticed, I did this work for you, Rob. I spent I don't know, a solid 17 minutes. And I thought, okay, what angle could I come up with that would be interesting for the show that has some validity to it? So to be clear, though, I don't have any math behind this. Everything I've ever done has math behind this. Has no math. But I've noticed that teams recently against Kansas City have played a lot of two tight ends. And the one thing about the Super Bowl, in particular when it comes to prop bets, is it's a little bit different from a usage standpoint in that you don't need to rest your guys for next week. You don't got to worry about the week after, the week after that, the week after that. There's generally no nagging injuries. You get the extra week off. So Kyle Juszczyk, who honestly I don't know how much he's played this year, but I'm sure he'll play more at the Super Bowl than he's played during the year. He's generally the second tight end of the two tight end sets, and particularly if Kansas City decides to try to take away the run the way Detroit did against San Francisco, the way Kansas City did against Baltimore, we could see more passes. We could see more Juszczyk. So I picked out a Juszczyk over on Pinnacle. I guess it's over. Well, see, you always know you make a good bet when you look at it last night. It was minus 156, and now it's 150.
There you
Tomorrow
go.
140, and then that's when you really go all in.
Well, you know what? It's just time in the market, Matt. It's time in the market. You got it at its low point now. I'm sure this is going to steam now, probably like every other bet we've given out on the show today. So you probably actually got the best possible number on this wager.
Yes, on my fake wager is now minus 150. So if I understand the Pinnacle rules right too, if he catches a pass and loses yards, As long as the pass is forward and not a backwards pitch.
100%.
Okay.
That is correct. You would nail it right there at minus.
Yeah, I know these things when it comes to props.
Of course. Honestly, it's one of the biggest things, as we just saw this week with whatever happened with the PGA event across these recreational books and the event ending after 3 rounds instead of 4. You got to know the house rules when you're betting, and it's very important, especially for Super Bowl with how these things are graded. Matt, hopefully you become an expert skier. I wish nothing but the best for you for the remainder of winter, and hopefully I get to see you again in the summer at Bet Bash.
Next Bet Bash.
This time I won't forget if I see you. I promise.
You know what? If you do, Rob, it's okay. You just see each other again.
There we go. That's it. Matt Davidow, everyone. Check out his books for sure. I can't recommend them enough. Logic of Sports Betting, Optimist, Interception, all great reads, all available on Amazon for anyone who wants to check them out. Appreciate you, Matt. All the best. All right, Matt Davidow, everyone. Matt Davidow. Appreciate you, Ben Carey, and Capwise. We do take donations here on Forward Progress. You don't have to give them to us, but it always goes a good way to supporting my gambling habits and the rest of us here at Forward Progress. No, I'm just joking. It actually just goes right back into the system. We pay our producers, we pay our content creators. It's an easy way for you to help support. Did I bet when I was consulting for major sports books? I absolutely did. However, I can tell you that the sports books I consulted for, the information would have been relatively useless. Read for whatever, read the tea leaves or whatever. But yeah, that's just the information. All right. Appreciate that we're getting the likes up here. 535 watching, 207 likes. Smash that like button down below as we keep it moving here. So we're 6 down. 24 to go. Did I do that math right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've had 6. 6 out of 30, 20%. I don't know how the hell I'm going to make it through this entire thing. But we plow on. We march on. Our next guest, you may recognize him from an episode that we did on the Circles Off YouTube channel several months ago. He's a professional sports bettor. You can follow him on Twitter at China Maniac. China, good to talk to you again. How are things?
Things are great. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, man. I never know where I stand in this week because I'll just level with you. I'll be honest. NFL season is long for me. Like, it's lengthy. I really enjoy it. I love the NFL more than anything. But sometimes you need a break. So we're at the end of the year now, and it's like, I can't wait till this is over. But then there's part of me that thinks, well, like a month from now, like, what the hell am I going to do with my life? Like, no more NFL to talk about and whatever. So it's kind of mixed feelings, mixed emotions towards the end of the year here.
I hear you. Yeah, it's coming to an end, but it's also a little bit helter-skelter. Like, just trying to get everything accomplished that, you need to get accomplished by the time this game kicks off Sunday. So, yeah.
Yeah. How much of your overall betting comes from NFL relative to other sports?
This year, NFL was down. More college football, more, and some other smaller markets. But towards the end of the NFL season, I usually start ramping up, just getting ready for this game more and more as the playoffs come and the NFC AFC championship, and then this is the big one where you can find a lot of great spots at great prices. You can't beat it. I made a post about this the other day. Like, if you could literally get down almost as much money as you really want to just on props in this game alone. I was just in another state about an hour ago, and they were taking like 6,000 a click on player props. So, like, it's just insane how much these books are taking now.
Yep. I mean, it's a very liquid market. There's a million options on the board, which is really nice. There's a lot of stuff that's priced for this game, that's just not priced in other games as well, which is also really nice. And you can take advantage of all that stuff. We have some fans of yours in the chat. China's one of the best out there. I'm curious. We did a Circles Off episode a while back. Link is in the chat as well. And that was met with a little bit of resistance or skepticism from people out there because of the simplicity in which you broke down your process, which was literally like I go through box scores and I come up with numbers and I just like bet my opinions on games. And so many people out there were like, there's no way that this guy actually wins money betting. How can anyone do this? And now, like 6 months later, people have just kind of dived off that. I've gotten recent messages about that episode from people who are like, yeah, I just kind of did what China was doing for the rest of football season, and I had a lot of success. So, I mean, it just goes to show that these aren't like the most sophisticated betting markets in the world. You just need to be able to apply some logic, and you can win a lot of times.
Sure. And when I give my prop pick today, I mean, I can give you a perfect example of why my method works for me. It may not work for everybody else, but it works for me. But one day as these prop markets, and I don't even think we're close to that game, they become more efficient, then it's going to be harder to win the way that I win with a lot more efficient markets. I mean, it's going to be harder for everybody, but I think it's going to be a lot harder to do it the way that I do it. But it works perfectly fine for me right now. And as long as I can get my piece of the pie before that day comes, then I'm okay with it.
Do you think that it'll ever come where you have to kind of change your bet timing a little bit and maybe go earlier to help sustain the edge?
Oh, for sure. Yes. That's probably what comes first. And then the other thing is, like, I didn't listen to a lot of podcasts this football season. And I just listened to maybe like 5 or 6 of yours over the last few days. And there's just so many guys that are coming up, started in 2020, 2021, 2022. As more of these guys flood the market too, it's just gonna make things more difficult for everybody the more that it grows like that.
Totally agree. You alluded to your prop and kind of some insight into the process. Let's get into it for the Super Bowl here. Your favorite prop, what's it going to be and why?
Okay, I got Brock Purdy under 31.5 completions, minus 128.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly, China. Pass attempts. Sure. I know you said completion.
Sorry.
Attempts.
Yes.
Yep.
Under 31.5 pass attempts. Minus 128. That's available at, I'm not going to say the book, but there's a pretty big sports book that's available at right now. I would play it up to 145, 150, right in that range. And it's very simple. I mean, if you just open up the game logs from Brock Purdy this year, 15-3 to the under on 31.5. That's 83.3%. Okay. So even if you look at the games that they've got into negative game scripts when they've lost, he's still 3-1 to the under. Last week, the Lions game, they're behind by 2-3 scores, the majority of the game. He still goes under that number. And you go back and you can look at last year when the offense was pretty much the same, 7-2 to the under, 77.7%. So you could have laid minus 450 on this and you would be profitable in hindsight. I'm not saying to go out there and lay 450, but that's how much of an edge this bet has had. And with Kansas City, as David Al just alluded to, they might be in San Francisco might be in a lot of 2 tight end fronts. They could be pounding the ball. If they get a negative game script, it's probably not going to be that much because Kansas City has been playing at a much slower pace. So I just think it's going to take the perfect game for him to hit that 32 passing attempts, unless there's just a lot of those jet sweeps when he's just throwing those short passes, like maybe late in the game, something like that. So that's pretty much my logic on that pick. It's simple and it should work.
Well, if you notice me scrambling in real time here, you may or may not have done that. The reason I was doing that is because this was actually going to be my prop bet that I gave out on the last segment of the show. So I actually really like this as well. I have multiple ones lined up, so no worries at all. But I'm with you. I mean, you just like, this is, first of all, I think the run script, or like San Fran is not going to make the same mistakes that Baltimore did, where Baltimore came out and they tried to pass a million times on Kansas City's defense. Kansas City's weak against the run. I think San Fran's game plan is going to be to run the ball a lot, as much as possible in this game. And on top of that, even the games, as you mentioned, China, where the 49ers were like, the blowout loss to Baltimore at home. They were losing the whole game and he got 32 pass attempts. Detroit, NFC Championship, they were losing 3/4 of that game. He got 31 pass attempts. Those aren't like very common game scripts for the 49ers, where they're just down by a lot and have to pass the ball. So I'm with you. I think that this one is like honestly very high.
Yeah, and even if they do get into a negative, like some type of negative game script, like even with that game last week, McCaffrey got 20 carries. So they're not going to go away from him if they get down 7, 10, even maybe 14 points. They're not just going to abandon the run when they have the best running back in the NFL. I mean, it's just not what they want to do.
Just out of curiosity, because people are asking, I think it's important to answer. There's some 30.5s out there at -110 instead of 31.5 -140. Are you also comfortable with that, or do you just prefer the 31.5 pass attempts?
I didn't look at the 30.5 this week. I think I had this bet last week, and I think I looked at the 30.5, and I think there is value at 30.5, but I would rather lay 145 and just go with the 31.5, where you're 15-3. Like I said this year, to be 15-3 to the under, and yeah, that's it. I think the losses might go up to 6 or maybe 7 if you're laying that 30.5. I'd rather just lay the up to 150. That's pretty much where I'm at with this.
Totally got it. Thanks for joining me, China. All the best. I know you'll have a pretty big market for the Super Bowl and a lot of wagers. Hopefully all goes well for you. Appreciate you joining us today.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Rob.
All right. That's China. You can follow him on Twitter at ChinaManiac. Pinnacle has a 32.5 juiced under -156 as well, which is another betting option. So if you're going to just lay 31.5 at -145 and you're not going to kind of shop around for the other prices, you might as well go 32.5 under -156 as well. I agree with Kyle here. I don't think that the one attempt can be worth that much. And yeah, we are steaming in market right now, as is going to be the case pretty regularly here. God blow my nose. Apologies. Dealing with it always happens whenever I got to do the biggest shows. I like wake up dealing with something. A little bit of a cold today. But yeah, that's the situation here. Before we get into our next guest, I do want to remind you, smash that like button down below. If you're not subbed here on Forward Progress, make sure you do so. I can see right now that roughly 60% of you watching are not subbed here on Forward Progress. If you're going to tune into the entirety of our content today, it's not much different than what we produce over the course of the year and what we're going to produce over the course of the off season. So make sure you sub here on Forward Progress. It does go a long way for us as well. I got some more content dropping tomorrow. Not specifically Super Bowl related, but some Super Bowl applications as well. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, over on the Circles Off YouTube channel. Joined by a guest, which we previously had on, and we brought him back on. His name's Porter, also known as BA Analytics, on Twitter at MLBK's Psychic. And we had him on to break down the state of the industry. We talked a lot about getting down, what he's betting specifically, but then we also talked about some Super Bowl betting towards the end as well, and some general rules of thumb. So tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, over on the Circles Off YouTube channel. Hope you can check it out. It was a really good interview, really entertaining. And speaking of Circles Off, I'm now joined by my co-host, CEO of BetStamp.
Yo,
look at this guy in the blazer. You're in.
What's going on, boys? Sorry, I'm just doing some traveling here, so it's loud. I don't even have headphones. I'm at a conference over in the UK here. So we're here. I still wanted to join in. Give my Super Bowl pick. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. So this is a good omen, honestly, because you were at...
Screen off?
Yes.
Screen off. Can you
Volume
hear me
on.
better now?
Got you. I got you. Last year, Johnny, you were also at this conference, and you gave us a winning pick, and you have not given out a loser yet on this show for the Super Bowl. So the pressure is on. The people are noting that you're looking sharp. You're looking very corporate. What's going to be the prop that you give out for this year's Super Bowl? What are you liking?
So I'm risking my undefeated record here with an absolute massive play here. It's a dog. It's a big dog. All right. In previous years, I've been known to take the opening kickoff to be a touchback. Yes. We're switching it up this year for good reason. Opening kickoff of the Super Bowl, touchback, no. Already took this at plus 350. It's down right now. If you shop around, you should be able to pick up 300s. Okay. I'm not advocating taking this at like 250. You got to make sure you shop around. At the absolute worst, take it at plus 280 at the sponsor, Pinnacle. How are we feeling about that bet, Rob? And I'm going to give my explanation in a second.
Okay, so I need to hear the logic because it's not a market that I typically look at. We got some love it in the chat. We got the Shock says it's a big bomb banger, and we got an oh no. So I mean, it's very mixed reactions right now. But let's hear the rationale for it.
So I'm going to make the call, and I'm going to say off the rip, if Harrison Butker is kicking off, you already rip up the ticket. Okay, it is a plus 280. So hear me out.
Yep.
If Harrison Butker is kicking off, you have a chance, but pretty much rip up your ticket. I'm going to make the call right now. Jake Moody, I'm going to read out the box score. Jake Moody kicks off to the Kansas City 4, returned by Richie James to the San Fran 30.
Wow.
On a
to
big
the San
return.
Fran
That's
30.
To the
Huge
San
return.
Fran 30. If I make this call correct, I don't even think this is a bananas call. It's at least like plus $1 million right here. I'm predicting Jake Moody kickoff to the 4, return by Richie James, big return, tackled at the San Fran 30. That's my call. No, the rationale is in a couple games have been looking. Obviously, the air quality in Vegas is a little bit different, so the ball does travel further. But the rationale it is listen, Butker and Moody both have big legs. Moody has been purposely kicking off a little bit short and trying to land them like around the goal line as per strategy. I think it's something that he's been doing and actually trying to do on purpose. The only thing that I was a little concerned about is Richie James returning for KC actually did a couple weeks ago fair catch one at, I think it was like the 6 because it was a high kick. So that would be an absolute bad beat if Moody kicks it off to like the 4 or the 5 and then it's a fair catch touchback. But I think Super Bowl nerves will be flowing. There's a good chance he's actually just going to run it back.
All right. I like the logic. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, okay, if one team gets the kickoff, it's not a great bet, but it's the 50-50 in terms of who's going to get the opening kick. So, and it seems the chat is in agreement with you. Have you ever tried to parlay this stuff with the coin toss winner? Do they allow you to do that anywhere?
If you can parlay it with KC to receive the opening kickoff, that would be a way bigger edge. Listen, both these teams are very smart coaches, like very smart. They're both going to defer. So whoever wins the toss is like 99.9% deferring, not taking the ball. So if you can also parlay it with like San Fran wins the toss, that would also be value. But again, you got to shop around and see where you can actually get that down. I have not thought of that, and I will. We'll take a look at that for sure. Have a few other props randomly. I'm again traveling, not in front of my screen by any means, so I don't necessarily have the prices on these, which I know I hate to do this, hate to give out without pricing. I'll add it in for the Twitter after. But I was looking at some alternate catch markets, so alternate receptions, and played already some Marquez Valdez-Scantling, exactly 0 catches, as well as Mecole Hardman, exactly 0 catches. I'm going to get you guys the prices on those after because I don't want to like advocate too or to good price on the stream, but we'll put them in the Twitter after. I just got to get back to my computer later today.
No problem. And we'll look for them right now as well in terms of actual pricing, but I don't mind those looks either. Those are, especially MVS is a very boomer bust receiver. A lot of his targets come straight downfield. So if he doesn't catch a big play, it's very easy for him to end up with that 0 there. So yeah, I like those looks as well.
There's a good chance that one of those guys will get 0 catches. Like I don't know who it is, but I think there's a good chance one of them gets 0, and Mahomes does not spread the ball around as much. And even if he does, they still have so many receivers that. Like Watson's there, you have Noah Gray getting a couple of receptions. Like all these guys are in and around there. Like there's not that much room for Hardman on the team right now. Even with Tony, it doesn't matter. He's not getting catches.
Out of curiosity, there's some lines that are out there that say first San Fran kickoff, no touchback, plus 175. What do you think about that?
Plus 175 for San Fran. Yeah, that's likely better than the 280. The 350 obviously would be preferred.
Right. Got it.
You still listen. Well, you can still do it because you also never know what happens. Like it could be a mess up. Bucker could shank the kick. Like, it's not a guarantee. And San Fran could also run it back suboptimally. But I'm betting the main edge here is that Moody's going to be the one to kick it off and not kick it through the end zone.
Well, I'll be hoping for that for you right now. All the best, man. Right. Enjoy. I know it's a different time zone over there. It's night for you now, no?
No, it's 6:25 p.m. Not too bad.
Well,
just
enjoy
up the work day.
Enjoy chumming it up there at the London Ice Conference, my friend.
All right, brothers. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. Let's cash some bets at Super Bowl. See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. That's Johnny, CEO of BetStamp, my co-host on Circles Off. I mean, listen, I do appreciate someone who comes out and gives a plus 280 when they have an undefeated record on the Super Bowl prop betting extravaganza. So plus 280 there from Johnny on opening kickoff not to be a touchback and hoping it's Harrison Butker not kicking off there. Our next guest does NFL fantasy betting and projections for Establish the Run. He's a regular here on Forward Progress on our Friday props show. Jack Miller now joins us here on our Forward Progress betting extravaganza. Jack, how's it going?
It's going well. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me on. I've actually been watching the whole show so far. Got it right up on the screen next to me. So I'm excited to be able to contribute and hopefully give a winner in my inaugural appearance here.
Yeah, no problem. I saw you backstage nodding while Johnny was talking about Mecole Hardman and Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Is it fair to say that you kind of agree with the looks and potentially with neither of them catching a ball?
Yeah, I like the Mecole, especially obviously just because he barely played last week. The MVS stuff I think is interesting just because he's such a poor target earner, but he did lead the Chiefs in routes last week. And I think Hitman alluded to this earlier. The Chiefs do seem to have really settled on Rasheed, MVS, and then Justin Watson mixing in behind them as well as their three main receivers. But I mean, given MVS's inability to earn targets so far this season, I do think there's probably some merit there.
I saw Nathan in the chat earlier posted parlay MVS under 1.5 receptions with over 14.5. So like the inversely correlated parlay at 11-1, which typically you would like never think is something that you would want to play. Someone under catches over yards, but with where MVS typically gets targeted on the field, I actually don't think that that's a bad look at all.
Yeah, I think that could make sense for both him and Justin Watson actually, because neither of them earn a bunch of targets, but when they do, it's typically downfield, especially Justin Watson, really. But yeah, those negatively correlated parlays this year, I don't know about you, but I have seen them just way more frequent, and it seems like a lot more people are focusing on those this year. But the MVS and Watson ones, I think, could be pretty interesting there.
Yeah, I think it's like the market is like catches up to everything, right? Like it is an efficient market, and if there's something working and people start to take notice of it, then more and more people start to. I mean, it's not dissimilar to when DFS first started and nobody really knew how to put together tournament lineups, and then all of a sudden people are playing baseball lineups where they're stacking 1 through 5 of an order, and everyone's like, well, this guy's always winning tournaments stacking 1 through 5, and people start to catch up, and then someone starts stacking 1 through 4 and the 6 hitter instead of the 5 hitter to differentiate, and like people catch up. So it's an evolving market. I agree with you though. I mean, I see it more and more now across the board. I'm curious, just more of like a high level methodology type of question for you guys over at Establish the Run, because typically speaking, you put out projections for many games over the course of 1 week. Now you have 2 weeks in between games. I know a lot of what you guys do, based off my conversation I had with Taylor Cabby, your CEO on Circles Off, is around like keeping up with news and trying to find some diamonds in the rough. How much of that is actually doable during the Super Bowl itself relative to other weeks? Because I'm sure if you got 16 games going on in a regular season NFL, you might be able to find something a beat reporter says here or there that may trigger something in your head that says, target share is going to go down for this player or up for this player. But with the Super Bowl, everything is so widely available on a grand scale. How much of what you do during this week itself is formulaic versus having people share their opinions on maybe how target share will break down and things of that nature?
Yeah, it's definitely a combination of both. How it works on our end is we'll do like a first run of projections, and then we have a whole team of people. And I know Adam Levitan's going to be on here later. He's one of the main ones where he'll sometimes give his opinion, say, I think we're too high, too low on this guy's target share. People are constantly just dropping tweets, and we're kind of on the back end trying to decipher how much should we move target share or carry share based on this tidbit and this opinion, and if so, like how much. But it's definitely with the Super Bowl. I'd say there's fewer projection changes, obviously, just because there's like one game instead of 16, so it's pretty easy to get really everything instead of kind of having just a constant stream of information throughout the week. But yeah, to answer your question, it's I don't think there's probably as many diamonds in the rough, so to speak. But it's a similar process where we get an initial run based mostly on numbers and then just kind of adjusting based on more soft stuff and opinions from the team throughout the week.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Do you have an opinion on the game, whether that's something that you've already bet or something that just like subjectively you feel one way or another? I mean, it's a pretty split game in terms of opinions. I'm kind of in the camp of like, I don't want anything to do with betting against Mahomes in a game where like he just has to win. I'm curious where you stand on the game.
Yeah, I'd be with you there. I'm not going to bet it in all likelihood. I don't really think I have the ability to beat like NFL sides and much less the Super Bowl. So I won't actually be putting my money where my mouth is on this, but it does seem really hard to fade Mahomes, especially when he has, in all likelihood, the better defense. So if I had to pick a side, it would be Kansas City.
Okay, well, let's get into something you're a little bit more familiar with, and that is definitely the props. I followed the Friday show all year long here on Forward Progress. I think you have some like really strong opinions, and the way you view the game is interesting for sure. Your favorite prop bet for this Super Bowl, what is it and why, Jack?
Yeah, so like I said, I've been watching the whole show and we haven't really had any disagreement so far. So I'm going to bring in the first, I guess, disagreement bet. And it's with someone who I have a lot of respect for. So I'll just preface by saying that. But I'm going to go with Kyle Juszczyk under 0.5 receptions. I originally submitted this at plus 128. David Ash steamed it up to plus 145 on Pinnacle. So I'll just take the boom value on that one. But I mean, just so we're projecting around a 3.5% target share for Juszczyk, which is where he's been the whole year. I think the reason we're getting such heavy juice on the over here is because he had 3 targets, 2 catches last week, and his route rate was up to 47% according to PFF. His seasonal route rate is somewhere in the 35 to 38% range. It kind of varies depending on where you look. So I think maybe there's some thought that there's some signal to the fact that now it's the playoffs, so they're going to get Juszczyk more involved. But that's not something we saw last year. His routes did not tick up during the 2022 postseason. And then in the game against Green Bay, which was equally close game script, he was below his season average in routes. He's on a target per route run basis. He's at 0.09, which is among the worst in the NFL. So he's not a guy that typically earns targets, and I don't really think that there's any reason to expect him to be significantly above his seasonal route percentage. I mean, if you look at the game logs in the regular season, throwing out that pointless Week 18 game, he was 7-9. Playoffs 1-1. Last year in the postseason, he also went 1-1 if we throw out the game where Purdy got hurt. So I guess the game logs support that too. So I think if you can get like pretty decent plus money on this one, I don't mind taking a shot. At ETR, we have it basically 50-50. So I'll take the plus money here.
All right. I said it off the top. It happens every year. I don't know how it happens. We got thousands of props to choose from. We end up with like 25 to 30 guests, and there's always an opposite. And this is our first one this year. Might not be our last, but it's our first one. Jack likes Kyle Juszczyk under on receptions as a value play at plus 145. Pinnacle, best number in market for anyone who does want to bet that as well. Appreciate you, Jack. All the best. Thanks for being a part of Forward Progress this year, and hopefully it's a successful Super Bowl for you.
Of course. Thank you for having me on.
All right. It's Jack Miller, NFL projections for Establish the Run, and part of our team here on Fridays at Forward Progress. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, thousands of props every year. We somehow always end up with an opposite. I don't know how that happens in as well. Not factoring in the wife stuff is funny because of Juszczyk's wife at the games, and lots of stuff with her and Taylor Swift and preparing a jacket for her and so on and so forth. I know this is all the stuff that our next guest really loves to talk about, really into the pop culture side of the Super Bowl, betting this stuff, talking about it ad nauseum. Everyone knows him. I'll give him his intro anyways. Everything NFL for Right Angle Sports. He now has a weekly newsletter you can sign up for as well at adamchernoff.com. It's Adam Chernoff right here on Forward Progress. Still,
you know me in the pop culture. That was timely.
Well, I mean, I recorded a Taylor Swift props video this week, and I was thinking I was going to reach out to you first because of your expertise in this subject matter, but then I thought better of it and found someone else.
Someone put me on the spot the other day for an Usher comment, and I was drawing blank, so I was almost going to text you for insight on that as well.
Yeah, Mike Durzo set the line earlier. No quarter zip for Chernoff, plus 500, insane cash. Yeah, I mean, the no relation to Eric Chernoff gets me every time. Eric Chernoff is back, by the way, or he's at least made some more regular appearances.
Is he really? Good for him.
Yeah,
there we go.
I don't see him in here today, but he's been back at some point or another. How are things, man? Everything been good? Simple Handicap's done now. You filmed your final one you recorded your final one of the year. That's got to be like a little bit of like a weight off the back, right? Not having to do it every day at this point.
Yeah, I mean, every day gets tiresome by the end. The playoffs are tough because, I mean, how many times can you talk about the same thing over and over each day? So I'm ready for the end, to be quite honest. But I think Sunday is going to be a fun game.
Yes. I know that your team at Right Angle Sports took a side on the Super Bowl, so it was a little bit of an added incentive there and a little bit of a sweat. I know I've heard you make some appearances this week in media as well, talking about what you like. Signed up to the newsletter as well. But just for those out there, I mean, this topic of conversation that everyone's interested in, San Fran, KC, short opinion on the game, who you like and why.
Like San Francisco on the money line, and that's coming in a little bit as it usually does on the favorite late in the week, getting up to the Super Bowl. I think it's a fun handicap to look at. Are you valuing the first 17 weeks of the season more so than you're valuing the last couple games, or are you flipping it? How do you weight that differently? I think that the drop primarily for San Francisco the last few weeks has been on the defense. I just don't buy that this defense is going to play at a league worst level as something that you can look forward to. And there's just so much noise in defense. And so to me, if that's the big reason San Francisco's being downgraded, their offense has been great the last 2 weeks. I don't fully buy into that. So I think recent performance getting overweighted a little bit too much. So I like Niners on the money line.
Got it. Fair enough. In terms of the rest of the market here, from a props perspective, what does that typically look like for you for Super Bowl? I know that, especially in the last couple of years, at one point you had the Telegram channel as well, where you were getting a little bit more involved in props. You had the Slack back in the day where you would talk about props. Like, is your portfolio like the level of the Hitman type of portfolio for Super Bowl, or do you dial in on certain things you like? What's that going to look for you by Sunday?
No, definitely not a Hitman level stuff. I mean, he and everyone else in the prop market, they're so good and they're so quick, and that competition level is high, and it's every single day going back and forth. It's a lot. So there's definitely a handful that I like, but I've never been a big volume prop guy. Those guys that do it at a high level are impressive.
I remember the Debo Super Bowl MVP pick that came out before the Lions game from you. So you have a rooting interest in Debo. Out of curiosity, you obviously got a great price now because we're at the Super Bowl. San Fran got past that first level, and now you're here and you're kind of playing with house money, so to speak, just beating the close by that much. Do you like the matchup, though, for Debo against Kansas City in particular? Just curious how you break that down. This is a little bit of foreshadowing for maybe what my best bet's going to be later on, but I respect your opinion. What do you see from Debo in this particular game?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of how creative are they going to be to get him open in space in different ways, because sticking him out wide on any of these corners and how aggressive they play and the amount of press man they play out wide, that's going to be a fun back and forth all game to watch. It's probably not one where he's going to win more so than he loses or gets jammed. He's such a physical wide receiver. All these guys are. But I think just in like a pure downfield sense, it's going to be tough. The reason I like that bet before the Lions game was I think he's one of the guys on the 49ers outside of McCaffrey that isn't correlated to a big passing game and just getting the default QB vote. And just the way that they use him and how creative they get with him moving across the line and stuff. So I think that's going to be a big part of the game, but just pure outside, it's tough for anybody to win. And so I think that's going to be the case too.
Yep. Good breakdown there. Let's get into your, excuse me, I'm dealing with something here. There we go.
That time of year, Rob.
Well, you know what? Like it's the correlation between illness for Rob when he has to do a big show, like the overlap on the Venn diagram, Rob doing big show, Rob illness. It's like a perfect circle. But both overlap every single time. I don't know how this happens. Yes, only 3.5 hours left, guys. Yes, thank you very much.
Hang in there.
Don't worry. I've committed. I'll see it through. Your favorite bet for prop bet, Adam, for the Super Bowl. What's it going to be and why?
So Moretto strong-armed me a little bit with the fierce requirements that were sent, which forced me to go a couple different directions this morning. But I believe the official ruling on what was allowed to be deemed widely available is Purdy rushing yards under 12.5 at plus 104, which is the Pinnacle price. I was going to come in with an alternate under around 4-1 at under 3.5. I think this has gone pretty high. So he was closing 5.5 the last couple of weeks. He's got 39 attempts this season. First off, 13 of those have been kneel downs. So you can kind of throw those out because those are not helping towards the over. 7 of them were sneaks, which combined for 12 yards. So already more than half are basically throwaway runs. He's had 2 designed runs all season long. And so he's turned into this mobile quarterback that everybody's talking about the last 2 weeks because of these scrambles. Now his closing prop price has gone up from 5.5 to 12.5 in this game. And it's just bets that he's going to essentially scramble because I don't believe there's any way they're designing runs for him in this game after what happened last year against the Eagles, knowing that if anything happens and he's hurt, you're going to Darnold. I don't think that that's happening. So essentially I look at any over here as just a bet on long scrambles. And it kind of reminds me of the Burrow Super Bowl game against the Rams, where he had a couple bigger runs in the conference championship and then was like a darling to go over his rushing total in the Super Bowl. He just never ran. And so I don't think Purdy runs much at all. If the scramble beats you, so be it. But I mean, this number has gone up quite a bit.
I like what you did there by saying Moretto strong-armed you into the pick beforehand, which is the classic making an excuse before the pick. That way you can fall back on, it would have been something else potentially. But
no,
you know
well, for the record, I wanted to go under 3.5 rushing yards as an alt at plus 400, but it was not deemed widely available enough. So I went with the standard line, but I like the under here.
Moretto is very worried that too many people were going to come in and give like huge long shots, like what happened last year. I actually think I could be wrong. I have a pretty good memory. I think you gave Cam Akers MVP last year.
Well, he had he had like 20 carries. I think it was 2 years ago. He had like 20 carries for 21 yards.
2 years ago.
I was going to do Bosa MVP at 120-1, but that was overruled.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough spot out there for Al. He's trying to navigate all these things at once. At least you followed the instructions and you gave out some bets. Some people, they didn't follow the instructions very clearly. I talked to Alex about half an hour before I went live. He was in a dark place. So I'll apologize.
Well, managing 30 guests is a tall task for anybody in a 5-hour span. So
especially the 30 bettors. 30 bettors are so much worse than just 30 guests. This isn't like a Super Bowl media row where you have like real professionals coming on to talk about the Super Bowl. This is just like GRP doing picks on his phone from the living room. Kanish is in the office today somehow. Like, dude, the one day you're going into the office a year is the day that we've asked you to reserve because we're recording. This is what
he looked sharp in the black polo there, though. That was a nice look for him.
Honestly, we might have to get him to do all the shows from the office now. It's better than this couch he's sitting on at home with his dog jumping up in and out. Yeah. Oh man. What's happening for you post football? I've already seen some Instagrams of you on the course. You've been traveling, golfing, or what's been going on there?
Tuesday, putting the dog in the front seat, the club's in the trunk, and driving south for about 10 days. So going to play a couple courses down the West Coast that I've wanted to play forever and just take a deep breath after a long season. So I'm very much looking forward. It's not Jamaica all inclusive, but it's going to be good.
But to each their own. Unfortunately though, if you're doing West Coast, you're not going to be able to get that Tim Hortons iced coffee in the morning. And
there's no Dunkin' either, and so it's in California. Phil's coffee is the go-to for. I don't. It's really really good. So no shortage of options, but yeah, no Tim's it puts a damper on it for sure.
I assume those are going to be early morning rounds where you're just walking the course, correct?
100%. Earlier the better, and get out and walk, and there's nothing better.
Yeah, some would disagree. But then you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Check out Right Angle Sports, everyone. You can head over to adamchernoff.com, sign up for his newsletter as well. All the best, Adam. Appreciate you joining us here today. Good luck with the Super Bowl.
Thanks very much, Rob. Enjoy the big game. Thanks to everybody watching as well.
Will do. Adam Chernoff. You can follow Right Angle Sports on YouTube as well. Great content out there if you want to subscribe to the Right Angle Sports YouTube channel. That's 10 down. 20 to go. Someone please record this for me so that next year I do not commit to 6 hours, because I already know what's going to happen next year. It's going to be a topic of discussion. I don't know how I got up to 5 hours this year, but we're going to keep chugging along. Keep chugging along. Our next guest, solid bettor. I hear him on You Better, You Bet every week. I wanted to have him on for sure. He joined us for last year's Super Bowl prop betting extravaganza as well. He's a sports betting manager for 4for4 Football and BetSperts as well. You can check out his NFL betting podcast called Move the Line. Connor Allen now joins me. Connor, how's it going?
Good, Rob. Yeah, you're an hour in, you say? 10 more guests to go? 2 hours in so far? I mean, this is a long stream, but you have a ton of viewers, so I guess it's worth it, right?
Yeah, listen, if you're gonna do a Super Bowl prop stream, you might as well go all out. That's my thought on the matter, one way or another. I honestly like it. I'm just a complainer. Like I make it seem like it's way worse than it is, but talking football for 5 hours sure beats a lot of things you could be doing in life, right?
You could be Kanish working your desk job. This is way better.
Of course. I mean, he's got to balance working his day job with trying to find a pick to give out to not make him look like an embarrassment. Like, that's real pressure. This is nothing compared to that. Nothing compared.
Did he take Lions Super Bowl 2025, or what did that look like?
Honestly, I don't know how he did not work a Lions reference into his segment. All I was thinking of was, like, when is this Lions reference going to come? He somehow didn't, which probably means that it's a good bet. Because, usually he's doing these things, telling people to bet the Lions. They never win. He forgot to slip it in one time, and maybe this will be the chance that he should have slipped it in.
Yeah, I can't even take him seriously anytime he talks about the Lions. I mean, I know he's a sharp guy, but it's like anytime it's there, it's just rooted in homerism.
Yes. The Thanksgiving Day stream was probably the nut low for content here at Forward Progress. Just him taking a call in bed, not even realizing he can't use his phone while he's anyways. That's a story for another day. How are things for you? Like, Super Bowl props wise, big portfolio for you so far? Are you waiting closer to game time to add some stuff? How's that been going?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, honestly, the markets came out this year for players, at least player prop wise, and I felt like it was pretty sharp around the board. I think I have one prop right now that I played on like a regular player, and then the rest of my bets have been on. I have a couple kicking props, a couple punt return props, couple, all over the board here, because the limits are, raising, which is pretty good. So you're able to kind of get a little bit more down on some of the solo, books here and there. But overall, I wouldn't say it's like a massive portfolio or anything. I would say maybe even a little bit lighter than average.
Yeah, well, nothing quite says enjoying the Super Bowl like a bunch of special teams props, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be sweating Richie James and Ray McLeod's punt return yardage. So I'm sure it'll be a fun Sunday, right?
Well, last year I gave out, not on this show, but I did talk about a great bet being no field goal to hit an upright at somewhere in the minus 450 range. People in the chat might remember exactly what the price is. I still go to the grave with that was an amazing bet, like absurdly bad price. But of course, one did hit the upright in the Super Bowl last year. It's basically my Fezzik Purdue moment, not my minus 8,000, but minus 450. I don't want to do that special. Like, I want that bet again, and it is available again this year. Slightly higher VIG. You said 90%. It was 90. It is 90% or higher that no field goal is going to hit an upright during the game. It was minus 600, minus 570. Yeah, here the people remember. But that's special teams is dead to me, Connor. I wish they would just abolish it from the game completely.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I just can't stomach laying that much juice on something that like still could happen. I don't know. It's just like I know, I understand totally. It's all about value. It's all about perceived, what you make the game versus what you expect to happen. But I don't know. It's just something that I haven't really gotten around to be laying like that much juice on something. Yeah,
it's tricky. I guess it stems from the fact that I do it pretty much every day. Honestly,
that's fair.
More so than people know. So like I bet hockey props, and I often bet players not to score a goal, sometimes up to like minus 1,500. Once you're used to that sweat, like it's you just learn to deal with it. And so many of them win that when you do have one that loses, it just doesn't feel as painful because you've been winning these for so long. So yeah, it's tough though. It's tough to lose.
I mean, that makes way more sense because instead of just betting it like one off for a Super Bowl where you're like, oh, minus 1,500, it's still a good bet, but you've seen a couple go through the hoop first. So I think it's a little bit easier to stomach in that sense.
Yeah, definitely is. Let's get into your favorite prop for the Super Bowl. I don't think it's gonna be a player prop because you said you mentioned you only bet one, but what is it? What do you like and why?
Yeah, so a bit of a lengthy explanation here. I'll try and keep it short, but I like combined rushing yards in this game over 229.5 yards at FanDuel, over 230.5 at DraftKings, 235.5 at Caesars. Sorry, I don't know if I was supposed to mention the books there, but
okay.
A couple of different outs there, depending on where you want to look. But I think the reality is I like both sides have a ton of success on the ground here, and there's multiple different angles and avenues that this gets here. I think the 49ers skew run heavy as long as possible, considering how good the Chiefs pass defense is and how bad their run defense has been. 23rd in rushing success rate, 28th in EPA, 27th in DVOA. 49ers offense ranks second in DVOA adjusted line yards. Chiefs run defense ranks 25th. On top of this, the 49ers largely use zone blocking schemes, and the Chiefs allowing 4.6 yards per carry, 51% success rate, both 29th in the league. So I think that we're going to see a lot of success from the 49ers running the ball, and that is going to be their game plan. You add in the fact that Purdy's been running a little bit more. I know Chernoff just played the under, which I do actually largely agree with, but I still think that he's been running a little bit more, been scrambling when his back's against the wall. And then on top of that too, I think Debo could be used more as a runner as well. So you have all those factors on the Niners side, and on the Chiefs side here, this Chiefs rushing offense, I think should have a ton of success against the Niners, who really have not been playing good run defense, especially on the outsides, allowing over 6 yards per carry to opposing running backs when they have outside runs, especially in the playoffs. So I think we're looking at a spot here where we see Isaiah Pacheco, essentially leverage the outsides here. We saw it already, previously. And so that's a big factor. Mahomes in the playoffs averages 26 rushing yards. And each of the Chiefs past Super Bowls, they've used a non-running back on a rushing play. It hasn't resulted in a lot, but it's been, Mecole Hardman or, one of those other random guys. So I think that that's a pretty big factor too. And then the last piece here is that, so if you go through the entire game logs for both teams, Niners played 16 games with Trent Williams and CMC fully healthy. Chiefs played 18 games with Pacheco fully healthy. So it makes for a total combination of 289 games. If you look at those two combinations here, they've gone over this number in 73% of those games. And obviously the counter argument is like, oh, well, both teams were winning a lot. But the reality is it doesn't take into account any of the matchup edges we talked about, or any of the, Debo being more involved, or any of the trick plays there. So I think a lot of different outs for this one, but I don't normally love playing overs, I guess, at this point, but I think it was still some value there.
Just a question from the chat here. I guess the thought is that if there's a lot of rushing yards, this would naturally be a lot of clock ticking in the game. Do you think that there's a correlation with the under if somebody wanted to put together some sort of same game parlay there?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I do have this game handicapped towards the under, like slightly in under as well. So yeah, I do think that could make an impact. I also think both teams could, run down the field and then hold up in the red zone very easily here. So, it's a little bit tougher to convert. So yeah, I think that there is some small correlation there with the under.
All right, there you have it. We're going over 229.5 rushing yards, -110. Pinnacle 233.5 right now. It's pretty much along the across the board everywhere here right now where someone could get that. Hopefully it doesn't come down to sweating down kneel downs late in the game. Over rushing yards, quarterbacks, and totals. Oh man,
that Mahomes one was a disaster a couple of years ago.
That was the San Fran Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah, he. I think it was like 3 kneels for negative 17 yards or something like that. He just wow. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come down to that, but we haven't projected for like total like 245, I think 247 total. And then that's with like a super light projection on Debo, super light on Purdy. Like we haven't met like Purdy like 8 or 9, which again, like sure enough, had a great point. Like that's probably closer to his median, but he's been running so much, scrambling so much when his back's against the wall.
Yep, totally get it. Connor, have a great Super Bowl. Good luck with all your bets. Thanks for joining us here on Forward Progress.
Yeah, appreciate it. Talk soon.
Connor Allen, everyone. 4 for 4. Bet spurts as well. Make sure you check him out on Twitter at Connor Allen NFL. Okay, we're almost 2 hours in here. The marathon continues. First and foremost, if you enjoyed the content so far, smash that like button down below. If you could help, I mean, we're at 550 concurrent right now. This is great. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in. If you could hit that share button down below as well, try to get it out on your socials. Try to help us grow this a little bit more over the course of the day. That would be much appreciated. Our next guest often appears here on the Forward Progress YouTube channel. Fridays, he joins Jack Miller and Matthew Friedman for a prop betting show. He's an NFL writer for The Athletic as well. One of my personal favorites, an absolute beauty. John Legeza now joins us here. Johnny, how are things going?
Yo, Rob, this has been great so far, right? You needed a shot of energy. I think you brought in the right guy. How you doing, man?
Yes, that's the greatest thing about bringing you in, John. I know the energy is going to be up. It's like it's almost like drinking a coffee for me. You know,
espresso, baby. Come on,
right in the veins.
Lean right into it. Espresso, baby. Double espressos.
I know, you know, based off of the email that Moretto sent out earlier, he probably tried to neuter you and like get you down to one prop or whatever. I know how Moretto's going here, but I know you're not a man of one prop. So I will hold you to a best bet at one point, which we'll use for show tracking purposes. But I know you don't want to talk about only one bet. I see the Friday show every week. You're enamored with these types of markets. So we'll get to the best bet towards the end here, but some other bets that you think people should be taking a look at here for the Super Bowl.
Well, first things first, because, you know, we're always like plus EV, and that's always why I felt like I gravitated to your brand, and then we landed the NMLB show, and we did pretty well. And it's, man, right now, I'm not really looking to hit any standard props, Rob. If you wanted to go over that time, that window was probably last week, and right now, you probably should be waiting on the unders, right? Because a lot of these numbers generally tend to move up and not down, in particular for star players. So even if you catch like an under that you may like, I think patience is a virtue. So, yeah, you know me, we're going to go long odds. I kind of like ladders. I trim these to a few of my favorite longer odds shots. I think that's what it's all about. You know, dude, I can't tell you what time it is in less than 8 minutes. So, all right, let's get into it. I am going to leave with my favorite one because this is the one that I capped. I didn't do the heavy notes on the other one. But so this one's a plus 310. I got a plus 1600 that I really like that I'm going to sell you on the last 30 seconds before I get out of here. All right, so let's do the first one. It's Noah Gray, right? Backup tight end for the Chiefs. I mean, right off the bat, I love the price. So we're talking about 3 receptions for plus 310. Rob, I am Mr. Low Expectations. So right off the bat, I love that. I always like things that we can get to on a single drive, get to in the fourth quarter if our back is against the wall, right? We don't kind of ask ourselves out. We're not really going to get game scripted out of this one, almost regardless. So we want to stay competitive, and with a plus 310, can't do any better. Right off the bat, we know the San Fran D is excellent, right? We've beaten this one to death. The interior defense is very, very good, and it's beyond Bosa and Young. It's really Greenlaw and Warner that have been so good at stunting tight ends. But I think we might actually be able to do like a judo thing and take that momentum and use it, because what I think we're going to get is you're going to need a lot of help. We've seen teams do that against San Fran. We saw Green Bay do that. And remember, Gray, I don't want to cite tight end stats because he is a number 2. But Green Bay, because they needed to use 2 tight ends to work up front, both of those tight ends did hit the 3 reception prop, right? So we want to keep that in mind. KC runs a lot of 2 tight end sets in general. They were 3rd most in 2 tight end sets or more during the regular season. That was 36%. That number actually jumped to 45%, Rob, in the playoffs. That's number one by far. So I'm getting at is, of course, if we're looking for, over props, may not be the sharpest thing ever. You need to know that you're going to get opportunities. And Gray's on the field. And outside of Rice and Kelsey, he's actually the Chiefs' third leading target earner and the third chief in receptions in the playoffs. So they are going to him, and that's another one that we want, right? We know we got Mahomes. We know he's really efficient. We want to be somewhere on that menu that he's going to. Something that you're not going to get. But like Valdez-Scantling, you don't even know if you're going to be part of the game plan. Watson included, all these guys, Tony now out, but still that was kind of part of it, this kind of indiscriminate chief wide receiver thing. We didn't want to fall in there. Gray does get looks. He's gone over 3 receptions, 6 of 20. So right off the bat, the 3-1 probably makes sense from a implied probability standpoint. So that I know you and I talk about all the time. He did just have 3 catches against Buffalo, and every one of those, Rob, all 6 of the overs happened in 1-score games. So back to something that you and I both speak about. Vegas knows a lot. They don't know it all. Sometimes what we can do, though, is use information that they do give us to enlighten the rest of our handicap. And I think that's exactly what we get, right? I don't need to know who's going to win. It's very hard to predict who's going to win a 2-point game, a 3-point game. But what I think we do know is everyone in the consensus is in agreement that the script is going to be there. Up or down 3 points. Casey's throwing. Man, I love this Gray line, Rob. So did I say you're on a plus 310? I'm going to be honest. I think the line maybe should be 2.5. Maybe like a plus 185. I'm not at 310 with my projection. So talk to me. Did I sell you at all?
Yes. So I think that it's a very compelling case altogether. And now I had a very similar thought to Cottage right here in the chat as well, which was if Noah Gray 3+ catches is a good bet, isn't first TD scorer a good longer price tail or anytime TD as well for Noah Gray? Like looking at playing him in some other markets where you're going to capitalize on like a massive price as well. And that was sort of what was spinning in my head. But the handicap itself, like it makes total sense to me.
Yeah, I think, again, especially if the Chiefs are behind, San Fran is going to look to take away the 2 weapons, right? In fantasy, a lot of times, Rob, we talk about target trees, but in fact, that analogy actually plays, right? There's a thick trunk like a redwood, and then there's like a bonsai. My worry about the touchdowns, where I'm going with that tree analogy, is that's where I kind of worry because the Chiefs are so creative right at the goal line. I do like reception props because they do throw. But, man, that's where Reed really goes in his bag. He really does go in his bag. So it's a little kind of hard to put your finger on. Let me see if I can tell you on this plus 1,600 one. It's, again, when we're at a plus 1,600 people, these are not going to be, I don't want to say they're not going to be scientific, but like the bar to entry, let's call it, is going to be pretty low, right? So we're with the 49ers again. This one kind of blew my mind. Rob, Elijah Mitchell, 5 rushing attempts is plus 1,600. And it kind of blew my mind. So he's gone over this. I mean, I think I lost count. I think I had 4. Okay, I think I counted 5 times. However, one of them was without McCaffrey. So we want to scratch that. We're not interested in Mitchell carries without McCaffrey. But here's the thing that I do have that I think puts us in line mathematically. Again, you're not going to bet if you're a unit better, full unit better. You're not putting a full unit on plus 1,600. But if you do divvy down the tenths like I like to do and preach to open up that pathway to like a progressive payout. I mean, he's hit this with double-digit touches with McCaffrey in the game because I don't believe McCaffrey's gone over 21 all season. Rob, talking about pure carries. Like we know from a team touch share point, McCaffrey's a beast. However, when you show me this game log, playoffs included, he's never had 22 carries this season. What that tells me is when the game script dictates a heavy run approach, they're very cognizant of McCaffrey's workload, and I think you'll see Mitchell mixed in. You're also part of this pricing, and it's not to put the Maloikia on McCaffrey. Trust me, I want him to finish healthy, Rob. It's the truth. But 16-1 also covers the McCaffrey. This is not just a bad injury. This is just a stinger. This also covers long plays, right? Generally, if a player like McCaffrey goes 40-plus yards, he's going to come out for a play or two after that. Mitchell's very good on the goal line also and in short yardage, so it's not like he's out of it. He's not got total nothing. And he's also the only other back that's set to touch the ball. So for plus 1,600, 5 carries, that's like a gimme. I think he had 3 in the last one, right off ding, 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 because of a little stinger. So for 16 to 1, it's more of an odds-based play, but he's also the only other running back there. There's no one else there getting the ball. So give me the missile at plus 1,600. Rob, 5 carries for 1 yard. Sign me up, bro. Maybe to run up the clock. Oh, how great would that be?
So it's 5.9% implied probability. There's a couple things I just want to add to that. So I have a lot of friends who were on Media Row this week at the Super Bowl. I'm not there. I'm filming this from my house. But there is a kind of a rumbling going around that Christian McCaffrey is more injured than people believe, so to speak. So from that point of view, I get it. Part of what's happened this week as well is Deebo Samuel rushing yards has gotten steamed up a lot. It opened 13.5. It's been up to 17.5, 16.5 at some spots. So people just believe that, Deebo is going to be the beneficiary of that. I don't necessarily agree with that at all. I think they're more likely to give, this isn't 2021 where Deebo was getting 8 to 10 carries a game. This is like Elijah Mitchell is the number 2 running back. I think this is a great long shot play. Like when you're looking for these types of prices, you're just trying to rationalize it in your head in terms of could be McCaffrey injured, could be just a heavy 49ers rushing attack all game long. That's a way that they might attack Kansas City. There's lots of ways to get there with this. So
Rob,
I really like
very last thing, because I know you're going to have to go, is people, I know everybody wants a plus 1,600. Do it this way. Rather than needing some single game parlay where you need a dozen outcomes to go your way. This is, I don't know if a plus 1,600 is going to hit. But I will tell you, Rob, and I showed this on the Forward Progress Prop Show on Fridays, we were killing it down the stretch. The pathway to getting there is finding these outcomes where you need a single thing, not a dozen things, because that's always going to be much tougher to do. Rob, I really appreciate you. I love you, man.
All right, John. Official best bet for John Legeza is Noah Gray 3+ receptions at plus 310. Yeah. Also long shot bet if you're looking at Elijah Mitchell on the over rushing attempts. All the best, John. Thanks.
My
thanks
man,
for joining.
I miss you, brother. Be good.
All right, John Legeza, everyone. Fezzik said it earlier. Legeza belongs in hour 5. Hey, blame Moretto, man. Legeza is a closer. Don't get me wrong. He 100%. Although you could slot him in at any time, and he brings the energy. I'll book you at plus. I mean, random internet people booking content creators, that's never gone wrong ever. Never in the hit. I mean, he could just go bet the plus 1,600 rather than relying on somebody to give him the same price that he could just go bet. That's never not worked for people in life. Agreed. 5.88% implied at 1,600. I think that's a good bet. I do. I actually do have a price on that, which I'll pull up before the end of the show as well. But I'm sure that I will find that to be a good bet. We are into, we're done 2 hours, so we're into the 3rd hour. I don't know if I'm screwing that up. I mean, I think that's how it goes, right? Into the 3rd hour. Legeza was number 12 on the list. 18 more to go. Lucky number 13. Dan Lifshatz. He's an on-air host at 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. He's part of the Over Under 985 podcast as well. Dan, thank you for joining us here on Forward Progress.
What's going on, Rob? I feel like I just got a bolt of excitement just jolted into me by John. So I'm not going to have the same energy. I apologize. I'm not that guy, but geez, I feel at least I'm a little bit more awake than I was prior.
Yes, there's tough acts to follow generally in life. You are in a tough spot.
That's okay. Me. I'm not following George, so I feel like at least I'm in a better situation than whoever had to follow George. But yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, we fed Ian McMillan to the Wolves right after GRP. That's the worst possible time slot on the board. But yeah, this is not a great one. How are things, man? I mean, the Patriots stink now, so it's like a little bit different. But overall, how was the season for you?
Yeah, this is actually my worst NFL season in about 5 or 6 years, to be perfectly honest with you. I started tailing off in terms of volume at the end and started prepping for other things. But in terms of just sides and totals, was my worst year in quite a while. It kind of sucked. Adjusting was a little bit more difficult for me than it was in the past. But prop-wise, I did pretty well. So I feel pretty confident coming into the Super Bowl. I haven't played a side yet, but I have played a total and a bunch of props. I will say prop volume definitely down this year. I feel like just every year it gets a little bit sharper, and the market just kind of catches up a little bit quicker. So, yeah, a little less volume than usual, but here we are.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into like a putting Dan under the microscope for NFL betting type of thing, but you're pretty honest and you admit that it wasn't a great season for you.
Oh, yeah.
Just curious, like, how do you approach that in the offseason? Like, did you do anything differently this year? Do you plan to do anything differently next season? Do you think it was just maybe some bad luck along the way? Like, what's your mindset going to be going into the 2024 season?
Yeah, I mean, I had a tremendous college football season, which was kind of the inverse of last year. I had an okay college football season and a fantastic NFL season. I carried over, relatively the same sort of concepts and everything I use to this year. And, I do think there was a little bit of regression there, unfortunately. I'm going to try and change and tinker a little bit. I think everyone kind of does that, periodically through the offseason is you change a little bit of your method, you tinker a little bit, you assign some different values here and there. But for the most part, I'll probably continue doing what I've been doing. It's been successful in the long haul. But yeah, this year was not great for me.
Yep. Well, I mean, appreciate the honest answer to that. It's always tough. And I think it's actually one of the most challenging things as a bettor is how you overcome the losing stretches. Everyone, like when they're winning, it's all roses. Everything, is great. Losing, I mean, it sends people into like different avenues and exploring new things or trying to decipher. And I think that's what ends up making like a really good bettor is how they deal with those strings. Abnormally dissed in the chat. Can you put a pencil? So have you got the Matt Patricia references before? Yeah,
that is my profile picture on Twitter. I literally look, Matt Patricia and me are very, very similar in look. I still think I'd be a better offense coordinator than him. I don't really care what anyone says. I could call plays from a Madden sheet, and I still feel like I'd be a better NFL coordinator than him. So, but that's pretty much my Halloween costume every year, Rob, is I go as Matt Patricia, although it's now frowned upon in these parts, so I have to be very careful.
I see. I mean, I still have years. I haven't done the Mike McDaniel yet, but that's like on the horizon for me at some point. Dolphins hoodie and clipboard and probably some ankle socks and something along those lines. Could be a costume for me going forward this year. Let's get into it, Dan. I mean, you wanted to give out, everyone was giving out a prop this year, but you aforementioned you had a good prop season, so you're kind of excited about doing this. Your favorite Super Bowl prop bet for this year's Super Bowl, what is it and why?
Yeah, team to have the longest punt return, Kansas City Chiefs -110. And, to be fair, especially in a year like this where I feel everything is just a little bit sharper than it has been in the last couple of years and, a little bit tighter. So for me, I usually look to special teams props, especially during the Super Bowl. I do feel the markets in those are just a little bit less tight, you're able to have a little bit more wiggle room. And so, I mean, I took a look at this and I was pretty surprised about the price. I made Kansas City around -140 to have the longest punt return. I mean, between Richie James and Mecole Hardman, I don't want to include Kadarius Toney, but unfortunately I'm going to have to throw him in there as well. I mean, they had these guys actually ended up having a pretty good punt return season between a lot of them. I know Montreal Washington also got a few in there as well. I don't think he's going to be an important part of their game plan, so I'm kind of not really including him. But the other three, I do think, have some potential, especially Richie James, probably going to be their primary punt returner. I'm interested to see what San Francisco does. They've had Ray McLeod and Ronnie Bell be their two primary guys. McLeod especially has been the guy moving forward who has been, kind of the punt returner for them. And he said, his longest punt return this year was just 19 yards. He averaged just over 8.5 yards a return. They only had 24 returns in total. Kansas City, meanwhile, I mean, again, Richie James averaged 10. I mean, very simply put, a little bit higher on the return average there. But Hardman as well, Toney as well. I mean, the way that they're going to approach this, in my opinion, is they're going to probably put, back there whoever they believe is going to be the explosive player at the time. And these two punt coverage teams are absolutely elite. I mean, both of them, in terms of actual coverage, have been in the top 10, both Kansas City and San Francisco, top 10 punt return coverage teams. And when it comes to that, I mean, Kansas City was just a slightly bit better, especially in domes as well. They were a little bit better. I just feel there is, a slight edge here. I was kind of surprised where the price was based upon, the actual statistics here and everything. But I do think between the fact that, the San Francisco punter, a little less airtime, the fact that they have been a very modest return team this year, it just kind of feels like there is a little bit of an edge here with Kansas City and the game script for punt returns. They've been a little bit more explosive. They have longs of 27, 50, 21, obviously. So they have gotten some far more explosive plays than San Francisco has in the punt return game. And again, I'm just a little surprised where the number is. I feel like they should be the favorites to have the longest punt return. So to me, this one was a pretty easy bet. Again, I played it up to around minus 145, but in general, market minus 110, minus 115, pretty much everywhere.
Yep. Love the handicap, especially like the apex height on the punts as well. The air time for Mitch Wishnowsky being a little bit smaller there. So all good on that front. I have no disagreements. Before I let you go, Dan.
Yep.
We're going to be doing some NFL draft coverage here on Forward Progress post Super Bowl. I'll be returning with my On the Clock series where I draft as if I'm the GM for every single team. Your Patriots are picking 3rd overall.
They are.
What is the hope for you? What is the hope for you in terms of New England's draft this year?
I really, really want them to take Marvin Harrison Jr. I am very much anti-quarterback top 5. It really has not been as successful, long term as teams might have been. With the exception of the Joe Burrow. I mean, you really don't have these slam dunks who are performing at incredible heights in top 5s. I want to go with the best top wide receiver prospect in maybe the last 10 years in Harrison. And I want them to either trade back in, late down for a first round quarterback or take a guy in the second round. I feel like they've been, they'll have a little bit of better option there. I'm a guy who wants to build the roster and find the quarterback. I feel like that's been the prevailing successful thought that these teams are using these days is building the roster, finding the quarterback, and going from there. Again, San Francisco, the favorite in the Super Bowl, I think is a great example of that. Philadelphia, obviously. To me, that would be my preferred way to build through the draft, I guess is how I would do that.
Yep. I would guess you're probably in the minority where you are right now.
Definitely.
Because the quarterbacks at the top of the list are, considered generational or at least franchise changing talents. But I get it. I totally understand that approach. Dan, thank you for joining us. Wish you all the best. Good luck with everything you're betting for the Super Bowl this year.
All right, fellas. Good luck.
All right. Dan Lifshatz, everyone. First time here on Forward Progress. Great dude. Been following him for years. Really enjoyed that breakdown. I mean, I didn't think we were going to get the team to have the longest punt return today. But that's what happens when a bunch of smart minds open it up. Smart minds. I wish I could say that suits our next guest. But unfortunately, it doesn't. G-Stack George, my guy.
I'm here to square it up, Rob. All these people giving fancy props and plus EV. I'm not here to do that. I have a confession to make. I hate the Super Bowl. I really do. My favorite football weekend was last weekend. That's where I feel the last real football is. We take this game, we put it in a bubble, we isolate it, neutral field, 2 weeks to play it. We bombard them with media. Nothing is normal. The halftime is an hour long as opposed to the 15 minutes. Like everything about this game says it's a circus. It's a show. It's an extravaganza. So for myself, as a football purist who loves like the ugly Thursday night football game that no one wants to watch, I really don't like the Super Bowl.
You know what, George? We're born on the same day in the same year. And my God, my friend, could I not agree with you anymore? I'm with you. Listen, the Super Bowl, it's like the pinnacle of the sport. I get it. It's the championship game and whatever. But the whole circus around it is just like not my thing. No. Even this year, I could have went to the Super Bowl. I don't want to be in Vegas right now, like crowded with a million. Like this is not my idea of a good time, generally speaking. I know we sound like a bunch of boomers here.
No,
I'm with you,
true, man. It's true. I've already begun next year's work. I'm looking already at coaching situations and I'm already diving into draft prospects. I'm done. Let's go. What's free agency? What are we doing? This is a low volume week for me, Rob. I know some people really take the opportunity to make some money in the Super Bowl. It's not been my story. I don't model props. I don't have numbers and I don't have things that I can pick off like that. I also don't want to look through a menu of 2,000 things. That's not my favorite way to approach it. I like to look at the game and ask myself, where are the vulnerabilities? Where are the advantages? Who's going to attack what and succeed? And the one thing I kept coming back to is because a lot has been made about the Chiefs are going to move the ball against San Fran's defense and it's poor, but I actually think the San Francisco offense is going to expose some glaring holes in Kansas City's defense. We all know that they can stop number one receivers. Like other than Zay Flowers, nobody's gone over 100 as a number one receiver this year. So I said to myself, what is Kyle Shanahan going to do? And if you remember 2 years ago, Kyle Shanahan sat back and traded a bunch of picks for this weapon named Christian McCaffrey, the best versatile running back in the league, and said, this is a guy who, when I'm overmatched at quarterback, I can rely on him to win a game and expose some advantages. Like the Chiefs are the third best pass defense in dropback EPA. They're second in dropback success rate. Shanahan's not going to throw this ball on this team knowing these stats. On the flip side of it, they're 25th in yards per carry allowed, 27th in defensive rush DVOA, 28th in defensive rush EPA. Rob, they also give up a ton of catches to running backs. In the last 8 games alone, they're giving up like 5.6 catches per game, and that includes a Raiders dud, that Christmas game where they only threw one pass to Josh Jacobs. The rest of the game, the second, third, and fourth quarter, they didn't throw the ball. So he's got to be sitting there and saying, okay, I can run on this team. Even their best 2 defensive linemen, Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, they're better pass rushers than they are at stopping the run. Take their linebackers, Willie Gay, Nick Bolton, Leo Chenal. Just look at PFF, and if you look at how they grade, and I know that's controversial what their grades are, but like Willie Gay is 75th out of 78, 78th in coverage for linebackers. Nick Bolton 64th out of 78. Leo Chenal doesn't have enough sample size, but if you extrapolated his limited numbers, he'd be 40th out of 78. So Kyle Shannon's got to be sitting there and saying, you know what? If I'm going to win this game, I'm going to have to run it down their throat. I'm going to have to throw it over the middle. George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, give a healthy dose of that. And I said to myself, do I want to play in the McCaffrey over market, considering that's a hot public market? And I said, no. You know what I actually want to do is, do you remember how we'd always have conversations about who the MVP is? Brock Purdy, and then people would say, no, it's Christian McCaffrey deserves it. But then there's always the pushback of, running backs don't win MVP. It's a quarterback award. This is a game, though, where you can reward a running back if he is the star of the game. So when I sit back and I look and I see prices of plus 475, plus 440, plus 450 for him to win MVP, I'm going to give it out at plus 440. I think the lowest I've seen is plus 400. I still like it. I think there is a stronger correlation of a San Fran win to Christian McCaffrey MVP than is being priced out. And I think Kyle Shanahan is not an idiot. This is going to be the game. This is the reason why they traded for him. And I heard John Legaza talk about Elijah Mitchell overs. It's different when you're monitoring his workload so that he lasts until the playoffs. This is it. This is the final game. You are going to maximize the guy who gives you the best a chance to win whenever he touches the ball.
Wow. That was heavy hitting there, G-Stack. I mean, I remember in the regular season when we were talking about Purdy MVP, McCaffrey MVP, and then you were coming on here talking about Tua MVP over and over over. I thought this is where the chat thought this is where we were going to. John Charles thought you were going to release Dolphins Super Bowl next year. I'm surprised that this pick was actually related to this game, honestly, considering the Dolphins aren't playing.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'd love to do that, and I'd love to make it about the Dolphins. I won't, a little disappointed. The season's over and you haven't worn a Dolphins suit, but that's a whole nother story there.
That will happen. I'm not the sweat investor. I don't welch on bets. I don't collect, and not pay out.
I think we should ask the chat. I think you owe us 2 streams now with a Dolphin suit, like interest, right? You're late on your payment here, brother. This is the last stream of the year. Unless you pull it off in the pizza buffet Sunday morning Super Bowl, I think you owe me more than one.
I will wear a Dolphin suit for an entire week of programming next year. Not one show, for an entire week. It won't be week 1, because week 1 we're going to try to attract a new audience, and I don't want to look like a complete jabroni. But the rest of the time, I will do that for you. So I do owe it to you. I do owe it to you. Your hashtag, we want Cody. The people are confused. I believe this is a wrestling related reference, and you're still very upset about something that happened with Cody Rhodes.
You ever heard Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, cut a promo talking about hard time, and the plumber who works his ass off just to pay the bills. Cody embodies all of that. He's the guy that I want to see be the world champ. I relate to Cody. I go through hard times being a Dolphins fan. It's hard times when, Dan Marino retires and you haven't found a quarterback in 29 years. It's hard times when the Green Bay Packers have now found their third franchise quarterback in the last 40 years. They just keep pumping them one after another. It's hard times when your defense gets completely depleted. Otherwise, I'd be talking about Tua Tagovailoa MVP in this game. That's hard times, Daddy.
Son of a plumber reference. We've got some interesting ideas here. This is not feasible. I will not have a live dolphin in studio. That's just that could never happen. This one is more feasible. Doing the show live from an aquarium or
I think
park.
that's great. Just not Marineland because they treat their animals.
That's the problem. I don't want to do it from one of these places because I don't want to pay the admission, not because I'm cheap, but because they shouldn't be held in captivity. And I'm a big animal guy.
Mark Holmes says, bet George is showing plumber's crack right now. Mark, brave of you to assume I'm wearing any pants at all.
All right, let's end on that. G-Stack George, or G-String George, as he's sometimes referred to on our live watch-alongs here on Forward Progress. Christian McCaffrey, MVP.
That's it,
plus
buddy.
440.
Let's get that square bet home, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it that square of a bet? Most people are picking Mahomes MVP, right? I think anything outside of that is not square.
All right,
I think you're square. I don't think it's a square bet.
Stole it from someone.
All right, G-Stack. Enjoy the game, man.
Take care, man. Have a good one.
G-Stack George, everyone. We are almost at the midway point. We're almost there. How is it not even the midway point yet? What have I done? Although I do really like this guy. I'm sure the time will go by like this. It's not like when Kanish was on earlier and it felt like he was on for 45 minutes because I was just waiting to get him off. This guy, I wish I could actually talk to for 45 minutes. He's the director of content for BetSperts. He's one half of the Deep Dive podcast alongside the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. I also once beat his ass at mini golf. Andy Molitor.
Beat the ever-living tar out of me. Just my game fell apart. I made a huge mistake with my scheduling here. Coming on after George, I can't hear the accent and not slip into a worse accent. Because I have to fight the Minnesota Canadian accent once in a while. But no, great to be on, Rob. Hopefully you hold up. This is too long for you. I'm worried about your health, your well-being. Hopefully you make it. Take some water breaks. Am I the Continental Divide? Is this halfway? What are we doing?
So you're 15, but we have, including myself, giving the pick at the end, 30. So I believe the halfway point is when we are done with you.
Okay.
So we're almost there.
Yeah, I'm like a marker. I'm a marker in the road. I'm the golden spike in the transcontinental, Super Bowl prop railroad.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel a piss coming on. I drank a coffee. I've been drinking this water bottle, this Pinnacle water bottle, and yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of hoping someone stiffs us. That way I can just fill their spot by getting my producer Jason to come on and maybe give a pick or something like that. Take a quick leak. After that, I'll be good. That's it really for me.
You just go. How do you not have to? Oh, I'm a pro. I'm Rob Pizzola, pro sports bettor. No piss bucket though. No piss bucket, no piss jug, no piss jar. Not great.
I've never needed to hit a bet so badly that I could not get up from my desk and walk down my hallway to urinate in a toilet. Yeah. It's
not that far.
I mean, if I miss a bet, it's not like I'm going to survive, Andy. If the whole market is steaming on one bet that I like, and I happen to just be taking a piss in those 30 seconds, I'm going to live.
My bathroom's close enough where the Bluetooth won't even disconnect. So sometimes I can just turn the camera off on a meeting and walk to the bathroom, still not miss anything anyone says. Oh, Andy must have just had to go to the fridge.
This reminds me of a very random story from the MIT Sloan Analytics conference several years ago, where someone who was on the panel, I won't mention the name. I actually don't even remember who it was. I literally don't remember who it was on the panel. And they were just talking, and they like really badly had to go to the bathroom, but he went and had like his mic still attached, and it was hot. It was a hot mic.
It's like the opposite of what I'm doing.
But we never got to him in the bathroom, so we never heard that. But we got him like literally yelling at people to get out of the way, and it was very awkward, man. It was incredibly awkward to be in that room. How nobody caught this right away and like lowered his levels, I don't know. But that was a hot mic. Hot mic.
Love that. Could have got worse. Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
What's the best prop so far? What's the one you like so far that you bet? Did anyone like match up with something you bet? Like, oh, I bet that already. I'm Rob Pizzola.
So someone took China Maniac, pro sports bettor, came on, and he gave the prop that I was going to give as mine. So I'm back to the drawing board over the course of this stream, which I've settled on something else, which I also really like. It's not like I'm giving like, excuses, which he played Brock Purdy under pass attempts. I heard you bet on Monday with Drew, and Drew actually quite liked Brock Purdy under pass attempts as well. So that was one that like I really liked and was given out. A lot of these I like weren't even on my radar, to be completely honest with you. Some of these I didn't even look at, like, Dan Lifshat's team to have the longest punt return. That's not something I'm looking at. Maybe I should look at it. Maybe there's a bigger edge to be had on some of these things.
That's the beauty. There's so many. I tried to go a little further down the board just because it's like those unders are going to hit, but they're not fun. They're not fun to sweat that.
Wait a sec. Okay. I don't know your pick here, but when you say you went further down the board, is this like a Matthew Friedman kicker to win MVP special that we got a couple years ago at like 350 to 1 or something like that?
No, I did bet Mickelson to win live this week.
What's the price on that?
It was 250, 300, somewhere in that range. It was just based on the facts that I read Walter's book like last month, and I'm like, oh, that like Phil and him played a bunch of cash matches at the Las Vegas Country Club. He might be the guy that knows this place. Like, he sucks and he's old, but it hasn't been that long. Hasn't been that long since we got a major out of Phil. So yeah, Phil to win. That's a bonus one this week.
It was PGA Championship. What, like how many years ago? I'm horrible with time.
It's like 4. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, wasn't that long ago. That was a big. I mean, the people are a big fan of this angle. You bet you read a book. Billy Walters' book.
Read more books. Hashtag.
Read more. Hashtag read more books. All right. When you said you're going like, you didn't say off the. What was the exact term that you used?
A little further down the board. Not just a dime line either side. A longer shot, but something I don't mind at the price.
Yeah. So like you basically are like at the point where you don't care about the record. You just want to be like the hero.
No, I think it's a good one, especially when I started looking at how I thought the game might go.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've alluded to it like 68 times now.
Am I supposed to give it out on the stream? I thought it was just like an after thing.
Well, we could just tweet
Isaiah Pacheco to be the receptions leader in the game.
30 to 1.
This is something he has done this year. He was your receptions leader once. I think it was the Bengals game I had it written down. 9 games this year where he's had at least 4 targets, 7 with at least 4 catches, including that 7-catch day against the Bengals. He's had a 6-catch day. And it's the 49ers defense. They give up a lot of catches, a lot of targets. I think they're 26th and 28th in the league to running backs when it comes to giving up targets, receptions. And I checked into this game state too. Even if we turn into a Kansas City lead, if you are a believer in the underdog Chiefs, when they are up by 8 or more, they still throw the ball a lot. I think it was like 25th in the league as far as how often they run the ball when they're in that positive game state. So I think they're still throwing. And obviously you can go look. The Niners aren't great against tight ends too. This is going to be like Pacheco has 9 catches, but Kelsey has 14, and we'll have a good laugh. But I don't mind it.
Well, I mean, the chat doesn't mind it. Spicy. This is fun. Now we're talking. Yes. Andy coming out with the big balls bet. If anyone's ever seen Andy ziplining, we can confirm.
Oh, God.
We can confirm that the testicles are large. The whole package, really.
That's what happens when you get older.
Well, that's when when the zip line, when it's tight in that region, it could be a misleading photo. We don't really learn anything from that photo, if we're being honest. It's just a lot of stuff is just jammed into one area. There's nowhere else for it to go.
Just 10 pounds of huevos packed into a 5-pound bag. I don't hate it. Should get that checked out.
What can I promo for you? What do you got going on this week?
Drew and I are doing the deep dive tonight. Don't really have format, probably just an hour of Swifty stuff. But yeah, deep dive tonight at 8 Eastern. We'll be doing that. I'll have some newsletters out this week. Honestly, gonna try to take it easy. I'm sick of football this season. I'm just ready to move on to. Honestly, it'll be combine stuff and draft stuff. It's not like football stuff.
It doesn't end,
but it'll be fun to spend a little more time on golf and maybe see my family. They're getting older. I'm told these kids have been back at school again at this point, and it'll be nice to meet them.
Well, I wish you all the best. By the way, your wrap up show, the award show, that was a big
fun.
hit. That was solid. And G Stack George earned an award at that show. It's like the newcomer of the year.
He got a nod. Yeah, Drew was ecstatic about putting that together. That was a lot of fun. And congrats to all the winners. I tried to call them the DPs. We went with Divies because DP sounds like DP.
DP, it depends on
we don't
what.
need that. Yeah.
We don't want to have people searching that stuff either out there in case you're not familiar with it. You might come across some Google safe search stuff.
Yeah, that was the one final thing for a rip here. Maybe my favorite. I can't give him credit. I don't know who said it, but somebody had a question about how people were rating Drake May so high on their list, or so low perhaps. And somebody responded, "He's like, oh, haven't you heard? You need to Google search Drake leaks, and you'll figure it out pretty quickly." It's like, don't do that, buddy. It made me laugh though. So, have fun, Rob. Enjoy the rest of the show. Stay strong, man.
All right, you too, Andy. Stay strong, my friend, as well. Andy Molitor, everyone. Check him out. Co-host of the Deep Dive Pod alongside the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. We have officially reached the halfway point. I cannot believe this is only halfway. I feel like I've ran like a marathon at this point. It's hot today in Toronto relative to the temperatures. I'm wearing a sweater. It's all bad. I got to piss, but we're going to power through. We're going to power through, and no one better to lead the second half of this show than the host of You Better You Bet on Odyssey, Stadium, and SiriusXM, or as Joey Knish would say, on Audacity. It's Nick Costos. Nick, how are things, my friend?
What's up, brother? How we doing? Yeah, I'm at
good.
A 5-hour show. Never heard that before, man. That's got to be really tough. How do you do it?
I'm not you. I am not you. You're a seasoned pro. I am not that. Not.
By the way, say hi to look who's here.
What's
up, buddy?
Lockie.
How about those flyers?
Yeah, you know what?
I don't know if you could hear Kempty said, "How about those flyers last night?"
I did hear him say that. We talked to Ken at like the beginning of the year when the Flyers were hot, and he's like, "What do you think about those Flyers?" I'm like, hey, "It's not going to last." He's like, "Well, I just made a bunch of futures bets on the Flyers last night."
Yes. we both have some Flyer stuff.
Yeah, it's. How's Vegas going for you right now?
It's. I think when you tell people you're going out to Vegas for Super Bowl week, they're like, "Wow, like that must be really awesome. It's really great." It's like, no, not really, because my entire schedule is conducted on East Coast time, and now I'm in Pacific time. So I get up at like 3:30 local time, and it's dark, and like all the mutants are coming back from the bars and the clubs. So it's not really like a party week. It's a work week. Like we're on the air in like 20 minutes. So look, it's awesome. Like I'm not complaining about it. It's just not like, for me, it's not party week. Like it's work week. It's a business trip, Rob, as they say.
No, I totally get it, man. Like, God bless my wife. I don't want to say bad things about her or whatever. And you're a married man now, Nick, as well. But like I go away sometimes on trips, and I come home and I don't know what the impression is in her head of what I did when I'm away, but she seems to think that I've just gone away for leisure. And I'm like, no, I was working like the entire time. So
yeah,
it's one of those. It's tough,
Yeah, I just feel like it's a battle that men will fight until time immemorial and lose every single time. Like we cannot win. The game is rigged against us.
first thing you did when you got to Vegas? You hit the blackjack tables, or did you go for more relaxation, or what were you
I got
doing?
him. We're staying at Aria. Shout out to BetMGM and MGM, our show sponsor. I got a massage and went to the spa at the Aria.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was really great.
Back in the day, we used to just get our massages at the tables, if you recall.
Well,
the blackjack.
I mean, and Ken's sitting next to me. What sports book were we at where I got the massage in the sports book, like on one of our trips? It was at Aria. So I'm always looking for a massage when I'm playing blackjack, even if I have to pay a lot of money for one at the salon. So yeah, it was really great. I went into this thing called the Salt Room. So I walk into the room, part of the spa, and I'm thinking like, I walk in, it's like, can I curse on this or no?
Yeah, we're on YouTube, man. As long as we don't do it in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, so I walk into this room, like, it's a fucking regular room, a fucking salt room. What the fuck does this mean? Like, it doesn't smell like the ocean. What is this? So I sit on this chair, and the chair is like kind of like this. So your legs kind of hang over, and then your ass is down, and then it's like reclined up. And I sit in the chair, and all of a sudden, I've never been more calm or like serene or peaceful in my entire life. I don't know what it was about like the salt and the room and this chair. I fell asleep there for like 40 minutes. That was how I started. Like, no blackjack table to start. It was the salt room, and I got like a really nice massage. Shout out to Natasha, was the girl that gave me the massage. She did a great job.
Listen, I speak very highly of the Aria as well. Whenever I'm there, I have a great time. Great spa as well. I know it makes me sound like a fancy man, but sometimes you just need your R&R every now and then.
Yeah, I'm a big time fancy man. I am, as Jerry Seinfeld would say, I'm a fancy boy. Absolutely. Criticize me if you want. I don't care. I love it.
Oh man, you wouldn't be caught out in what was his name? Was it Joe Mayo's coat? Was it that episode?
Who had the fur coat that Jerry was wearing in that episode? Not Joe Mayo, right?
Joe Mayo?
I don't know, but yes, when I wear that coat, probably a little too much even for me. But I'm big time fancy boy. There's no doubt.
Oh, there we go. All right, Nick.
Putty. Putty.
No, Putty wore the coat, but it was somebody else's like husband's coat or something like. It ended up in a tree.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that episode in forever, but anyways, great show, great throwback. Now that you're of very sound mind, rested, relaxed, we need to get your favorite Super Bowl prop pick. What's it going to be?
By the way, why am I even on this? Because last year you said if I lost, because I lost, I don't remember what the bet was 2 years ago. Last year, Kenny Gainwell under, and like he went over at it was really annoying because I bet it also. You were like, you can't come on next year if you lose, and I lost, and yet here I am. What's up with that, man?
Yeah, it's just empty promises. It's I'm never going to hold true to that. We basically, me and Moretto talked about this originally. Like, no offense, you can tell Ken this afterwards. We were going to have Ken on instead of you.
Okay.
But then I told Alex, I'm like, you know what? Let's give Nick one more chance. Let's bring him on.
I'm going to lose this one,
time.
and then I'll be on again next year. So we know how this is going to end. So yeah. So is this now? Do I give the prop now or?
You give the prop now, you give your rationale, and then you just cross your fingers and hope it wins.
Yeah, so like I kind of like this bet, and then Whale like this when Drew. I saw Andy was on. Is Drew doing this also or no?
Drew will be on later on as well. Yes.
All right, so Drew talked about this on Monday, and I'm like, I love this also, and look, I really like when people smarter than me like the things that I like, because I'm like, okay, well, I'm not like on Moron Island essentially by myself. So the thought process is Kansas City's run defense is not great, right? And if you're going to get to Kansas City, you'll do it on the ground. And look, McCaffrey could obviously have a huge game. I would never bet his under. I don't know if I'm going to, but it's a bigger number. My thought is, and if I had to bet any of the San Francisco like primary pass catchers, like not McCaffrey who's a running back, but like Ayuk, Debo, or Kittle, receiving yards, I bet Kittle. I think Ayuk's going to get a lot of Snead. And I think when Purdy's under pressure, Kittle's kind of his like security blanket. So I do think Debo's going to have a nice game. I think they're going to use him a lot on the ground in this game. And the fear with Debo is always you don't want to overuse him because he's a badass, obviously. He's one of the best football players in the league. Like, he gets hurt. And when you don't have him, it obviously...
Oh, I think we lost Nick. I think we lost him. All right. I got the gist of it. It's Deebo Samuel over on rushing yards. Best number is at Pinnacle right now, 16.5 plus 103 for those who do want to bet it. Nick's back. Let's get Nick back in here really quickly. Sorry, Nick, we lost you for a second there.
Get hardwired in here because I'm on like Wi-Fi, right? No, that's cool. So we gotta get hardwired in here, guys. So we're on the air in 15 minutes. But I think they're gonna run Deebo until the wheels come off in this game. Deebo over 16.5. Like why wouldn't that be the game plan? So Deebo over rushing yards, cross my fingers, or else I'm staring at an 0 for 3, and then Rob will have me back next year for the golden sombrero.
Yes. Good luck with your bet, Nick. And we did get to the bottom of it. Joe Mayo and Putty both had the same coat, as it was pointed out. Joe Mayo and Putty both had the same coat. A little bit of trivia there.
Or as
Nick,
Jordan
all the
Mobile
best.
says, buddy. Good job, Jordan.
Yes. Now, go ahead, let people know where you're on. Hopefully people don't jump off my show in 15 minutes to come to yours, but as soon as we're done here, I would recommend that people come over to You Better You Bet. Where can they find it?
And Rob, you'll be on with us tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that, right? To talk Super Bowl 58, which is going to be great. And look, if you want to hang on and watch the show, we're on in podcast form. You can find us there also. You Better You Bet weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern, Sunday morning 11 a.m. to 1 for people in the tri-state area. I do Sunday mornings on WFAN in New York, 8:30 to 9, solo show, no breaks, 30 minutes, love it. YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey app, radio stations nationwide, Stadium, Sirius XM, all that good stuff.
The man, the myth, the legend. Nick Costos, You Better You Bet. Appreciate you joining us, buddy. Say hi to Ken. Enjoy Las Vegas, Super Bowl in Vegas. I know you're working,
Absolutely.
but try to enjoy. Try to enjoy.
Wishing everybody minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Ken, say goodbye.
Later, Ken. Thanks, guys. Nick Costos, everyone. Whew. 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Still holding up. Still holding up. Don't quite have to piss just yet, but it's brewing. It is brewing. All right. On to guest number 17 here. He's been on with us once before on Circles Off in what was essentially a cage match against J.J. Gruden, son of Jay Gruden. It's Jeff Benson. He's a director of operations for Circa Sports. Jeff, how are things?
Good, Rob. Thanks for having me on.
No problem at all. I wanted to really get you and GRP back to back and maybe some overlap, but it just didn't quite work out this year for that.
Fair enough. Is he later in the day?
He was on already. He gave us a third quarter over 9.5 points at minus 120. And he based it off of historical analysis of third quarters in previous Super Bowls.
Quite the estimation.
Mm-hmm. He also then went into his notebook and his final score predictions, which I don't think anyone had heard about yet. But 28-17 Chiefs is $100K for GRP, which he will use for a nice meal with his friends and then a 5-day vacation where he may or may not take more photos of older women in the pools.
Well, we here at Circus Sports are rooting for KC 28-17 then.
Great way to put it. How are things there at the Super Bowl this year? I mean, obviously it's busier in the sports book this week, but fundamentally for you guys there, like, is your job changing a whole lot over the course of this week, or is it kind of BAU?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was out of the office the last 2 days, so sort of, walking into it today. I mean, it's going to be different for us given that Super Bowl's here in town. So Kansas City fans travel well, San Fran fans travel well. We're going to be sold out at all of our hotels, standing room only, at Stadium Swim and in the book. So certainly a lot to get ready for. I'd imagine, given that this is the first year the Super Bowl has been in Vegas, we'll have a record handle both statewide and for Circa Sports. But, with anything, so much of the action comes, Friday as people get in, Saturday as people get acclimated, and then, the bulk of the bets, here on Sunday. So for people who are, placing bets and, for people who are trying to be savvy as, the public bets numbers up, wait until the last minute to bet all these unders and things like that. We certainly have a long way to go. Haven't seen a ton of, 7-figure bets within the city. So I think the big action is to come. But it's been certainly good so far. I mean, obviously, when you look at the opener, a lot of KC money at open. Once that kind of settled and the market plateaued around 1.5, obviously saw some buyback on San Fran. So numbers held steady. Like I said, long way to go, but the numbers in a pretty tight range at this point.
Yeah, I was some of the KC money at open and thought I was going to get I've misjudged the Kansas City games for the past couple of weeks. So we'll see what happens there, but that'll be my rooting interest. In terms of, you mentioned you haven't seen like a ton of those big bets yet. I wonder if like the landscape, so a lot of the general advice around Super Bowl, right, is the classic bet your overs early because the public bettor is going to want to bet the overs, bet your unders late. I asked Captain Jack this at the beginning, and he said that he still thinks it holds true. I want to ask you the same question as well, because I don't know. There's just something about this Super Bowl that feels a little bit different for me in terms of like when lines came out, how they've moved so far. And typically speaking, I have yet to see like those big over bets come in or anything along those lines. Have you noticed any differences from past Super Bowls?
Yeah, I mean, the props were just out so much earlier, when you think about some of the bigger, legal recs. I mean, numbers were out Sunday afternoon, early Monday. Prop menus just to continue to grow. So I think obviously, betting overs, early and then betting unders late, I think that strategy probably holds true generally speaking. And it'll also be interesting to see kind of how that theory applies to Vegas, given that the Super Bowl is going to be here this year. But I think books continue to get smarter. I think betting groups continue to get smarter. I think the public, even for how maybe, naive and uneducated they are, they continue to get, more educated in a certain sense, obviously with shows like Forward Progress and, a number of the different podcasts out there. I think these sort of cliche rules that you've used for 10, 15 years, about just bet overs early and bet unders late and sort of maybe that applying blindly across the board, maybe that doesn't hold as much weight as we continue to get, deeper into the legalized landscape and, maybe what some of these Super Bowls are going to start to look like.
Jeff, I've been following you on Twitter for several years. I've met you in person a couple of times as well. And you're not known to typically give out picks, if ever. I don't know if I've ever seen you in any capacity on Twitter, in a public forum, give out a pick. But that's what we're asking you to do here today on Forward Progress. So there's a lot of pressure here on you, Jeff. Well, there's pressure on everyone, but especially you, because this is your first foray into the pick business, so to speak. Your favorite prop for this year's Super Bowl, what's it going to be and why?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at the game, it's a pretty coin flip game for me. I don't really have a huge opinion on the side. I guess gun to my head, if I had to back somebody, it's pretty hard to go against Mahomes. I think I'd look over or nothing when you talk about the total. But as it relates to a side, I think when you talk about Mahomes' sack avoidance, his elusiveness within the pocket, how KC's been able to protect him. I think when you also look a little bit about what San Francisco did last week, I think their edges were really aggressive in terms of getting up the field, which allowed, Detroit to run all over them. I wonder if they're not going to send, Bosa and Young up the field so hard, trying to close those edges. So my bet would be San Fran team total sacks under 2.5. You can probably find, -$2, -205 here in Vegas. Haven't really looked offshore. You may be able to get a little bit of a better price. My fare is closer to -250. If you don't necessarily want to lay the juice, playing in, under 1.5 plus money is not a bad option as well. I think, like I said, he's great at avoiding sacks within the pocket. When you look at the playoffs, he's not been sacked in 2 out of the 3 games. I just think at this price, I made the number a little bit higher. So I think there's some value at under 2.5 minus $2 minus 205.
Interesting that you've gone with the bet numbers, not teams strategy, relative to the opposite way around, as some others would preach. But Jeff likes the number here.
Student versus mentor.
There you go. You ever got this before, that you look like Eminem? Because a few people have pointed it out in the chat already.
I've not gotten that, but I guess I'll take the comparison. I guess there's worse people that you could look like.
Yeah, well, Eminem is a big Lions fan, though, unfortunately.
I tell you, Derek took the private jet out to San Fran, and after they lost, didn't hear much from him on the way back. So pretty brutal loss. I mean, I think for him, when he went out there, he just expected to lose, but, to have them go up and then lose the way they did, sort of pretty brutal. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Super Bowl plays out. And yeah, certainly excited for it being here in the city.
Well, I could say as a bettor, when you condition yourself to lose, it is actually easier to lose. But if you follow it in real time and things are going your way and then you lose, it's, even though you've conditioned yourself to lose beforehand, it's not good. So I completely get that from the Derek side of things. That's just the way it is.
A true Maple Leaf and Cowboy fan.
There we go. I knew that was coming. Jeff Benson, everyone. He likes the 49ers total sacks under 2.5. Good to minus 235. If you're ever out in Vegas, I cannot recommend Circa Sports enough for watching sports, betting sports, and just like the general atmosphere altogether. One of my absolute favorite spots. Jeff, enjoy the Super Bowl. Hopefully it goes well for the book, for you guys. Although that would be, it didn't go well for bettors. I got to be impartial. Here. I'm sorry. It's what I got to do.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate you having me on. For any listeners who are out here in Vegas, come on down to Circa Las Vegas. Watch the game in the sports book, watch the game at Stadium Swim, and have a great time with myself and the rest of our team. Best of luck with your all your bets, Rob.
Appreciate that. Jeff Benson, everyone. Circa Sports. Thank you, Jeff. Enjoy the Super Bowl. And we've almost hit the 3-hour mark here. 3/5 of the way to completion. That's what she said. That's what he said. I guess it could apply either way. I'm very disappointed in myself because I was going to wear a hat to mock our next guest and the way that he wears his hat, specifically flipped up to the front. He's part of our team here at Forward Progress. He is a pro bettor based out of Germany, and now he's turned his hat backwards so that I cannot mock him. Suma, how are things?
Rob, how's it going?
It's going. This is what I was talking about. The brim flipped up at the front. It's very that's your style. You could do whatever you want.
Yeah. So in Germany, we were base caps back in the 90s and 2000s, and then at some point there was the switch to these new era squared caps or whatever, and nowadays you will almost exclusively find those, and not many people wear these base cap style of caps anymore.
I'm surprised caps have made their way to Germany, honestly. Just with the way that you're so delayed on the NFL streams, I did not know that the caps had made their way over to Europe just yet.
I can tell you what has not made the way to Germany, and that's my Pinnacle merch.
That will be coming at some point. I don't know how it was sent, where it got lost. Somewhere out there, there's someone that has your Pinnacle merch, Suma. You could enter our giveaway if you really wanted all that badly. www.thehammer.bet. Click on the nails, and there is a giveaway there for Pinnacle merch, sweater, water bottle, bunch of other stuff as well in there. As well. I haven't talked to you much about the Super Bowl handicap. We did the original show. I saw you do your original show for Forward Progress here and your early thoughts. I don't know, man. This seems just a really difficult game to handicap. Obviously, a lot of eyes on it. It's very unlikely you're going to find a super inefficient number. I get the point of view of the people who are saying well, San Fran was priced X amount of better than KC all year. And now this is a very small gap between these two teams based off of what's happened in the playoffs. But then there's the other side of me that's like, well, the playoffs is a fundamentally different game. Like, they're still playing football, but if you think of the stuff that affected Kansas City the most in the regular season, bad penalties, especially offensive holding penalties, which aren't called as much in the playoffs, bad turnovers, which we haven't seen so far, I'm kind of leaning more towards, well, this is the real KC. And we've seen the San Fran defense really, really struggle against Green Bay and Detroit. I'm more inclined to believe what we've seen in the postseason continues. What do you make of this matchup?
Yes, I think I completely agree, especially, I mean, I don't want to take too much away from Brock Purdy. Like, he is having a quote-unquote bad stretch for what we're used to from the Niner offense throughout the entire season. But since that Ravens game, he has not been up to his standard. Like, one good half or one good quarter against Green Bay, one good half against the Lions. I think that the baseline for the offense is still a lot higher than what we have seen in recent weeks. But I'm super concerned about their defense because that Niners defense is really dependent on the 4-man rush. Those guys need to get home, and if they don't get home and if they cannot generate consistent pressure, their secondary just cannot hold up. Like, Fred Warner is not enough to really cover up deficiencies on the defensive line. And you saw it against like almost every good quarterback this season has had some sort of success against this Niners defense, because outside of Jabarius Ward, they're not really good on their secondary. It's not really interconnected between the pass rush. They are playing too much soft zone, and I think if you come out like this against Patrick Mahomes, I mean, that might be a disaster. And I'm willing to believe at this point that the Chiefs offense, especially when we consider how they got better in recent weeks and playing mistake-free football, you mentioned the turnover regression. I think it's going to be a very hard time for the Niners defense out there.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to believe the same thing. All right, let's get into your prop for this one in specific. I don't know if you've given it away with your caption that says "Don't go for it, Kyle," or if that's related to something else. Seems like you're nodding. Okay, your favorite Super Bowl prop, Suma. What is it and why?
It's over 1.5 first half field goals, minus 123 at Pinnacle right now. So I have a certain theme in my head of how this game is going to play out, and that's where I also try to find some prop action around it. And I think that the Niners will come out with a game plan that is super heavy shaded towards CMC. Lots of runs, lots of maybe short passes to the running back against those KC linebackers. On the other side, the Chiefs have shown us a way of methodically moving the ball down the field, just taking everything that is there. If it's underneath, Mahomes doesn't care. He won't go for the big play all the times. So I think that both teams will methodically march the ball down the field, and I can see quite a few drives stalling in that 10 to 35 yard range. And then we are dealing with two head coaches, especially Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan went for it on 4th down 13 times only this season, and they converted 7 times. Andy Reid is also not that super aggressive guy when it comes to going for it on 4th down, 4th and short. So I can see both coaches approaching this very conservatively and maybe kicking or taking the field goal in a dome, higher elevation as usual, instead of going for it. So I can definitely see a few field goal tries. So over 1.5 field goals made, I see some value there.
Yeah, I was looking at a lot of stuff related to this in particular. And when I say related to this, it's Kyle Shanahan's conservative nature. I think Cleve TA, who we're going to have on later in the show as well, pointed this out this week in terms of like 2-point conversion attempts for San Francisco. They didn't attempt one this year. They only attempted one last year. So I think there's a lot that can be drawn from those particular, that particular conservativeness that applies in this game. And this is like one of those specific ways to play it. and Andy Reid as well. We did see them go for some fourth downs against Baltimore, but typically speaking, he's not one that is inclined to push it on like a 4th and 5 or something like that. He likes the field goal as well. So I think this is a good look, Suma, and hope it wins for you, because I will probably be in the same boat rooting for this one as well.
Nice.
All right, Suma, all the best. Enjoy the Super Bowl in Germany. What time is that going to start? Well, it's 6 p.m. Eastern time.
It's 12:30 a.m.
6:30 Eastern, 12:30 a.m. Well, that's not too bad.
Much better than Sunday Night Football.
How is like the Super Bowl is it a thing? Like, do you get together
Yes.
with buddies to watch it?
Yes, absolutely. And there is actually some hype, like all the major grocery stores are having like their Super Bowl advertising, like chicken wings and chili cheese nuggets, and snack stadiums are built up in some grocery stores. So it's been bigger and bigger, and I think in terms of viewership, it's just right after soccer.
Wow. I didn't actually, well, I mean, it makes sense. They played Miami, Kansas City there this year as well. Is Kansas City going to be the rooting interest for Germans because they played there this year?
No, I think that there are more 49ers fans in Germany. So lots of guys who have been following like for several decades are rooted in the 49ers. So 49ers has some fan base here, but KC as well. But I think I would give the close edge to the 49ers.
All right, I gotta let you go in a second here, but the chat is very confused at what a chili cheese nugget is, and so am I, if I'm being completely honest with you.
You don't know chili cheese nuggets?
No, we have chili cheese fries that we do here.
Okay, so chili cheese nuggets is like basically like chicken nuggets, but no chicken, and it's some chili cheese melted cream in there.
What's
like
the outer layer of it?
Basically, like I don't know the English word right now, but basically like a chicken nugget, but just that the inside is like a hot melted chili cheese cream.
Got it. It's kind of like a mac and cheese bite, I guess, in North America.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't say I have ever tried a chili cheese nugget, but one day I'll put it on the bucket list, Suma. Me and you in Dusseldorf can chow down some chili cheese nuggets. All right, man. All the best. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Yes. See ya.
All right, Fabian Sommer, everyone. Suma, live from he always tells me where it is. I'm pretty sure it's not Dusseldorf, but I'm just going to continue going with that going forwards because it's all that I remember. Our next guest here, making his first appearance here on Forward Progress. He's an NFL fantasy and betting analyst for ESPN, RotoGrinders, Analytics as well. You know him for his projection systems, the BAT, the Blitz. Super intelligent guy. Derek Carty now joins us on Forward Progress. Derek, how's it going?
Going great. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all. I'm really interested to pick your brain on this a little bit because you're a sabermetric guy. You're into advanced stats. Most of the stuff you're going to do is generate a number for something, compare it to a sportsbook price, and bet the difference. But in the Super Bowl, we get a lot more narratives, let's say, about what's going to happen, and people just applying like what they think is going to happen into their projection systems. I think Deebo Samuel is going to be a bigger part of the rushing game. How do you approach these type of one-off games that like this is different than just a regular season game that would take place in week 12?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, you can't really quantify that. Like, oh, I think Deebo Samuel is going to be a bigger part of the rushing game. Well, okay, maybe, but then that means less work for CMC, right? Or like, it's just, we don't really have any data points to go off of. For the most part, I treat it closer to a regular game. You know, maybe I'll give extra work to, you know, the star players, less the backups, but that's the kind of thing, you know, we have a couple data points for that already, you know, throughout the playoffs to see how teams are going to treat this. Like, we know it's a must-win game. But I think a lot of times the narrative stuff is kind of noise.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is noise, or like everyone can build their own narrative for the Super Bowl, right? And I mean, that's, I guess, what separates some of the best prop bettors in the world from those who, are just recreational and don't do well, is that their ability to think of like, well, if this happens, then this is also going to happen, and then that's going to happen, and so on and so forth, and build that story. But at the end of the day, it just really comes down to how good that original hypothesis is, because that's going to alter your projections for one big game. And yeah, it's interesting to say that you treat it more like a regular season game and try not to let a lot of that outside noise in, because to each their own. But I know some people who are like the complete opposite of that. I lend, my style lends itself more to what you're doing for the playoffs. And I think that's super interesting. Before we get into prop projections for the game as well, any interest on the main markets in this game, whether it's side or total, maybe not even something that you played. I know this is a very efficient market. We have sports books now that are taking like a couple $100,000 on the game. But if you were forced to play something in one of the main markets of this game, would it be Chiefs, 49ers, over, under, maybe just a lean, even if it's not a strict bet?
I'm looking at my game projections right now. Like it's literally just what the lines are. Like there's nothing that you're going to find value with. The game total is 47.5. I'm projecting it at 47.5. The spread's -2 or so. I have it minus 1.7 for the 49ers. So like it's there's really nothing. I could not in good conscience recommend anything for people to bet on the game level.
Honestly, that's the best answer sometimes. I love that answer. Out of curiosity, so we have two different notions of thinking as well for this game, right? And I'm not going to ask you to like give away how you produce numbers or your model or anything like that. But there's the San Fran backers who are along the lines of, well, San Fran was this very, very good team for the majority of the regular season. Kansas City was not. I'm going to trust that sample size a lot more than these games we've seen in the playoffs, where things have reversed a little bit, but we only have a couple data points to work with. How do you weight that balance between what we've seen in the playoffs versus what we saw in the regular season? Because Kansas City, both teams actually look like fundamentally different teams from what they were potentially 10 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of look at what happened most recently and think that's like closer to reality than what we saw 10 weeks ago. In reality, the answer is it's kind of a mixture of the two. You want to consider both. What happened most recently matters a little more than what happened 10 weeks ago, but not like a massive amount. I think what we saw during the regular season with the Chiefs, especially down the stretch, was them probably on the wrong side of variance. And now the last couple of games have been on the right side of variance. So it's kind of just weighing everything organically and putting it all together. And, the market pretty much is doing that right now. And it looks super efficient.
Fair enough. I like that answer as well. It's kind of like the truth always lies somewhere in between type of situation, which is kind of what you're getting at there. Derek, we asked you to come up with one prop, could have done a bunch, but one that you specifically really like for this game that's a decent sized edge for you. So I'll give the floor to yourself right now. What's your favorite prop for the Super Bowl and why?
Yeah, so the one that I want to talk about is Patrick Mahomes rushing attempts under 4.5, plus 110. You can get it pretty much plus 110 or even money just about everywhere right now. So Mahomes averages 4.7 carries per game this year. So you might look at this line, say, okay, 4.5, a little bit of plus money. That seems like a fair number. His last two games in the playoffs, he had six attempts in both. But when you dig down into, because not every rushing attempt is made equal. There are lots of different types of rushing attempts for a quarterback. You have scrambles, you have designed runs, you have sneaks, you have kneel downs. And kneel downs is what I want to talk about, because this year Mahomes has led the league in kneel downs. He's averaged 1.5 kneel downs per game, which is a lot. He took 4 against Buffalo 2 weeks ago. He took 3 against Baltimore last week. However, kneel downs, as you may or may not know, usually come when you win the game. The Chiefs here are underdogs. So we cannot, in good conscience, project Mahomes for 1.5 kneel downs in this game, because that would be silly as underdogs. When you consider that they're 2.5 point underdogs, the Blitz is projecting 0.6 kneel downs for Mahomes. So almost a full kneel down below his average for the year, just solely based on the game script. basically that's a full carry that he is losing in kind of a hidden way that you wouldn't notice just by looking at, the overall season line. You look at what the blitz is actually projecting here when you put everything together, it's projecting roughly 1 carry under the implied line here. You also have a San Francisco defense that runs a lot of zone, which could, contain Mahomes, limit his scrambles a little bit. Basically, we're looking at, a really good prop here. That's just, kind of the reason why it is inefficient is definitely it's just not baked into the market. Like the market is not considering yield downs.
Yep, got it. I mean, that's a great handicap, and it's just like a little small thing, again, applying logic to the situation that might be able to find a little edge in the market. Patrick Mahomes, under 4.5 rush attempts. I'm looking at the board right now. You can find anywhere plus 100 to plus 110. Derek, really appreciate you joining us here on Forward Progress. All the best for the Super Bowl. Hopefully it's a successful one for you and the crew, and enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, Derek Hardy, everyone. His debut here on Forward Progress. Big fan of what he does. Very sharp guy. Seen a lot of the stuff that he does, and definitely worth following. Worth waiting on the under. I mean, we talked about this as well, but like this is probably going to move now based off of the show. So typically speaking, yes, overs early, unders late, but now it's a different animal because we're doing live content and people are betting this stuff in real time. Can you parlay that with 49ers money line? Absolutely. There's some correlation there as well. 49ers win, you're less likely to see Mahomes kneel downs. All right, we're going to keep it moving here to our 20th guest. Number 20, very familiar face here on Forward Progress. He's the VP of Sumer Sports. You should head over to sumersports.com right now and download the Super Bowl guide that they have there because it's honestly amazing. Honestly, one of the best pieces of content that's ever been assembled for the Super Bowl. You can get it for free, sumersports.com. It's Eric Eager live from the Super Bowl, and he's being nice to customer service. Very nice guy. How are things?
Rob, it's nice to see you. It's kind of crazy here, though. It's been raining the whole time in Vegas, so you've gotten the answer to the question, what would God do if they ever put a Super Bowl here?
Just rain. Just rain. Did you take that the frustration of the rain out on any employees at the hotel that you're staying at?
No, but there was a time yesterday. So one of my good friends wanted to get dinner off the strip. So I get into a cab and I tell them where to go. And he goes, well, how do I get there? And I said, sir, that's what I'm paying you for. And he didn't like that. I thought I was being very kind in saying that. But there was that's always a little worrisome when I get into a cab and they say, how do you get there, when I'm, clearly not a Vegas local.
Eric Eager, confirmed asshole. How are things this year? You've been at the Super Bowl for several years, like Media Row. Anything different about this year's one in particular?
No, it's actually weird. Like the inside inside the facility, like it doesn't feel like Vegas inside the Radio Row. Obviously, it's inside of Mandalay Bay, so once you get out, you can you have the casino, you have the sports book and everything. The Mandalay Bay, the Luxor, they have the MGM sports book, which is, I think most people know is not as cool as like a Circa or something else like that. It's not as much of a gambling overtone as I thought it would be. But this is a great game. I think a lot of people are pretty excited for it. And with a point spread this close, I think a lot of people are taking Kansas City, it would seem, on Radio Row, and they're not realizing how much the spread is condensed over the past 6 weeks.
What are you, so, I mean, this is a work trip for you, right? Work trip to the Super Bowl, but you're in Vegas. What's that like? Are you doing late nights? Are you playing some late night blackjack and craps? Is it business? What's the vibe like for Dr. Eager?
Yeah, Dimitrov and I we went to a nice steakhouse. That was really fun the first night. I've been playing blackjack, been playing some craps. I actually took Thomas to bet on his first game because he was never able to bet on sports when he was an executive. We showed up. The Nuggets were down at halftime, so I'm like, okay, let's lay the points for the Nuggets in the second half. It covered by half a point, and that was after 6 points back in the last minute of the game, so he even got a sweat. So he got the full experience. He said we should have bet 10 times as much on the game, so he's already
in the mode. He already knows how to do everything now. So that's been a great experience, and it's been fun to see everybody. We got to do the Jim Rome show in front of the Bellagio pond, even though it was raining. It was still a good time.
Yeah, Thomas Dimitrov now could be a betting analyst, because that's basically all it requires nowadays is someone who's placed a bet at some point in their life and sweat a bet.
Well, exactly, and Jeff Saturday. Look, he's really upset at the idea that the Chiefs are underdogs. So he's one step ahead of him.
Was that as tilting for you as it was for me to watch? I don't know why I get bothered by this stuff so much, but it's just like it's someone arguing a fact. Like, how do you just argue facts?
For me, and I quickly wanted to delete. I didn't tweet it because obviously we've been a part of head coaching searches at Sumer, and I'm trying to be a little bit more professional, which is a stretch, of course, for me. But I was gonna quote tweet and be like, "This guy was a head coach in the league last year. What the like?" I do feel like, and I don't know if you have imposter syndrome nearly as much as me, but I'm dripping with it most days. But like, thank God for Jeff Saturday for the relief that he is to my imposter syndrome every so often.
My brain was spiraling out of control because here's how this happened. I went to the same spot you did. I'm like, this guy coached in the league. There was people who were advocating for like, you got to bet against them, like the Colts immediately. Because and then I believe they won the first game under.
They won their first game outright, and then proceeded to lose the rest. Although they blew a 30-point lead in Minnesota and then covered the number in that game. So at least they covered that game.
I remember that game because I had the Colts in that game. That was the biggest comeback. It was an afternoon game, like standalone game, I think.
Saturday afternoon, yeah. It was 33-0, and then they came back and lost.
But what was going through my head is so many times before I tweet something and people are like, well, do you think you could be an NFL coach? Like, you think you could do a better job? And I respond, I'm like, no, like I didn't say that. I know that there's more to coaching, but my immediate thought after watching Jeff Saturday argue that the Chiefs are not underdogs was that I could be an NFL coach and do a better job. I don't know how my mind started to work in this manner, but that's all I was thinking. I'm like, this guy was coaching in the league. This is insane.
I think that there are an incredibly high number of NFL tasks that both of us could be above median in today.
I like the political answer.
Managing a game is one of them. Like, managing the clock, managing fourth downs, like those things are trivial, I feel like, right now.
I think I could be 90th percentile managing the clock immediately.
Even choosing run pass sequences, not the plays, but run pass sequences. I feel like, the average host on Forward Progress, the average guest on Forward Progress probably is 75th percentile.
Well, that's a good.
And that's
segue.
only because that's only because GRP Wins is coming on.
Well, he was on. He was a beaut. Let me say that.
So Rob, now that he's come on air production meeting, next year he's got to be first and last, right?
Well,
to corner a market, he's got to be first and last.
It was a big mistake on our part putting him like in the middle somewhere. Yes, that is his claim to fame, cornering markets.
Imagine if the market went the other way and he had like the biggest Polish middle at the end of this show. That would be the Mount Rushmore of Hammer content, or Bet Stand Forward Progress Circles Off content. You would have obviously the Simon Hunter episode. You'd have the GRP Wins, like anti-cornering the market. What would that be, like an ellipsing the market? How would that work? Like, how would we call, like, I don't know.
Geometry, not my thing, so yeah. I couldn't help you there.
But yeah, that would be a great addition, I think.
I would agree, 100%. You had mentioned that the Forward Progress guys would know better than run pass, and interestingly enough, for your prop today, you want to go, if I'm reading this correctly, to the first play for one of the teams.
Look, I take it. I oftentimes will take an edible during the Chiefs games just to calm my nerves.
So I need to be at least somewhat sober during this play. And so I'm taking Chiefs first play pass. It's plus price basically everywhere in the market. I think at bookmakers plus 146. The funny thing is the season long metrics actually make this number fair-ish, because the Chiefs in like the first, I believe, 6 games of the year ran the ball in the first play of the game. Isaiah Pacheco has the most rush yards for the Chiefs since Kareem Hunt in 2017 led the league in rushing. So like, I get it, I understand it, but over the past, I believe 10 or 11 games, they are well over 50% in throwing on the first play, and it's been 50% ish in kind of all these moving windows over the past basically 2/3 to half of the season. So I think there's a better than 50% chance they throw on the first play of the game, and certainly good to bet it at this number.
All right. Well, listen, I love betting anything Chiefs related whenever you're giving it out, because you have a pretty good pulse on the team. So plus 146, any of the plus monies when you make it close to a coin flip or maybe a small favorite, very solid value. So I will be tailing that one as well. Eric, enjoy the Super Bowl. I got to say go Chiefs because I bet on the Chiefs. So go Chiefs.
Go Chiefs. Thanks, Rob.
Go Chiefs. Eric Eager, Sumer Sports, everyone. And listen, Eric's a good friend of mine, but I love to promote good content. Sumer Sports free Super Bowl guide is great. Just a great read altogether. Really high-end quality stuff. So you can check it out for free, sumersports.com. Let's keep things moving here. We're in a good flow. Time is going by. We're on to guest number 21, who's a familiar face here on Forward Progress. We see him every Friday as part of the Prop Bets show with John Legeza and Jack Miller. He's a plus EV sports bettor with Fantasy Life. It's Matthew Friedman. Matt, how is it going?
It's good. That was awesome seeing Eric there in Las Vegas. Thomas Dimitrov, now a degenerate, brother in Christ as a sports bettor, got the win and the sweat. You don't always get that sweet parlay going. So good for him. And good for you. You are trucking along now. You are, I think, closer to the end than the beginning. So you are in fine form here.
Yeah, we're approaching 3.5 hours of the 5-hour mark. I'm doing okay. I'm sweating a lot. You might not be able to see it on camera. I'm a little sick, so I'm just I'm trying to go through, but it's good. It's can't complain so far. It's moving at a pace that doesn't feel like it's a slog. So there's always that. It's tough producing long content.
Yeah. Well, and good news, the Cowboys aren't playing in the Super Bowl, so you don't have to worry about the pain of watching them lose in a high leverage moment like this. And I'm not going to be talking about a kicker prop. So we're already winning.
Yes, 100%. We've gotten a lot of special teams props on the show so far today. You're referring to when you gave out a kicker MVP prop. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
It was last year. Harrison Butker. I believe it was at least 150 to 1, but it might have been as high as 200 to 1.
I think you're selling yourself short on what the price was.
Okay, maybe it was even 225. Maybe it was 225.
I have it somewhere. We have the content. It's out there on this channel.
It's somewhere.
It's somewhere.
Jason is saying it was 350 to 1. Yeah, I would make that bet again. Of course, I'm an idiot degenerate, but I would make that bet again.
Yeah, some people in the chat say I remember 300 to 1. I knew it was higher than that. I knew it was. But the funny thing is, Matt, I actually, true story, I can share these afterwards, but I've gotten DMs this week from people who still remember that segment last year, not slagging you, but should I bet the kickers to win the MVP again? And I'm like, this is all price dependent and whatever. Yeah. But it's basically just convert the price to a probability and ask yourself if you think that there's a higher chance of that happening. And but I've gotten that DM several times. I can't even count how many times people ask me about kicker MVP prices. So I think you're rubbing off on people.
It's a sad world. I haven't even looked to see. Oh man, it's 490 to 1 at FanDuel right now. I'm just looking at this. So anyway, check across the market. I'm not saying I would be betting that. I probably won't. I was more on Harrison Butker last year than this year, but man, that is a long number.
Oh man, that's tempting. There's a range of possibilities where the game ends like 13-10 with a long field goal to win the game.
Yeah.
It's within the range of possibilities.
Yeah, it could happen. So, man, all right, I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna say now I'm not going to do it. But that is actually a little bit more intriguing. I'd intentionally not looked to see what the prices were for any kickers to win MVP. But man, that is way longer than I thought it would be.
0.2% implied at that number at 490 to 1. I would say I feel strongly that there's higher than a 0.2. I know it's never happened before.
Right.
But like it's going to take 500 Super Bowls for us to prove this right or wrong. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like I lean towards the under in this game anyway. And if I'm leaning towards the under, maybe we see a scenario where Butker gets, 3 or 4 field goal opportunities in this game. And if he can kick a couple of long ones, maybe one of them is a game winner in the fourth quarter, then you actually have a chance. But I still think that is so unlikely. But man, I think it is greater than 0.2%.
There's also the 20%, I think, fan vote that is included in the MVP as well.
Yeah.
Which, how many fans? I mean, like, not that that's the majority of it, but I don't think you're going to get a lot of fan votes for kickers either.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, there's like the difference between like theoretical value and like actual value, like, and I feel even though it is so long, I mean, 490 to 1, I probably won't be betting that, even though I do think there's a little bit of value there.
There is a part of me, as there is with every bettor, like, listen, I do this for a living. I sustain my life from betting on sports. However, I would be lying to the audience if I said that I never have FOMO. And like once something is mentioned to me at an insane price, there is part of me that just will convince myself that if I do not wager on this, it will win and I will be miserable. And I end up making what could be a bad bet, could be a good bet. We don't know. But I will likely bet this regardless, just because I will not be able to live with myself. Not a very professional bettor type of move, but I'm just being real with the people here, Matt.
Yeah, that's fair. And I will say, when I'm looking at the MVP markets, the one thing I always do is kind of a default is like, think about the game scenarios of like what needs to happen for this guy to win MVP. And then if I can go into an SGP market and kind of create that and compare the odds, like for most of the MVP bets, I wouldn't bet them. I would rather just create an SGP. But I don't know if we actually can do something like that with Harrison Butker. Like I don't think there are all that many like alternate field goal props that you can include in an SGP.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm trying to think of stuff off the top of my head that would make sense, and I don't think that there's much there.
Yeah.
Especially with the way that SGP like NFL market typically works. Yeah, interesting. All right, we're not doing a kicker this year. We've gotten one MVP bet on the show so far. That came from G-Stack George. He gave Christian McCaffrey MVP at plus 400 or better. Don't hate it. He likes the rationale of 49ers are just going to try to run the ball ad nauseum in this game. And I do think that is the most likely game script after watching Baltimore not run the ball on Kansas City and throw a billion times and that not be successful whatsoever. So I don't hate that. But let's get to your favorite prop, Matt. You're always creative in like what you find out here on the board. I'm interested to hear what you have in terms of favorite prop for this Super Bowl.
All right. Well, mine does include Christian McCaffrey. It also includes Isaiah Pacheco. I'm looking at their head-to-head rushing matchup, and I like Pacheco getting 23.5 rushing yards against McCaffrey. And I have this projected for like McCaffrey around 83 rushing yards, Pacheco at 70. So I'm seeing like about a 10-point buffer here for me. And the general theory of this is that Pacheco, if we look at what he's done in the playoffs, he's had 21 carries per game. McCaffrey in the playoffs has had 18.5 carries per game. We look at what Pacheco has done since the week 10 bye. He's had 18 carries per game across 8 games. McCaffrey, since his week 9 bye, he's had 17.6 carries per game. Both of these defenses are fairly exploitable via the running game. And I do lean a little bit towards the Chiefs, but that really hasn't factored into the analysis here. I think there's a pretty good chance that if McCaffrey out carries Pacheco, it's only by a couple of carries. And I honestly think it's going to be pretty dead even between these guys. And if Pacheco ends up matching McCaffrey in the number of carries he gets in this game, 23.5 is just way too big of a buffer for McCaffrey to be giving him. And then I'll just say, like, if I do think that the Chiefs win, and people have talked about, Mahomes awesome as an underdog specifically. He's been really strong on the road and at neutral locations. If you think the Chiefs do win this game, then I think all the more that pushes this towards Pacheco, because we could just see, as we saw in the AFC Championship, the Chiefs just really relying on the running game with Pacheco, where he had 24 carries in that game. So I do like Pacheco very much with this, getting 23.5 rushing yards going against McCaffrey.
All right. Interesting look there. I like the player head-to-head matchups. We typically don't see those a whole lot. So we're going with Pacheco plus 23.5 against CMC. Matt, enjoy the Super Bowl. Thank you for joining us this year on Forward Progress. All the best. Hopefully more winners than losers this year.
Awesome. Have a great show.
All right. Matthew Friedman, the Oracle, everyone. You can check out Fantasy Life as well on Twitter at MB Fantasy Life. Matthew Berry, Fantasy Life. You can get betting content to your inbox every day for free as well. You can follow them on Twitter. I'm like cut off to the world as I do these shows because it's boom, guest to guest to guest to guest. I'm just getting a bunch of updates on my phone and just checking in as to what they are. And it's like live updates of Hitman on the golf course right now. Like the guy joined us for 15 minutes and then actually went to play around. He made a birdie at the par 5-7 hole at Ocean Acres Country Club, +7 at the turn. And recently just made a sandy par at hole 11 as well. Sounds like a decent day for Hitman on the course, while I've committed to a 5-hour props betting extravaganza. This is my life, people. The guy that wins 2 bets on Forward Progress all year, golfing during the day, all day, every day. And here I am, put together a great season and keep pounding out consistent content on Forward Progress. Our next guest, one of my favorites, good friend of mine, an analyst for NBC Sports, part of the Bet the Edge podcast, and also the other half of the Deep Dive pod with Andy Molitor. It is the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, at the Super Bowl Media Row. Look at this celebrity. Look at that hair, man. It's just unreal, man. Unreal. How are things?
I'm having a bad hair week, man. The weather and the water in the hotel, like it's kind of wrecking my my flow, my vibe. But no, it's been an unbelievably fun time. Highlight so far by a margin was the Oilers Knights game last night. Oh my god! Have you been to a game at T-Mobile before?
I've been to several. I've been to a few playoff games. I've also been to an Oilers Knights game at T-Mobile, and there were so many Edmonton fans there because it's a short haul for them as well. It's a pretty incredible vibe.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Edmonton fans there last night trying to see the 17th consecutive win. It was not to be, but I don't think they were that sad because like they were in Las Vegas and not in Edmonton in the early part of February, so it was still a win. But the game was unreal, and the show they put on there is just like live hockey in and of itself is just super fun, and then you kind of add in what they do with the entertainment factor. It is just unbelievable. But I came away from that game feeling like the Oilers are probably value for Cup. Am I crazy? Like that, I know they lost, but like they were absolutely dominant in that game. And like McDavid was on another level. Like he was doing stuff that I've never seen before on ice. And I'm very glad I got to see him at the peak of his powers. I feel like Oilers like 8-1's got to be a bet, right?
So I'll run numbers on that, and I'll actually get you a real number on that. I did bet the Oilers to win the Cup and the West after like their really poor start to the season, but the playoffs are a different beast than the regular season, and there's just way more space out on the ice for all this speed in the regular season. I'm not saying it's not a good bet. I'm really high on Edmonton as well, but it's like Vegas is much more suited to the playoffs, in my opinion, than Edmonton is.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like the second period, it was just like such a phenomenal barrage of offense. Like the Knights were holding on for dear life and then stole a goal early in the third and kind of put the Oilers on their heels. But I don't see it. I don't know how the Knights are beating that team in best of seven like format. It's tough to say. I know a lot of people are high on Hill for Vezina right now. That's kind of making its rounds in the awards circles. I think that's probably good. He was unbelievable. Their penalty kill was the difference in the game ultimately. But I regret not going to any of their playoff games last year on that Stanley Cup run because that atmosphere is just unreal. And live hockey, man, what a rush. But
Drew, you're a man. Like, you can talk NFL. I hear you talking NBA pretty regularly. I didn't know you had this hockey acumen in you as well. Like, I don't know where this is coming from, man.
It's crazy. Well, I like soccer, and it's basically just like soccer on ice with an invisible ball, So it's easy. It's an easy conversion.
I don't know how many people will get that. I hope a lot of people do. Oh, my God. That was such a – I mean, I just teed it up for you, and you hit it out of the park right there. You hit it out of the park right there. That's a very old Steve Fezzik tweet from 2014 or so. Classic stuff. How's the Super Bowl experience been for you this year?
Pretty good. I mean, I think it's probably a pretty good market. There's a lot known. I thought the offerings for props were pretty good, and I liked the liquidity that was available. The fact that you didn't have to wait in line at the Westgate and get to kind of go through that circus just to get liquidity into the prop market was pretty cool. I think the game is probably mostly fairly priced, but I lean Niners for this one. I say I lean Niners. I bet the Niners. I think Niners minus 2.5, minus 105 was the price point I took. And I think the alts are probably a little bit in play just because there's, in my opinion, at least, fat tail for the Chiefs offense being who we think they might be, which is not very good. And in particular, the mismatch of offensive line for the Chiefs, which I think might not be being accounted for correctly, because we've seen the Chiefs in such a positive game state, going all the way back to their Christmas loss to the Raiders, and kind of forget that up against quick pressure and a guy like Nick Bosa and a healthy now interior D line push for the Niners, that could put this game away, and you could have a little bit of a margin. But at the same time, some of the boots on the ground here, and don't tell everybody about this, but there's significant nerves and concern in the Niners camp that I was kind of caught by surprise. Just in general, you just see the clip circulated of Kyle Shanahan at media day, and he was a little not exactly dialed in, not exactly focused. There's a good amount of buzz that there's just some unsettledness about the Niners, and hopefully that Shanahan doesn't overthink this. I mean, I think the answers for the Niners are more apparent, right? You can beat the Chiefs with the zone run all day long, do that until it doesn't work, and then do something else. I don't know why they would be losing sleep over their game plan, but the media row is absolutely, it's boiling over with talent. All of a sudden, players coming through. Pat McAfee shows here now. There's 50 bros standing around watching the Pat McAfee set. Tommy DeVito's agent's here. He's taking pictures with everybody. Everybody wants a picture with Tommy DeVito's agent. There was somebody legitimately screening to make sure you didn't walk in the background of Tommy DeVito's agent's pictures. So, it's a circus like you would expect, and I think everybody's pretty fired up for the game.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the week out there. Sounds like a great time. We had Dr. Eric Eager on earlier from there as well. Costos was down there. He's staying at the Aria doing a show with Lockie. So a lot of people in town, but I have to put you on the spot now. And
surely.
I listened to You Better You Bet this week. You gave out Brock Purdy under pass attempts. That's been given out on the show already today.
Yeah, it's getting steamy.
I may have bet that one myself as well. But we're looking for a different one now after that change in price. Your favorite bet for the Super Bowl as it stands right now, what is it and why?
I don't know that I'm going to be the first on the board, win or lose here, but it's possible. The way that I'm kind of pitching my pick here. Nobody's picked a coin toss, right? Or a weird one pregame.
Well, we got Johnny.
Who will be shown first on the anthem?
Johnny, my co-host on Circles Off, picked no touchback first kickoff plus 280.
Okay, so he'll be in the books first then. Okay. Well, I'm going to go with Isaiah Pacheco. First reception under 5.5 yards. I played this at plus money. I think it's good to minus 120. And it's not really all that complicated. This is a little bit of a mean median bust. His median receiving yards on a given reception is 5 compared to 5.5. If you look at the distribution of those receptions, he's a very boomer bust guy with his receiving yards. He's either taking a screen 10 to 30 yards, or there's a lot of zeros and negatives in there in his completed screen passes. And in fact, if you dig in a little more early in games, like when he's going up against fresh linebacking core, and they haven't really kind of set up the screen game effectively for the Chiefs, because it takes a little bit into their script before their screen game really starts clicking. Like his first quarter receptions, there are many games where it was 0 or negative in the first quarter of games. In fact, over 50% of his first quarter receptions were zeros or negatives. So under 5.5 yards for me is plus 103. Hopefully this gets done within the first quarter. I think in general, the rally tackling of the linebacking core led by Fred Warner is going to be impactful here for me. And I think, Pacheco, I think, is going to have a pretty heavy usage day overall. He should. But I just don't think explosive pass plays are in the cards for them.
All right. I like the handicap. I think it makes a lot of sense. It won't be the first bet settled. Maybe not the second either, because Eric Eager gave out Chiefs first play to be a pass as well. So we'll know that very quickly. But this will be settled. He's going to get some targets in this game. So we'll know pretty early. We'll know pretty early. I like the look. I think at plus money makes some sense. And I'm just looking at my fare on this, and I agree with you, Drew. So let's make it happen.
All right. Well, best of luck. Enjoy the rest. How many more hours you got of this? Like 5?
I got an hour 15 remaining. Not that anyone's counting or anything like that.
Excellent. All right. Well, best of luck to you. And then enjoy the Super Bowl.
All right. Drew Dinsick, everyone. Appreciate that. Live from the Super Bowl. If that's a bad hair day, come on, man. Know your audience, Drew. Jesus, look at what I'm dealing with over here. He's complaining about, the water pressure at the hotel. 98% of the population would gladly trade their hair with you. Know your audience, Mr. Whale Capper. Know your audience. All right, we keep marching forwards here. We're on to guest number 23. The end is in sight for me. He's a regular here on Forward Progress as well. He's the founder of CleveAnalytics.com, which you can check out anytime over the course of the year for some great football stuff. Cleve TA joins me here on Forward Progress. TA, how are things?
Good, man. How you holding up?
I'm okay. You know what? It's going. It's as long as I keep things moving and there's no lulls. It flows. Yeah. I currently have to piss pretty badly, but if I keep going, I kind of forget about it a little bit. So it's just about keeping it moving. That's the key to content.
I was going to say, I've got 2 young daughters and I've got 2 sound machines, and we play the ocean and the waves crashing as their sound. So not to bring that up or anything, but I was going to play it in the background, but I figured I'm a much better man than that. So Good work.
Yeah, I might have to bring in producer Jason at some point or another, just for a quick break. How's Super Bowl week going for you? I know you've been pretty active with playing some props and things of that nature. Generally speaking, how you feeling about this game?
Yeah, it's fun. I treat it more as a fun exercise than purely a money making event. So it's just a culmination of such a long season. I've been doing this. God, I wrote up my off-season preview back in June. I think early July I released that. Spent a lot of time in that, and just had a month break, and then been doing work ever since September. And I literally write up every single game of every week. So kind of looking forward to it all ending. I got a good Super Bowl party to go to on Sunday. So looking forward to that. Get together with some guys I don't get to get together with all the time. So that'll be fun. And then it's draft season. So looking forward to it.
We haven't talked much about Super Bowl parties today, but I'm actually pretty interested in this and what that experience is like. How early in the day are you getting started for Super Bowl Sunday?
I get up pretty early. I got a daughter who's under 1, so I don't sleep much anymore. So I'll be up probably like 6 a.m. Doing stuff, but I'll have most stuff wrapped up, I think, over the, early in the weekend. And then, I've hit a bunch of overs, and we'll talk about one, but I hit a bunch of overs earlier, and looking at some, maybe fading some moves to the under on Sunday in terms of a prop, but otherwise gonna relax. Like I said, going to a buddy's house. We play some poker, kind of an annual thing in the afternoon, kind of just for fun, low stakes, and then get a couple drinks in, and then we'll watch the game. So I'll get most of my work done earlier in the day on Sunday.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at, is like what the full day tradition looks like. So poker tournament in the afternoon. Mine is going to be post game this year, where I'm doing post game poker tournament. But that's always a great thing to bring to a Super Bowl party. The big thing though is like, what is the viewing experience like at the place, right? Is like a good setup. That's always make or break for the Super Bowl party. And 2 would be the food, right? Like I don't know if you guys decide on that beforehand or you just leave it to the host. But those are what make or break the Super Bowl parties.
Yeah, I leave that to the host, and he's just say he's had a few extra meals in his day, and he's really good when it comes to picking the food options. So he's pretty good with that, and he kind of gets a little bit of everything. And it's a big party, and like all the wives and girlfriends are in another room, so it ends up being a good experience. And we've got, I got all these bets. I'm in 1 million square boards. I just got so much going on that it's hard to track, but just kind of watch the game. And then it's funny. You forget sometimes that you're on something, or you have a square or whatever, and you're just like, oh, wait a minute. And you have to like look through all your, I'll have a little notepad with all of my, my summary of everything that I'm on, and I'm like, oh, I hit that one, or I missed that one, but it's fine. I enjoy it, and it's gonna be sad when the final gun hits on Sunday, and we don't have football for a while, but looking forward to it.
Yep, taking a page out of GRP's notebook, literally, and bringing one to the party with the plays on it. Didn't take you for a big GRP fan, TA, but I mean, listen, I won't hold it against you.
I have an exact score if you'd like. I mean, you're talking about GRP. I got some exact scores.
Like, are you going to win 100K off of it, and then take a vacation and take your buddies out for a meal, or like what's going on with this?
Oh yeah, I mean, he actually inspired me. I tweeted about it because the guy tweets about it every 5 minutes. So I'm like, I just want to see. I'm just curious. And again, it's not predictive, but I just curious. Like, I've got a database of every NFL game since 2000. I was like, how often? Based on kind of, when the spread's between 1 and 2.5 and the totals in this 46 to 47.5 range, like how often do we get a 28-17 final? It's happened 0 times since 2000. So I thought that was interesting, but 31-17 has been the most common. So I was like, I'm like you with FOMO. Like, it's a horrible bet. I think I got like 140 to 1 on it. It's a terrible bet, but I had to put a few bucks on it just out of principle. So I did that both ways. And then, 31 is a very common score, both just in, based on these parameters. And then the Super Bowl in the last like 20 plus years, 31 has been the most common team score. So if you're looking to place an exact number, I think 31 is a good place to start. But yeah, I had to just out of FOMO, because GRP inspired me.
I like that. And these are the types of ones that will hit at some point or another, just because of the inspiration from GRP. TA, let's get to your favorite prop for the Super Bowl. You mentioned that you wanted to play an over. What's it going to be and why?
Yeah, honestly, I would have. I didn't know we were going to do long shots. I would have loved to do Rashid Rice MVP at 50 to 1, but I'll just go with the standard bet. I'm on Mahomes over 36.5 pass attempts. Up to -120. I think it's -110, kind of widely available in the market. It's funny. So this is not an inflated number. Typically you see guys like Mahomes and Kelsey, and, we'll see all the high profile guys, have their props inflated pretty substantially. But this has been the exact pass attempt prop for Mahomes like most of the year. I mean, the last 2 playoff games and the last regular season game against Cincinnati, it was 36.5. So we're not dealing with any sort of inflation here. You're not paying extra price. And I think it might just be because the perception is, Kansas City's been a lot more conservative of late, but if you look at their neutral game pass rate, they've been pretty high up there all season. They're number 2 in the NFL in neutral game pass rate, and it's been pretty steady in the playoffs. And he's cleared this number twice in 3 games in the playoffs. So even though they're being a little bit more conservative, they're still throwing the ball. There's just more kind of low ADOT kind of quick passes more than anything, but he's been getting there. And if you look at the season numbers, he's averaging just under 37 attempts per game. But his median, which is more important than the average here, is 39. So it's skewing, when you look at the distribution of those pass attempts, skewing much more closer to 40 than mid 30s here. He's gone over this number 14 of 19 games this year. Historically, he's increased his pass rate in the postseason. So if you exclude the 2 games where he got injured, he hurt his ankle last year against Jacksonville, then the concussion against the Browns a few years ago. So of the 13 postseason games in his career, 10 have gone over this number. And, just in general, I just think the way that San Francisco plays defense, they play a lot of cover 4, quarters defense, kind of soft zone. They let their front 4 get upfield with the pass rush. They don't blitz a lot. Steve Wilkes' defense is really soft in that regard. And so I think the kind of short, quick passes underneath is going to be there. I think a lot of Rashee Rice and Kelsey, obviously even Pacheco. So I think that's going to, essentially create longer drives, but a lot of short, quick passes, which will, obviously he'll rack up his pass attempts, from that perspective. And just in general, looking back again, I've got this database of Super Bowl props. Me and my analysts went back to 2000, looking at all the 46 teams that have played in these Super Bowls, and looked at all of the kind of different skill position guys and what their props were, and kind of is there any specific types of props that have gone over in general historically. And the number 1 prop has been pass attempts. It's about 70% of quarterbacks have exceeded their pass attempts in the Super Bowl from their season average. I think 65% have exceeded their props. And the ones that, really skew over are the ones that quarterbacks that have averaged at least 35 pass attempts during the regular season, which obviously Mahomes fits here. So those guys, there've been 16 of them, 13 have gone over their prop by like 5 attempts per game. Most of them are in the 40s, and even Mahomes has exceeded 40 twice. So, we typically see this is really conducive. The Super Bowl is conducive for high scoring, a lot of passing. Obviously, when it's the final game of the year, and you want to rely on your elite quarterback and your star quarterback, I think we're going to see that, and we've seen that historically. So, absent things like last year, Bolton with that fumble return for a touchdown. We had Tony with that long punt return. Mahomes missed out on 2 full drives, so he went under that number. But absent some of that outlier stuff, I think the over here is a pretty good number. So I think 36.5 is a good one.
36.5 over on Mahomes pass attempts. Pinnacle does have the best number in market right now at -103 for anyone who has access in Canada as well. TA, thank you for joining us all year on Forward Progress. Enjoy the Super Bowl party. Take down the poker game. All the best. And hopefully a lot more check marks on that notepad rather than X's.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. Cleve TA, everyone. You can check out his website, cleveanalytics.com. Listen, you know what? People can see, people know that I have to piss, and I do, believe me, I do. But there are enough people here that are holding their piss in solidarity with me that I'm going to try to power through. This is bad for the bladder. I'm diabetic. I don't usually go like more than 3 hours without pissing. We're on to the 4-hour mark now. I'm going to try to roll through. I'm a man of the people. I don't want any breaks. We're just going to make it happen. And we're near the end. Guest number 24. Co-founder at Establish the Run. One of the most highly respected prop bettors in the entire space. Making his first appearance here on Forward Progress. Adam Levitan now joins us. Adam, how are things?
Hey, good to see you, Rob. How's it going, man?
It's going, man. I don't know what it is. Every time I'm going to do a big show, I wake up, I'm like sick. I got some. So today's not been I'm sweating profusely. No one can see it right now because I turned the lighting down and whatever. But we're going to get through. We're almost there, 80% of the way with you, Adam. So I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, back in the poker days, you couldn't leave your table. You had to piss in the jar, you know? Yeah, everybody had their own piss cup. So there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think I should have thought about this. Like it was a very obvious outcome of what was going to happen for a 5-hour stream, but I came ill prepared for this.
I was just listening to TA. We make just on that Mahomes stuff. I thought it was interesting. You know, we make Mahomes pass attempts 37.4 mean, 37.0 median. You know, we showing like $2 of EV on that over 36.5 minus 110. But I did think there are other ways to attack that. We took Mahomes to have more completions than Purdy minus 200. We make that minus 265. And like, you know, all the stuff that he was saying, more short passes, Purdy goes long, Mahomes goes short. Even if there's like a discrepancy or a game script discrepancy, I still think Mahomes is more likely to have more completions than Purdy. So that was one that just came to mind while he was talking that I thought about. Again, we make that minus 265. Mahomes to have more completions than Purdy.
Out of curiosity, where did you land on Brock Purdy pass attempts? Because that's been a pretty popular under on the show today as well. I'm putting you on the spot. I don't know if you have access to it.
Of course. Yeah. That was the first bet we took. We took Purdy under 32.5 minus 110. I know it was 31.5. And then I guess since people have been talking about it on this show today, now it's 30.5. So yeah, we like that one. We have him around, I think 30.7 attempts or something like that.
The show, man, the market is steaming off all these picks. Can't slip can't slip these picks past any of the viewers here that are looking to bet the stuff. We had Jack Miller on before in the first half of the show. I'm a big fan of his. He said something really interesting about like Super Bowl and sometimes with the projections, you getting to kind of make the final calls in terms of like, this subjectively looks a little bit too high for me, or this subjectively looks a little bit too low for me. And the Super Bowl is like a very interesting game because we have all these priors for specific teams, but they may not choose to run those specific sorts of game plans. Subjectively, like, I guess let me boil it down into a question of how much of this is pure math for you versus how much is an element of subjectivity in this like one specific game where you might convince yourself that like the most likely game script is going to be X.
I think the way that we do it and the way that I like to do it is come up with something in my head that I like. You know, I think that Kelsey is going to be overinflated and then go to the numbers. Well, are we showing anything close on Kelsey? We're showing something with $5 of EV or $7 of EV on Kelsey. And then that might turn into a bet based on feel, you know? But yeah, I think having some combination of feel and all the math stuff that we're doing is the best way to do it. And honestly, like prop market has gotten so tough. I kind of think the only way to do it, you know, so I know some people are still doing it. They bring up the prop lines and they look at stuff and they fire from their gut. I used to do that and I was winning a lot. I don't think I can do that anymore and win a lot, you know? So I think you need both now.
Yeah, it was interesting. We had a pro bettor on in the first half as well that goes by China Maniac on Twitter. And that's kind of like his process, which was just like eyeballing things and saying, this is not right. And he did speak to the fact that that's just getting tougher and tougher to do as the years go on. So I think there's a lot of validity to that, Adam. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. I mean, you're one of the most respected prop bettors in the entire space, as is your service, Established the Run. I'm a huge fan. I got to interview Taylor a few weeks back on Circles Off, which I thought was an excellent interview and like provided a lot of insight into how you guys produce projections. I would suggest anyone who wants to check that out, it's on our Circles Off YouTube channel. Our producer, Jason, will drop the link into the chat here below. But putting you on the spot here, favorite Super Bowl prop pick, what's it going to be and why?
God, I've taken 40 something props already. I've actually floored a bunch of accounts. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but limits are completely, even for my limited accounts, limits are completely out of control. So I've been like flooring accounts lately. I'm actually like a little nervous that if things don't go well, I've gotten way out over my skis here with the limit. But anyways, so I've taken like 40 something. I tried to pick one that I thought would be available still. Will Kansas City have a rushing touchdown in this game? Will Kansas City Chiefs have a rushing touchdown in this game? We make that plus 106. So plus 106 to the yes, minus 106 to the no. And so you're able to get some really good prices here. There was a plus 162 on FanDuel. I think that's probably gone by now because we gave that out. But the plus 142, I think, is on Pinnacle still. Mostly a math-based bet and a distribution based bet based on the sim stuff that we've been doing. But I think it's an important one, like an important note for me in Super Bowl week is like, yeah, you know, Christian McCaffrey yards or Travis Kelce yards, or it's probably roughly right until the public comes and bloats it, right? But these props they offer that they don't offer for the entire year, and they may only be on 2 or 3 books. Those are the ones where I'm like, man, can we price this, guys? Because this could be way off. Like the books may not have any idea. And this was one that what I thought was pretty far off. So yeah, Chiefs, no rushing touchdown. We've seen them be very throw heavy all the time, but very throw heavy in the red zone also. And I think that might be hard for some people that are trying to model this stuff to capture. So yeah, that was the one that I thought was up that I still liked.
Perfect. And Adam gave his fair value on it as well, which is plus 106. So you can bet accordingly based off whatever numbers are available to you out there as well. Adam, appreciate you joining us. All the best for the Super Bowl and the 40 plus props that you've played at good limits. So hopefully it's a good one for you, and appreciate you joining us on Forward Progress.
Cool. If it doesn't go well, I might need a job. So I'll be in touch.
All right.
All
Adam
right.
Levitan, everyone. Peace. Have a good one. All right. I just said right before Adam came on that I was going to power through. There's no way I'm powering through anymore. Someone put a comment here like someone has to take yellow Gatorade, and this just set me absolutely off. I need to urinate. This is the time. I told Jason, producer Jason, I would give him a minute today to talk about the game. He really wanted to give his thoughts on the game. Jason, 1 minute is yours.
All right, I'm taking over for now, guys. All right, Rob's gone. Perfect. Rob is gone. All right, guys. I'm hijacking the stream right now quickly. As you guys know, Hitman throughout the entire year has been giving out best bets here on this YouTube channel. He has 3 wins this year. I have 2. I've only picked twice. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at sides. We're going to look at totals, and we're going to pick one of those, and we're going to pick up a winner, and we're going to tie Hitman's best bet record. I'm going to tie him with only 3 picks. Now, there's only one way to go here for the side or total of this game, and I looked at the prices. I came to the conclusion, you know what? I trust a lot of the opinions of the guys here on Forward Progress. I'm lucky enough to produce almost every single show here on Forward Progress, consume so much information, and I've come to the conclusion of one bet here. KC Moneyline plus 115 best price is available over at Pinnacle. You can see I've also added another pick to my notebook here down at the bottom. Matt Freeman convinced me on that one, but we're going to go with KC Moneyline here, plus 115, best price anywhere in the world over at Pinnacle. The reason why I'm going with that, guys, simple as that. San Francisco's path to victory, the only way I can see them winning is if they run the ball, but I feel like that's a losing proposition for them. So that's kind of my thesis behind this bet, if we're going to be honest. So Rob is back. I quickly hijacked the stream. I hope you guys enjoy that best bet here. Rob, I don't know if you caught the end of that, but KC Moneyline was given out as my best bet.
Well, I'm unfortunately also on KC Moneyline.
Also, completely rookie move, Rob. You gotta bring the jar in.
That's not yellow. I mean, if that's what the urine looks like, you've just been drinking straight water. I don't know. I don't believe that. I don't.
Yeti
I
mug
mean,
right here, empty.
All right. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. We've been running a tight ship today. It's going to continue. This hat can only mean one thing. It is an ode to our next guest. He's an NFL originator. He's part of the team at 4for4.com, and he's a regular here weekly on Forward Progress as well. Sharp Clark, how's it going?
Nice hat, Rob.
Thank you. I have to wear it more like you, but I don't have hair that will stick out the front. I'm just going to look like I gotta go this route.
Yeah, you got to match your head. That's fine.
Yeah. I bought this it was before I was married. I bought this in 2011. This is probably the first time I've worn it since. But
I'm
you know
honored.
what? I don't look, I think I look fine with this hat on. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put this on and look like an idiot. I think it's fine. I think it's a good look, honestly.
Yeah,
it's
I
growing
agree.
on me.
Yeah. Yeah, you pull it off well.
Yeah, I should have wore the dress shirt and the blazer like you. You look like you're ready for like a Kentucky Derby or something. That's
I'm ready
the
for
vibe you're getting. Yeah.
I'm ready for the Super Bowl, Rob. That's what it is.
Makes a lot more sense than the Kentucky Derby. We're doing a Forward Progress NFL stream. Makes a ton of sense. Makes a ton of sense. You're a Chiefs fan.
Yep.
And you're going to the game.
Yep.
Has that really set in for you yet?
No, that it hasn't. Like I'm still waiting, right? I don't leave for Vegas until Saturday. And so I think it's probably gonna hit me on Saturday, but I also have like my brain does not abstract well. I don't know if you know this whole thing about like some people when they close their eyes and imagine something, they can see the thing in their head, like in their mind's eye or whatever. Like that concept to me doesn't make any sense because when I imagine something, I think of the word or the concept. And that's kind of how it applies here. It's like, I know conceptually that I'm going to be at the Super Bowl watching the Chiefs in Vegas, which is like the highlight of my entire life. But yeah, it hasn't set in yet.
Now you are a Chiefs fan, but I know that you think impartially when it comes. You can make an unbiased opinion on a game, and that's like what I appreciate about you relative to G Stack George. Who just picks the Dolphins every week. I've seen you pick against the Chiefs before, so it does happen. We first talked about the game, and your original gut inclination was like, I like the Chiefs in this game, and you laid it out as. I mean, you're a tape guy. A lot of your formulations on games are based off of you watching tape. I assume that nothing has really wavered over the last week or so in your analysis of the game. You still feel, fairly confidently that the Chiefs are a good price here.
Yeah, definitely. I actually make this game exactly at Pick'em. So getting plus 110, plus 115 on my line for the Chiefs is still value for me. I've maxed out my exposure because, the limits are ridiculous. And so you can get whatever you want. But I just think that the Chiefs, so a lot of people have this narrative that they've brought the Niners down based on their play in the playoffs, and they've brought the Chiefs up based on their play in the playoffs. I actually haven't made that much adjustments. I was just higher on the Chiefs and lower on the Niners to begin with. So, at the biggest margin between the two teams that I ever had all year, I would have made San Francisco -2.5 on a neutral against Kansas City. So -2 is like barely off, the gap. So I don't really think that much has changed. I just think that the Chiefs have stopped getting those bad breaks against them in these games. And then the level that Mahomes plays at in the playoffs is different than his regular season performance. And it is every year. And if you're not, modeling that, like it's hard to model, but it is a real thing that happens. So I do think that matters.
Now, I'm not super familiar with your style of betting, but we've asked you to put together a prop for this show. Are you typically betting props over the course of the year, or is this going to be kind of an anomaly for you?
No, I don't typically bet props. Sides primarily, and then a handful of totals, especially early in the week before they get beat into place. But it's 2 weeks to think about a game. You're going to come up with stuff. There's a million menu items. What I like in this one is two angles kind of going the other way, and the bet is on Purdy to throw more interceptions than Patrick Mahomes. Make sure it's a two-way market because part of my angle on this, I think you get -125 at Pinnacle. And any variation of this I like Mahomes 0 interceptions or not throw an interception. I like Purdy 1 or more interceptions or Purdy to throw an interception. On the Mahomes side, I mean, he has not thrown a pick in his last 2 playoffs. That's 6 games. He hasn't even had a turnover-worthy play in this entire playoff stretch. People recognize that he's great, but I don't think that they have fully appreciated how he's transformed his game into taking whatever the defense gives him. He doesn't bail pockets as quickly. He doesn't get as frustrated when his receivers drop the ball. He's much more under control, and you saw it in full display against the Ravens. That defense played really, really well, and he just never put the ball in harm's way. And I think that's going to continue here. And then on the other side, Brock Purdy's much more of a gunslinger than I think people give him credit for. And one thing in particular that I like in this matchup is Purdy is not afraid to throw into pressure. Like think about the Eagles playoff game last year, the play that he got hurt, he was getting sacked as he threw it and turned the ball over. I think it was technically a fumble, but the ball went up in the air. Think about the Lions interception against the Lions. He got his hand hit while he was throwing. Same thing happened against Baltimore on the 4th pick. He was throwing to McCaffrey in the flat, got his hand hit, ball went, lame duck interception. He also gets a lot of passes batted at the line of scrimmage, and those can get tipped up in the air. Like we saw last week, Lamar Jackson threw a pass that got tipped up, and he stole the interception away from Justin Reed. Brock Purdy's not making that play, right? If Brock Purdy's passes get tipped to the line of scrimmage, there's a good chance they're going to get picked. And Purdy has played significantly worse in his career against really good defenses that can get pressure, and he hasn't played a ton of them. So I'm concerned a little bit about, Purdy's aggressiveness. He also extends plays and refuses to give up. He has very few throwaways on the year. And if you're using base turnover-worthy plays as your metric for predicting interceptions, I think you're missing a lot because batted passes and getting hit while you're throwing don't actually go down as turnover-worthy plays in PFF's system. So I think there's plenty of reason to anticipate a above average chance that Purdy throws an interception here. And then the last thing is in games where he's thrown 27 or more passes, he's thrown a pick in 9 out of 16. And in games where he's thrown 26 or fewer, he's thrown an interception once out of 11 games. And so I think with the line at, I know you guys have had people on here saying under on his passing attempt, it's still lined at 31 and a half. So we do anticipate a high volume of passing here. And I think this is a situation where, at worst, probably we're pushing where they both throw 1 or they both throw 0. But I think there's a much greater than 58% chance that Purdy throws more than Mahomes throws more. So.
Just continuing on that. So the official bet is going to be Purdy more INTs than Mahomes at that price, 2-way market, not 3-way where they can end in a tie. There's some blinds out there on Purdy over 1.5 interceptions, which would be multiple at 4-1. Do you think that would be in the price point that you'd be willing to make that bet?
Yeah, I'd be willing to make that bet. Yep.
Okay. That answers a question from Nathan right in the chat there as well. Appreciate you, Sharp Clark. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Safe travels. I've bet the Chiefs personally, not for any, just, it's a wager. I'll be rooting for it, but I hope you get it because I'd rather win a wager than lose a wager.
I'll be rooting for you, Rob, just for you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I should keep the hat on for the rest. Now I'm in this, I'm a superstitious bettor, even though I know this is all nonsense, but I still somehow deep down ask myself, but what if it's not? And now I feel like if I take the hat off, that could have some negative impacts. If I keep it on, I don't know what to do. Maybe we'll put it to a poll. I have no idea. I'm just rambling now at this point. This is what happens when you do live content for 4 hours and 15 minutes, Clark. You just get to this state of mind. All the best, man. Enjoy the game.
Yep. Thanks, Rob.
All right. Sharp Clark, everyone. Check out his stuff. Check him out on Twitter at Sharp Clark NFL. Probably the best way to follow him there. He's part of the team at 444. All right. Familiar face. You see him here co-hosting with me Sunday nights throughout the regular season here on Forward Progress. It is my partner in crime, Clive Bixby. Clive, how are things going?
What's good, man? 4 hours in. Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Do I keep the hat on? What do you think?
I think it loses its value now that Sharp Clark has left the chat.
Yeah, I mean, you usually wear a hat, but it's usually a cap or something like that.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that I did that every single time until the nails put it in chat, our last episode of the season.
Mm-hmm. I feel bad now because then it feels like I was kind of mocking him by wearing the hat, but I actually just I have the hat. I thought it would be a nice gesture. It's not. It's not okay. As long as it's viewed that way. As long as it's viewed that way. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want people berating me like I'm a customer service agent or something like that.
Yeah, you didn't pull out a notebook it's and start writing your picks in there. I mean, I think that would be a little bit more of a mocking tone.
Well, we do have a poll up, and 70% say to keep it.
Oh, well, there you go.
So I'm sorry I even asked your opinion, Clive. But the hat's got to stay.
I'm wrong a lot.
I feel like I'm like a 1960s detective or something like that.
Yeah, isn't there a little meme where there's a guy wearing a fedora and it's doubt, and you click the button? That's where I'm picturing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think it could be a permanent look. I do. I really do. For those who missed Clark's pick, scrolling right at the bottom of the screen as our last 3 bets from guests that we have had on over the course of time. How you feeling about this Super Bowl? You got anything extravagant planned, or are you just sticking at home and doing your thing?
I'll be in Jersey somewhere. Last year there's this pretty big barbecue bar. They normally have a nice little event for Super Bowl. I might do that this year. I haven't decided yet. Last year there were some miserable Eagles fans, but this year there won't be that problem.
Yeah. Shitty organization, shitty people, Eagles fans.
What about you? Where are you going to be?
Friends event. We got somebody's putting it on at their place of work, which is like a workshop type of thing. Nice TV setup, be a good spot. Play some poker afterwards.
Oh, nice.
Just ready. I'm just ready, man. I'm ready for Sunday to be now. And then for me to fly away right afterwards. That's what I'm ready for.
Has there been a poll on a no break, like a no 2-week break between the Super Bowl and making it 1 week?
Yeah, like it was bigger back in the day because the Pro Bowl was bigger, right?
Right.
Like they just did the Pro Bowl or whatever, the dodgeball game that they did or whatever. I don't even know what the Pro Bowl is anymore. I have no idea. I don't watch it. I don't care. But yeah, I don't know.
I got dunked on because Baker Mayfield won an accuracy competition. That was something that happened on X.com. Like that was reinforcing how Baker's, such a great quarterback. That was interesting. That's all I took out of the Pro Bowl. That's all I saw.
Tough break for you, man.
I know.
Tough break for you. That does look like the same house Kanish is in.
Isn't Kanish in the office today?
He is in the office, so maybe you're just babysitting or something, dog sitting.
Yeah, and I will clean up after dogs, unfortunately.
Yes, fortunately for the neighbors.
Yes.
For the neighbors. All right. What do you like for the game? Do you like a side or total?
So I did hit the Chiefs relatively early. Actually, before the San Fran game was even final. So FanDuel had some lines up. So I did bet the Chiefs. Got a pretty good price, 3 minus 115. Still happy with it. I actually might add a little bit on the money line even still. I think in Jersey there's some plus 120s, and I still think there's value there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do too. It's just a little bit like basically the number that I bet at open is the number. I took Fez's advice and bet early because the line's not going to be there anymore. And then you know what happened? The line was right there a couple of days later, and it continues to be right there. It's not a good omen. Not a good sign. Not a good
I thought
sign.
it would open 2.5. I thought I was a little surprised that FanDuel would open, 3s, but apparently they had that for, a week before even for Super Bowl matchups. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, look ahead line.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I get it because if you do think about it, like, I mean, a San Fran KC matchup, you have a larger potential of San Fran like killing Detroit in that game.
Yep.
Maybe at least I think about that, where like they could have a really impressive win that makes that line make sense. But who doesn't want to bet Kansas City at that price?
Right.
Yeah. Prop time. Your caption says Rice time. I assume that's like some sort of foreshadowing for your prop here.
Yeah, I went with Rashee Rice over 6.5 receptions, minus 105. I don't think there's a ton of room in this. I went through what some of the others went through with Moretto, and being widely available. I know last year I did a cross sport prop, but those aren't really widely available book to book. So if anybody does have Caesars, Rashee Rice versus Kristaps Porzingis rebounds plus a half, that's really where I wanted to go. But
well, I like this. It's smart. Listen, I gave Moretto some very clear instructions. He's got to uphold the law here. He's got to uphold the law. We don't want but you're leveraging your knowledge in another sport as well because you're an NBA guy and you're taking advantage of that. I get that. I think that's a smart thing to do, but we did have to go for a widely available option.
Yeah, and I'm good with this. And if you want to bet that other thing too, if you have Caesars, the Celtics Heat games at 2, you'll know what you need going into a nice long sweat. Should be a lot of fun.
Interesting.
I really do think that Mahomes is going to have to throw a decent amount this game. And, the way Wilkes designs his defense, he doesn't change much off of that. And, Mahomes is going to be picking and popping in different little zones. And I think it makes a lot of sense.
So do I. I'll be very upfront when I disagree with a play, or at least I have like a numerical edge against the play. I do have a small edge on this one as well. So I'm with you, Clive. I think, and again, overs early, unders late. This kind of applies to that as well.
Yep.
All right, man. Enjoy the
good times.
game. I don't know about good times. I'm wearing down. The people are noticing, man. The people are like, Scott, I messaged my wife to see if she could get me a coffee. She's not even home right now. I don't know where she went. We're running on fumes here. 5 hours is a lot. It does a lot of damage to a man's body.
Yeah, you're going to need a halftime next year.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we'll figure it out next year. That's something else. 6 hours, someone's really going to that's off the table. That's off the table. Yeah. And this is the cross-sport one got pulled. So yeah, it's just
no, it didn't. There's no way it got pulled. That's got to be trolling.
Well, you know what? We can. Yeah, the problem is the site is so damn janky. I can't pull it up here. It's gonna just it's just gonna really slow down my computer. Really slow down my computer. I believe it. I believe the nails. They have no incentive to lie to us. They have no incentive to lie to us.
Holy shit, they did pull it.
They did. Wow, look at you, man. You're not the guy moving lines. You're the guy getting lines pulled. That's a step above.
Yeah, who knew?
That's Billy Walters level, Simon Hunter level handicapping right there.
Well, now you know who's watching the show.
Wow, they're all watching. Believe me, I know they're all watching. They're all watching. I mean, they should watch. They should watch.
True.
I mean, listen, this is the best promo I could ever run for the show right here.
Absolutely.
You got all the sportsbook traders that are in the stream watching the show live in real time. If that's not a cue to people out there that there's some good bets being given out, I mean, that's the promo that runs itself. Runs itself.
All right, Jason, make sure you capture this because we're going to need this for next year.
Yeah, too bad I'm wearing the hat while I cut that promo. Could have done that without that.
That's true.
I'm going to, just in honor of you, when Sunday comes, I don't even care what the number is. I'm betting Porzingis rebounds under, just in honor of you.
Love it.
All right.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Enjoy the Super Bowl. Clive Bixby, everyone. Clive Bixby. Look at Bob getting in there quick. I like that. That's going to be put back up at a different price. We all know how this game works. I look like a British pimp. Not quite sure if that's a compliment or not, but I've been called much, much worse than that. Here's the problem with, listen, I know the people want Francesco Greco on. We cannot put that guy on a live stream. Let's just call it out for what it is. There's a non-0% chance. I mean, he's insane. I don't even want to say there's a non-0% chance. He probably is completely insane. I know I've met him before and things. Cannot put that guy on a live stream. That will contribute to a YouTube strike. It's the channel's too important, but I'll figure out a way at some point. So he's a wild card. He's a Charlie Kelly wild card. Nobody wants the wild card. Nobody wants the wild card. Everybody, though, wants the next guest. That kind of came out weird, but it's like he gets requested a lot on the channel. People messaging. This guy's nailing 1 million first touchdown bets this year. Have him on the shows. We did. We brought him on the live watch alongs. We're bringing him back on right now. He's part of the team at FTN Bets. He's an analyst for BetUS TV, and he's the king of the first touchdown bets. Noops, how are things?
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Mr. Pizzola. And I was thinking you just look more kind of like Elvis Costello's less fashionable brother.
I mean, on the scale of things people could say to me, there's going to be some bad ones out there. But, I don't mind that at all. And I think it actually kind of makes sense. Although
it's the same look. You got like the kind of the light beard thing going. I swear Elvis Costello owns 100 of those hats. They're just fancier and have, some sort of fancy pattern around it. And I can't imagine him ever wearing a hoodie.
Definitely would not. I do think, though, that hoodies are fashionable and can be fashionable nowadays. It's very hip to be wearing hoodies. Am I not correct about that?
I'm kind of shocked by how the hoodie has stretched out. Like there are golfers, professional golfers wearing hoodies on golf courses. These are guys that aren't allowed to wear shorts, but we're wearing, Phil Mickelson basically played in a t-shirt all year. So I guess we're just allowed to wear whatever they want as long as they have pants on.
Yep. I totally get that. People know. Durzo's in the chat here. Scott says, hope we get a first TD vet. We got, what else did we get in here? Noops, first TD bet incoming. We got to listen. A lot of people just say your name whenever you come on. That's just a common practice because it's a very easy name to just stress. But are you going to give the people what they want today, which is a first touchdown bet?
I have to. This is my hill. This is my corner. This is my island. And as I start to look, I guess the only thing that was a little bit of a bummer was I want to honor the show and only pick one. Normally I have like 4 or 5, sometimes as many as 6. And I will have a bigger, six pack probably here. There's a couple long shots I like, but my favorite bet, especially among the guys that are really, frankly, most likely, George Kittle. He's 11 to 1, 10 to 1, depending on where you look. I think anything 10 to 1 or better. 11 to 1 is probably the best number there. And just starting to look at it, when I basically run my own prices, I have him ahead of Debo. Debo's at plus 950. I had Kittle a little closer to 8 to 1. He is a guy that is on the field more than any other 49er, more than McCaffrey, more than Ayuk. I mean, 97% of snaps the last 2 weeks. And a lot of that work is blocking. But when you look at these games, teams having 2 weeks to prepare, I think that they're going to be ready kind of for everything that's coming. And Kittle is a great guy that gets used in some of the play action, is going to get used in some of those special packages down in the red zone. We've seen them do that time and time again. And if he is blocking most of the game, I imagine he's going to be able to slip out, get something. I'm really hoping that we've got San Francisco with the ball, second and goal, something like that, on like the 6-7 yard line. That's it. That's the perfect time for him. And we've seen him go over the top, so maybe they'll try to stretch it out. I mean, I think about this game. I expect the 49ers to win. Both teams actually generally defer, but I think maybe the Chiefs tend to do it a little bit more. So kind of think there's maybe a better chance the 49ers get the ball first, even though it's just very small. Again, like them to score here. I don't think they're going to do what the Ravens did and kind of abandon their game plan quickly if things get tough. But like the 49ers, I think Kittle's the best number on the board here, especially among the guys that are, again, a little more likely.
Would it be fair to say that because you like the first touchdown bet, that there would also be some value in any time TD on George Kittle? Just checking now, Pinnacle's one of the best prices in market at plus 183. You're basically getting anywhere between plus 160 and plus 180, 185 right now. What about in the anytime market instead of first TD?
Yeah, I like that as well. I think that's a really nice number. Anything in that plus 175 or better range, I think is a really nice bet. And I was looking quickly to see what his 2+ touchdowns are, because he does tend to score in bunches. That's anywhere from 12 to 1 to 15 to 1. I wouldn't mind a small bet on the 15, but try to stick to that. I think 12 is probably closer to right.
All right. There's a lot of people in the chat that are just not satisfied with the one first touchdown bet. You can't please everyone, right? It's like as soon as you hinted at the possibility of liking some other people in this market, the eyes light up. People want to hear it. I don't know if you're willing to share, even if it's just one other person. We're going to hold you accountable for Kittle, first TD, as we have to hold everyone accountable for something. But the people want to know, who else are some good first touchdown bets?
I am still refining the list, but a couple guys that I already have on there, I have to play both quarterbacks here. Brock Purdy, you can get as high as 40 to 1 on him. A couple places a little bit better than that. Patrick Mahomes, his number, some 22s, some 25s, anything 20 to 1 or better. And again, it's kind of that same idea where we've had 2 weeks. These teams kind of know what the game script is. You're going to be a little more high leverage trying to use your quarterbacks. The 49ers didn't really run too many sneaks with Purdy throughout the season. We've seen him do it a handful of times in the playoffs already. Again, kind of have their own version of the tush push there. So as much as McCaffrey's great, if they get goal and one, something like that, I can absolutely see Purdy sneaking under the center to get that touchdown. We've seen Mahomes roll out and score first a bunch of times in the playoffs. I think he even did it in a Super Bowl. I can't remember which one, but like both of those quite a bit. And then another tight end for the Chiefs that's already on my list, Noah Gray. I think he's going to be kind of a popular pick, especially for some people that like big numbers. But again, 50 to 1, 55 to 1, anything in that range. And just another gadget play guy. If you go back and look, his regular season usage, not that much. In the playoffs, getting on the field more, getting more targets, getting more rushes. And another guy where, again, if the Chiefs are goal and one, they probably won't sneak it with Mahomes, but they could do something with Gray. This is Andy Reid, pulling it all out times. Last game of the year, so we can't hold anything back, Rob.
Yep, I get that as well. Noah Gray, not a name that we've heard. This is the first time we heard Noah Gray's name today. John Leguiza was on earlier, and he likes like Noah Gray ladders, basically like 3+ receptions, 4+ receptions, thinking that he could potentially be a big part of that offense if the focus is on Travis Kelce for a lot of the game. And I don't hate that logic altogether. So quarterbacks as long shots, Noah Gray is long shot, but the official bet, George Kittle, first touchdown of the game, at 11 to 1, and that's pretty widely available out there. There's actually 12 to 1 out there as well. So all the best, Noops. Appreciate you joining us this year on Forward Progress. Hopefully you hit one of these for the Super Bowl. It would be a great story and a great cap to the season. And just enjoy the game, man. Great to see you again.
Hope you're doing okay, Rob. This is tough. 4.5 hours. God bless you doing the marathon there. Maybe they'll cut you a break here soon in a minute. But thanks for having me. It has been a lot of fun. I love doing these shows. Looking forward to coming back next year. And it would be nice to hit the last first touchdown of the year.
Oh, would be amazing. Would be amazing. All the best, Noops. Take care, man. Noops Christensen, everyone. Great dude. Really appreciate him joining us here again. Again, you can check out his stuff, as always, FTN Bets, BetUS TV as well. And he covers an assortment of sports, not just the NFL, the NBA as well. Guest in the next spot here. I knew I was going to be running on fumes late in the show. Like, I knew we were going to get here 4 hours and 35 minutes. And I was going to be like, I need someone to carry me through. I just need someone who can come on. I could just throw them the mic. They could talk to themselves for a little bit. He's a good friend of mine. He's a regular on the Mayo Media Network, diehard Chargers fan, and he's a truly insane person as well. Jeff Feinberg. How are things?
I'm doing well. Going to play the role of late game relief here, Rob. Going to shut it down Dwayne Ward style, okay?
Oh, that's a throwback right there. Tom Henke, Dwayne Ward in the bullpen. Oh, man. What a 1-2 punch that was. That's an interesting it's an interesting shirt you're wearing there today, Jeff. I didn't know that was like part of your wardrobe. I typically don't see you in shirts like this.
I don't know if you think this is actually nice, but in the store, this was labeled as sleepwear, but I actually think it's lovely. I could rock it. Yeah, doesn't feel like sleepwear to me, but okay. Also, I just saw the boys posted in our group chat. Caesars put up Clive's odds again, and man, the market influence. I will tell you, the sports books, the odds makers, Benson and friends, they could take 10 minutes off here. They can take they do not need to worry about me coming in with something they need to adjust, pull. If anything, it could go the other way. But the Noops before sort of landed it on the runway of where I'm going.
Yeah, I was thinking that like if the sports book traders are watching still at this point in the show, which I think they are, maybe you give out the pick and they move it in the opposite direction, like the not respecting the opinion type of thing. And then you just go hit them again, Jeff, at the better price.
That's what I do, Rob. When I make a golf bet and then the guy even goes up 5 more points, out of disrespect or my own just sell, I'll go back again. And you want to raise it again? I'll go back again.
I like that.
What I do.
Listen, man, you're just betting. I mean, you're betting on a golfer, but you're betting on yourself, really. It's just another, you're just betting on yourself. Someone else got to get it done for you.
I bet golfers, not numbers, Rob.
I also laughed at this. That happens on Hitman's Pick where they move the other way. I can assure you that they don't, but a few more losers like that, and they will move the other way. Are you excited about the Super Bowl? Like, how do you feel as a Chargers fan watching the Chiefs in the Super Bowl again?
Not thrilled. I don't hate Mahomes. I love Mahomes. I like Kelsey. I'm a Swiftie. I respect Andy Reid. When they won their first one, I was happy for the kingdom. And then I was like, you guys just need to settle down a little. Stop acting like the doctor just delivered triplets. Only one baby came out. But here we are, Rob, how many years removed from that first one? Ironically, I believe versus San Francisco. And they're going for triplets. The doctor's about to pull out another. And whether they get it this Sunday or they get it on a future Sunday in February, the inevitability of them getting triplets and more is just something I'm gonna accept. But I will once again in September try to take their head off.
I like that you're accepting it. I like you. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I look at people like Tim Anderson or beating down Dolphin fans and the resentment they still hold for Brady. I will not get there with Mahomes. It just respect it. What I think he stole a Super Bowl from the Chargers? No. No, that didn't happen.
I agree. I just appreciate that you're taking this chance. This stance, I should say.
No, I
Let's
do
hear it.
have a future on San Francisco, so it feels nice to come into the game with the future, Rob, as like a DGen, just to not have to go out of pocket. You know, everyone's here with their sides and their data, and it's too hard to call a side. I'm still that guy, like a pick'em Super Bowl. I love it. My ego wouldn't let me not bet a side in a pick'em Super Bowl, like big game bet. You know, I love a standalone bet, so I would do that. So my 49er future is nice to have, so I don't feel like I have to come in and go out of pocket for a side, which, as I mentioned, I absolutely would do. But like listening to people on Radio Row and everywhere, it's like people want to bet San Francisco, but they're afraid of Mahomes. They're afraid of, like, I'm not a tinfoil hat guy, despite being you and Mayo trying to portray me as one at times. I don't believe anything is fixed. I just don't want to say necessarily bet against the magic dust that is Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Like, there is a level of juju there that it's nervous to step in front of.
Yeah. I mean, it's nervous if you're wearing a tinfoil hat, which you claim to not be doing.
No, I'm not. I don't think anything's fixed. I don't look at the logo and think we got Super Bowl teams or any, like, I think it's so weird not to even get in that road, but like, you make me watch a Philadelphia Phillies playoff game. They show Miles Teller on the fucking TV like 7 times. Why can't they show Taylor Swift on TV when her boyfriend's a superstar? Like, what's the difference?
Drawing in a massive audience that would have never watched the games otherwise. Why not put her on the screen? Like, I don't understand
Like, I
why
just don't
people
know
are so
what, like,
upset.
even before, anyhow, yeah. So now we're going down a bad road. If Deebo Samuel has a big game, Rob, I'm gonna have a great day. And I know you've got, I think, something to say about it later. I'm not sure. You might be against me, but I do believe, like, Deebo is fully healthy. Deebo will be onslaughted in this game. However, my favorite prop, because I couldn't, like, this, I didn't want to pick in the Deebo pile of good numbers. At least have better numbers, and maybe if they get really out of hand, I come back the other way. George Kittle, I got 47. It's a 48 now. It feels like that's the same to me. The Chiefs linebackers do not cover. They don't cover. They don't cover well. Spags will blitz Brock Purdy. I believe George Kittle will have a big game, be it Gay, be it Bolton, be it ex-Charger Drew Tranquil. I can't wait for the play where you see Drew Tranquil's numbers because his head hasn't turned around and George Kittle's catching a big first down for 17 yards. Helping me chip away at this 48.5 throughout the day. I will be on that first touchdown just because I'm a sucker for it. But yeah, George Kittle, to me, over 48.5 yards between the blitzing that I think Spags is going to try to do to get Brock Purdy out of his sorts. I believe there will be opportunity to get George Kittle the football in this game. And I don't trust those Chiefs linebackers in coverage.
All right. There you have it. George Kittle back-to-back between Noops and Jeff. Lots of love for George Kittle, but the people in the chat are asking the hard-hitting questions. What was the price on the red sweater?
No,
you say it's sleepwear. What's the brand, first and foremost? Are you comfortable sharing that as like a Ralph Lauren sleepwear or something like that?
It's Lacoste. These little things are little alligators. These little blue little navy spots that you see. Those are actually baby alligators, it looks like. No, it's good.
Who's buying Lacoste sleepwear? Like, who needs to show off the brand when they go to bed?
It was really cheap, and I didn't even want it as sleepwear. I'm like, I like this shirt. I could wear this shirt. It's cold in my basement. This looks good. I like the color. Listen, I could be George showing off here you see my Newport, showing off his Newport Beach hat. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, listen, I honestly, I don't. Like,
I thought about buying another one in a different color. It was $25. I don't know. I was in Palm Beach last week. I hit up the same outlets maybe George does. I don't know.
Dude, it's a good looking shirt. Like, I'm not insulting the shirt. I just wanted to know the general price range. There we got it. $25. 25. Like, the people were guessing $60 here. And
no, I like
it's a great deal.
I like this like maroon burgundy color. I'm a big fan of those Redskins when they do it right. Oh shit. Commanders.
Yeah. Unlike Tim, a real man of the people, Jeff needs designer sleepwear.
It's not sleepwear for me though. because I can make casual, like I'll take casual clothes and wear them in not casual settings because that's me. But I don't know, Raw. What do you want me to wear? A Chargers hoodie?
No. I'm just pointing. It's my job as host just to point things out. And whenever someone shows up,
I imagine you spent the last day and a half like writing jokes about every one of the guests in case the segment got like you got one-liners on pretty much everybody. For at least when I popped in, it seemed like a lot of people were getting it.
I really truly appreciate you saying that because those were all off the cuff, my man.
Okay,
you give me way too much credit. Like I'm not prepping one-liners for everyone. I'm not prepping for worst case scenario is exactly what this show has been today.
When you thanked George for showing us those numbers because we hadn't seen them before, that got me so good. Like I hadn't seen that yet. No, I loved it. I think Rob, you've done a great job today, buddy. Shout out. I know you'll piss on him, but props to Moretto. You feel like he had the lineup filled pretty quickly.
No. Stop. We don't do that. We don't publicly give Moretto any credit.
Well, I'm sure he was like his head must have been spinning this morning, but I think he's done a good job.
It's like pay increases coming around the corner, and like I gotta be very careful. I mean, he screwed Jason on one of the props. He fed the wrong prop. The Mahomes, the Cleve TA prop. I don't blame Jason. I blame Moretto for that one.
And I got in before I got some that steam on that Purdy under since you guys started the show today, Rob. Now I'm seeing it minus 180 on the completion on the attempts.
I know, man.
You have
listen. I would never. I'm never going to be the person that goes on air and gives out like a fake lie. I'm not going to do. I don't have it in me. But like, if I did, the amount of movement that we can make with some of these prop markets by not even betting it, just saying what we like is absurd. It's absurd. I don't bet.
I'm not gonna lie. I've enjoyed. I've made a lot of bets today from the show. Good numbers, some stale numbers, even better than what some of the hosts were touting at some stale like streeters. So I've had a great time. I thought you've done a great job.
Well, wake me up Sunday at midnight when they're all those plays are getting graded.
Whatever. It's Super Bowl. Rob, I'm about to like lose $1,000 on Herbert MVP. Okay, like just seeing those graveyard tickets. Okay, so the week's not going to start off good to begin with.
All right, I'll leave you on this because we have our final guest to get to. But the real question is if Jeff has the matching bottoms.
No.
Did you buy the bottoms?
No, I'm not. That's not my thing. I don't even know if they moved bottoms, but no matching bottoms. And I am wearing pants.
I didn't ask that. We just wanted to know if you had bought the matching bottoms. All the best, Jeff. Make sure you got your wing glove for the Super Bowl. You don't want to get you want to get your phone screen dirty with the live betting. So you eat the wings with the glove, take off the glove, live bet. You know the drill by now.
My phone, no. I'll throw my phone away when that game starts.
All right. Well,
Later.
Hopefully you win some bets. Jeff Feinberg, everyone. All aboard the George Kittle train over on receiving yards. 2 more picks to be given out on the show. I will end with my best bet. But before I do, this man actually needs no introduction. I don't have to introduce him. He's a professional sports bettor. Everybody already knows who he is. Sir Horse, Barry Horse, at Barry Horse _29 on Twitter. That beard grew in thick. You're looking very suave.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
All
When
right.
did you start growing that?
You saved the Chargers fans for last.
You know
pissed
what?
off about Harbaugh. You're still stuck with your guy.
But it doesn't, it doesn't matter. Whoever the Cowboys hired would have just been the wrong choice anyway. Like, I'm just resigned at this point to misery. So I try not to just let it affect me anymore.
I hear you. How's everything going?
It's going, man. Just wrapping up here.
I'm proud of you for taking your piss. Nobody would have ever remembered this, and you're better off just being comfortable. So thank you. We can be more pleasant now.
Yeah, like what's gonna happen? I'm gonna just hold my piss in for the entire show, and then like no one's ever gonna remember that again. And I just
for the next decade. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not gonna happen, and I'll just be suffering here for an hour. Like you know, it's 5 hour show. So man can only take so much. And I'm drinking a lot of water. Got to hydrate when you're speaking this much as well, right? It's just,
I hear you.
Yeah, it is what it is. What's new in your life, my friend?
Some golf, some travel coming up. Ton of baseball work, but I don't know. I've been more or less checked out of football for a month. I mean, that most of the work I can get done in like very little time, before the games, and yeah, I'll probably watch the Super Bowl, but I don't want to turn down the tone of the broadcast or anything, but I just don't care as much as everybody else. But I'll watch it.
No, I get that completely. I mean, you don't bet. I mean, you do bet some NFL, a lot of second halves and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not super excited about the Super Bowl. Like, I could care less whether Kansas City or San Fran wins, aside from my betting. Like, this is not the game I was looking forward to. It's just what, like, G-Stack George was on with me earlier in the show, but he's just like, everything I am as a football fan, like, this is not it. The media and like how everything takes so long, an hour halftime show. Like, I don't care about any of that stuff. I just want to watch a football game. And like, that to me is not the Super Bowl. So I'm with you for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did though ask you to come up with a prop for the Super Bowl. Because we want to bet stuff. Like, it's the whole purpose of the show. We want to bet stuff that we think is good.
Yeah, totally. First off, just for anybody watching to know like how many grains of salt to take with this, literal or figurative? Both. I mean, I was trying to think, like, I've probably spent like something between 10 and 20,000, probably closer to 20,000 hours pricing baseball sides and football sides the last decade or so. Something in there, I think. And so and I'm still learning so much more how to do both of those things, like basically on a daily basis, and still realizing like I'm only just now starting to catch like some extra returns on top of all those hours and stuff. And I haven't put 1% of that stuff into props. Not to be like condescending or whatever. Like, everybody earn however you want. The props have never been interesting to me. And so the only thing like I remotely price or like feel like I can consistently win at with like without diving in for like a full summer or something would be sacks and interceptions is basically what I price on a weekly basis for NFL. That's like within props. But yeah, just like for anybody following, like, I think this is a good one. I have like moderate conviction. I'll tell you what I think it should be, but it's not something I would, be convicted to go ham on.
I appreciate that you gave the background on that. I don't know that it's going to have an influence one way or another, because the people just want to know what does Sir Horse like for the Super Bowl. I do appreciate that you prefaced it by saying that though.
Yeah. Under sacks for the game, 4.5. I think. Okay, yeah, -30. I think -35 might be more fair. You can use whatever you want. What should it be? I have no clue. None of us know anything. I mean, maybe in the 150s. I think probably most people know sacks are like a quarterback stat predominantly more than anything else. And these two are really good at sack avoidance. I guess that's not really a secret. Everybody in the world who like would pay attention would know that. I guess like the one slight, not obvious thing for Kansas City might be their tackles are actually kind of like, I don't mean this insultingly, but like a little mediocre. They just hold a ton and get away with it a ton. But even when they don't, that's still huge for sack avoidance. And I was actually thinking about, I think it's actually like really, I wonder if they coach that, because, saving the down, and if a sack's supposed to be like 7 yards or whatever, those 3 yards and saving a quarterback hit on 15 is like 1st and 20 without a quarterback hit is like infinitely better than 2nd and 17 with a quarterback hit or whatever when you add up all. So anyways, I'm very confident on that side. I think Benson gave out that piece of it. I think this is probably the most mediocre San Francisco's O-line has sneakily been for this whole like Shanahan era. Obviously, left tackle is one of the best I've ever seen in my life, but the rest is like as a unit, it's still slightly probably above average, but they're actually like underratedly mediocre. That's probably where I'd be more scared. But this guy Purdy's honestly pretty good at sack avoidance as well. Amenahu could only help being out. And then I didn't do anything with this. I tried really hard to look at the like surface, the field thing, because I know they're growing it outside and it's real grass they're willing in. Kind of like how Arizona does it. Vegas does this too during the year. And like I know surface matters a lot for pass rush and sacks. Like I have some friends who played O-line in the league or like high level D1 and stuff and really trust their opinion on this. Like in the snow games, I think that's the cause of the effect where snowing, if it's not extreme, typically helps scoring if there's no wind. Is like really dramatically slows pass rush. So like in the Super Bowl last year with how slippery it was, I think that really helped a lot. I have no idea if that's going to happen this year. I tried to research a little, but you're kind of free rolled if that shows up and could help. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe this should be in the 150s. I wouldn't lay much worse than 140 and expect to be stealing. I wouldn't even lay 140 expecting to be stealing, but there you go. There's my prop.
All right. Under on sacks with a very good explanation as to what goes with it as well. Very interesting that you brought up, and we can have this conversation another time, the fact that Kansas City's offensive line holds a little bit more. But generally speaking, where you look at Kansas City in the regular season, people are like, oh, no, the Chiefs get all the calls. They were the second most penalized team in the league over the course of the regular season. Offensive holding gets called a lot less in the playoffs. This has kind of been like a trend for many years now. Mm-hmm. And if anyone's wondering, like maybe part of what's caused the ascension for the Chiefs in the playoffs is that it's not fundamentally the exact same game as the regular season. So they've gotten away with a bunch of that stuff. I actually like the look. It's a prop that I played already. Glad you're on it as well. I think
I know I'll name a couple just because people like this stuff. Just to hog the mic. I'm a no lane up fanboy, so I have a guy named Tron who lists like his 5 other close ones. I'll go quickly. Someone gave out Bosa. I kind of like the other ones more. They're just not that available. People are piling on Chase Young. I think one thing that's happening with him, no one really paid attention to this, but like a month ago, Cleveland Farrell, who no one really ever talks about, he was supposed to be the good, like the best one of that 2018 Clemson group and turned into nothing. But he actually played a decent amount for San Francisco, especially on like early downs. And they were just using Chase Young like as a sub rusher, like 30, 40 snaps a game. Maybe that was just after the trade. I don't know, but he's playing like 20 snaps a game more since Farrell got hurt. And I think he's just like a little gap. I mean, his physique doesn't look like he's really meant to play 60 snaps to me either. And so I like him under 0.25 sacks, I guess it would be in basically anything in the minus 300s. I like Hargrave under, or not Hargrave under. What's his face? Kinlaw, like the minus 700s under, to be honest. I mean, borderline without anything of the snaps, like around minus 1,000s kind of fair for him for no sack. But since Armstead, he played a bunch after Armstead got hurt. Armstead's taking all those snaps now. I don't think they really want to play Kinlaw, like if they could ever. So yeah, those would be my 2 favorite player unders. But yeah.
All right, there you go. Extra bonus picks from Barry Horse. Exactly what the people were craving. The people are always craving picks, as you can tell by the line movement on these bets over the course of the day. Barry Horse, enjoy the Super Bowl, but more importantly, enjoy your travels after the Super Bowl as well. Safe travels, enjoy your golfing, and we'll touch base soon again.
All right, take care. Thank you.
All right, Barry Horse, everyone. That brings us to our conclusion. I got to give out a bet for the show. Undefeated streak on the line. Over the course of doing these shows now, 2 years on Circles Off, 1 year last year on Forward Progress. I'm feeling a lot of pressure for this pick. I'm not going to lie. Typically speaking, I probably would not bet this today, but it's probably going to move as of a lot of the picks on the show so far today. But typically you would have waited for this number to climb a little bit more. I'm giving out what my biggest edge is right now on a player prop. Anyone who watches the live watch-alongs regularly with me here on Forward Progress, the first 15 minutes where I go through the game, I typically bet a lot more player props than game props. I price all of those individually. Nathan hit the nail on the head here. I think that what happened with Deebo Samuel early in this market was he got bet over pretty heavily right away in the rushing yardage and a little bit in the receiving yardage. I like Deebo Samuel under on rushing plus receiving yards. I'm using a prop that is widely available in markets. 78.5 pretty much everywhere. There's 180.5 out there, but you can consistently get this anywhere. Deebo, rush plus receiving yards under 78.5. I have an individual edge on both the rushing and the receiving, but I think that this is a bit of a stronger prop here. Deebo, 17 games played this season, including playoffs. He's exceeded 63 yards rushing plus receiving just 5 times. Those games were Detroit in the NFC Championship game, 25th in dropback EPA. Seattle twice this season, 29th in dropback EPA. The Eagles, 28th in dropback EPA. The Giants, 12th in dropback EPA, 26th in success rate. So whenever Deebo's gone over the season, it has been against a very poor pass defense. Kansas City was 3rd in dropback EPA this season. 49ers had 5 games this year against top 10 dropback EPA defenses. In those games, Deebo had 16 catches, 187 yards total. That's 3.2 catches, 37.4 yards on average. He never exceeded 55 receiving yards. Even if you throw out the bad weather game, which was the Cleveland game, those numbers are still very low relative to his season averages. In the rushing game, everyone's just expecting Deebo to get a ton of carries in this game. And like that's certainly within the realm of possibility. I don't know exactly how Kyle Shanahan is going to deploy his running backs, but I think you're going to see a heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey. I think that the secondary option is going to be Elijah Mitchell, who is the more natural running back. I think Deebo lines out wide a lot more. This is not to say he's going to get 0 carries, but when you look at Deebo this year, he's got 2 games of 5 carries as his max, 1 game of 4. Everything else is 3 or less. This isn't 2021. I mentioned this earlier where he's getting 7 to 10 carries per game. I just don't see too much upside. Additionally, a lot of how they use Deebo in the running game is towards the outside, reverses, end arounds. These plays, I don't want to get too much into detail with this, but typically speaking, if you go back to previous Super Bowls, they don't tend to work as well because the defenses have 2 weeks to prepare for these types of plays. So this to me is more likely to result in big negative yardage than it is positive yardage. One of the reasons people are targeting Deebo is because L'Jarius Sneed is going to likely be on Brandon Ayuk for the majority of the game. Trent McDuffie's the other corner there, who's going to see a lot of Deebo Samuel. Now, Trent McDuffie's not as good as L'Jarius Sneed. He's probably one of the most improved players in the league, if not the most improved this year. But in particular, he doesn't get targeted a whole lot. He only had 1 game this year where he gave up big yardage to the opposing team he was playing. That was against the Miami Dolphins. But more importantly, with Trent McDuffie, 11 missed tackles all year. And that's where Deebo generates a ton of his yardage. He does not run a lot of deep routes. He tends to run short and intermediate routes, and he generates a lot in yards after catch. McDuffie's a very good cover corner who tackles well. This is a secondary that's very strong. I just think that these numbers have been bet up too far right now. So my best play in terms of current market, Deebo Samuel under rushing plus receiving yards. And, you know, Bob, I hope we can both win this because honestly, some of the best bettors that I know and I respect play Deebo overs very early. I just think now we've gotten to the point where this is a little bit out of hand. And I think the under is worth a look in this market. That's going to do it for us here on Forward Progress. I'm going to give a quick review really, really quickly here. Just for anyone who's catching this after the fact, they want to get to the end here. Make sure you do hammer that like button. Captain Jack, both teams to make a field goal of 33 or yards or longer. Yes, minus 125. Hitman, total players with a reception under 14.5, minus 160. Joey Kanish. Isaiah Pacheco, over 66.5 rushing yards at minus 109. GRP wins, third quarter, over 9.5 points, minus 120. Ian McMillan, Mac Daddy, as he likes to be known. Nick Bosa, under half sacks. No sacks for Bosa. Matt Davidow, Kyle Juszczyk over on receptions. China Maniac, Brock Purdy under 31.5 pass attempts minus 125. This one has gotten bet into oblivion over the course of this show. Johnny from BetStamp, opening kickoff, not a touchback, plus 280. Jack Miller, I laughed earlier, but Kyle Juszczyk under half a reception at plus 145. Immediately out of the gate here, we're starting down $5. It is what it is. Adam Chernoff, Brock Purdy, rushing yards under 12.5 plus 104. That number available at Pinnacle. Connor Allen, total rushing yards in the game, over 229.5 minus 110. John Legeza going to the long shot here. Noah Gray, over 2.5 receptions or 3+ receptions at plus 310. Dan Lifshatz, team to have the longest punt return in the game, Kansas City, minus 110. G-Stack George, another long shot. Take in the Christian McCaffrey MVP at plus 440. Andy Molitor, super long shot. Isaiah Pacheco, most receptions in the game at 30-1 plus 3,000. Nick Costas, my buddy. Unfortunately, I'm opposite him here, but he did share Deebo Samuel over 16.5 rushing yards at plus money. That plus 103 available at Pinnacle. Jeffrey Benson, 49ers total sacks under 2.5 minus 205. Good to 235 there. Suma, Fabian Sommer, over 1.5 field goals made in the first half, minus 123, best number at Pinnacle. Derek Carty, who I have mad respect for. Patrick Mahomes, under 4.5 rushing attempts, plus 110. Dr. Eric Eager, Kansas City's first play of the game to be a passing play at plus 146. Matthew Friedman, Isaiah Pacheco plus 23.5 rushing yards against Christian McCaffrey. Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, Isaiah Pacheco's first reception of the game to be under 5.5 yards at plus 103. Cleve TA, Patrick Mahomes over 36.5 pass attempts, minus 110. Adam Levitan, established the run. Chiefs not to score a rushing touchdown in the game at plus 142. Sharp Clark, Chiefs fan going to the game. Brock Purdy, more interceptions than Patrick Mahomes at minus 125. Remember, that's got to be a two-way market. Don't bet a three-way market where the tie is an option. Clive Bixby, my brother from another mother. Rashee Rice, over 6.5 receptions, minus 105. Noops, first TD specialist. George Kittle, first TD, 11-1. Jeff Feinberg, also on the George Kittle train, over 48.5 receiving yards, minus 112. Barry Horse, under 4.5 sacks, minus 130. And of course, myself, Deebo Samuel, rushing plus receiving yards under 78.5, minus 110. Thank you to everyone who tuned in here for this 5-hour marathon today. Please show your support. Hammer the like button down below. If you're not subbed here on Forward Progress, please consider subscribing to our content. And of course, producer Jason's best bet, Kansas City money line plus 115 as well. Had to sneak it in there. Final minute. A lot of work went into this show today. Appreciate every single one of the guests that joined us. Appreciate Jason Cooper, my producer behind the scenes, Alex Moretto, our director of content here at the Hammer, and of course, Pinnacle Sportsbook, who I've been betting with for several years and would highly recommend you check them out if you're in Canada, especially for the Super Bowl, where line shopping is paramount. Use code HAMMER if you sign up to Pinnacle in Canada. You must be 19 plus. And as always, please play responsibly. This has been the Super Bowl prop betting extravaganza right here on the Forward Progress YouTube channel. Everyone, enjoy your Super Bowl, bet within your limits, and hopefully we all come out on top. Peace.